This young nobleman is our main character, Sun. 500 years ago, Sun was the demon king who made the entire continent tremble in fear, but now he's just a debtor. Just half a day ago, he sold off his family's symbolic statue to some merchants. This was all because he wanted to go all in at the casino, because that was the only way to save the situation when his family's debt was piled as high as a mountain. And to explain this story, we have to go back 500 years. Under the evening sun, Sun looked at the magnificent castle ahead and spoke to his girlfriend, Katarina. Did you know that Tum Castle, the one we can see over there, has never once fallen into enemy hands for the past 200 years? In response, Katarina's voice became flustered. Sun, what are you talking about? We should leave. This isn't a place we're allowed to be. Hearing this, Sun gently shook his head. It's okay, no one will come here at this time, but you have to finish your cleaning, Katarina said hastily. Just a little longer. I really wanted to show you the view from here at this time of day. It's so beautiful, he exclaimed. But for Katarina, no matter how beautiful the view was, it had nothing to do with her. So what if it's beautiful? That's just the land of nobles, a place where we can never live. With that, she let out a long sigh. And at this moment, he finally revealed his purpose. Actually, I can buy a house there. I think I'll be promoted to an intermediate mage this time. I wrote a thesis on a new type of golem, and my seniors really liked it. Haha. They said that if the elder also acknowledges it, I have a good chance of being promoted. I can't buy a big house, but I can get one big enough for the two of us to live in. So, Katarina, will you marry me? You've endured so much for my sake all this time. From now on, I'll make you the happiest person in the world. As he spoke, Sun tightly grasped his girlfriend's hand, and faced with this proposal from him, Katarina was silent for a few seconds. Then, she gently touched her finger to Sun's face and teased him. But Sun, don't you have to become an intermediate mage first? You're so mean. I said I would. Hearing this, Katarina burst out laughing happily. Haha, I'm just kidding. At this, she paused for a moment and her face turned serious. I never thought a day like this would come for us. Just like that, it seemed as though the two of them could finally live happily ever after, but it was not to be. I thought we could be happy because I worked so hard for our happiness, but I was wrong. Even if you try your hardest your whole life, nothing will ever change. But that doesn't mean they can just take whatever they want and trample all over us. At that time, two scumbags brazenly stole his thesis, a new magic technique that used golems. Elder, you are truly a genius. The thesis you wrote will change the world, someone exclaimed. Ha ha, you exaggerate. Your Grace, it's all thanks to your investment in me, the other replied. If this yields results, then I will invest even more, the Duke promised. And faced with their discussion, Sun could only helplessly clench his fists. However, the conversation between the two men across from him suddenly took a turn. Another matter. But Elder, what about my other request? He asked with a sly smile, which startled the Elder into remembering something. Oh, I almost forgot. Is that all right? The Duke asked. Ah, she's just an acquaintance. The Elder replied, waving his hand dismissively. Following their conversation, two guards dragged Katarina inside. Seeing her there, Zeman's face instantly became dazed for a moment. The two soldiers then brought Katarina forward. As for the short, fat Duke, he stared at her face, the lecherous look on his face plain for all to see. Oh, I heard she was quite famous for her looks, and it's certainly true. In response, the Elder nodded in agreement. Indeed, if not for her low birth, she would have lived a different life. Back to Zeman, how could he possibly endure seeing the woman he loves about to fall into that villain's hands? This is everything I dreamed of my entire life. Everything I've devoted myself to protecting. How could you bastards destroy it all? As if it were nothing? You scumbags, get your hands off her now. As he spoke, he focused his mana into his right palm, forming a ball of energy and launching it straight at the two scoundrels. However, his attack was far too weak compared to the Elder standing before him. Seeing Zeman dare to attack him, the Elder's eyes flashed with anger. You brat, don't you know your place? You're nothing but trash. With that, he raised his hand to the sky and unleashed a bolt of red lightning that struck Zeman directly, sending his entire body flying backward like a torn sack. In the end, his attempt to save his girlfriend failed, and he himself was thrown into the dungeon, left to keep company with the rats. Staring at the rats scurrying around in front of him, he didn't even bother to shoo them away, as Zeman's eyes were now like those of a soulless person. I can't do anything. How am I supposed to survive? As he thought this, his body unconsciously reached out, grabbing the nearest rat and bringing it to his mouth, as if he intended to eat it. But just then, the tip of a spear poked him lightly, sending a sharp pain through his back. The ones responsible were the two guards on duty outside. Look at that. He was really going to eat that rat. Lucky for us, he's cleaning this place up for us. Just leave him be. Even a mage from the magic tower is nothing in this state. The two of them taunted. Then one of them advised, hey, just tell them what they want to know. If you help them summon the golem, they'll let you go immediately. Hey, are you listening? He called out, once more when Zeman didn't respond. And at this reaction, the sword-wielding guard wasn't too surprised. I told you he went completely insane after that wench died. Hearing this, the spearman asked curiously, but why did she die? I heard it's because she wanted to protect her chastity. What a shame. Skiksk, she was so beautiful. What a waste for her to die like that. They sneered, unaware that their words were the final straw, helping Zeman make the most crucial decision of his life. At that moment, he was seen raising his fingertip to his mouth and began to bite down hard, making his finger drip with blood. And as he started doing this, Sun also could only silently apologize to his girlfriend in his heart. I'm sorry, Katerina. The scene then shifts to the two guards. At this moment, they noticed that the sewer rats below had suddenly gone silent and were all looking in the same direction, which made both of them a little curious. Huh, why are they acting so strange today? What do they want? Beside him, the swordsman seemed to sense something was wrong and said, Something is very strange. Wait a minute. Stab one of them. Following his words, the spearman gripped his weapon tightly and thrust it straight into the nearest rat, causing the rat to let out a single cry of pain before it died. But immediately after, a six-pointed star magic circle suddenly appeared on its belly. And from within this magic circle, both guards felt a dangerous aura and seemed to realize what this was. The swordsman's eyes filled with panic as he cursed, Damn it. With that, he quickly turned back towards Sun's cell, where Sun was now using his own blood to draw some kind of magic formation on the ground. You're insane. Stop what you're doing right now, he shouted and rushed over to stop Sun. However, it was too late, as the giant magic formation on the ground had already been completed. You think I need my hands for this? I've only just begun. If I had been stronger, I wouldn't have lost you. As he spoke, he slammed his palm down on the magic formation to activate it. At the same time, the surrounding rats also had a miniature magic circle appear on their bellies. Then, their bodies were sucked into the 6 circles on the formation as if they were sacrifices. Finally, a huge explosion occurred inside the cell, blowing the iron door right off its hinges. And at that moment, the two guards saw a rat-shaped golem as large as a small mountain standing behind Sun, causing their faces to go blank as they stared at the dangerous creature before them. Seeing the looks on their faces, this was exactly what Sun wanted to see. That's right, that was the same look on Katerina's face back then. The moment he finished speaking, the rat golem swung its giant arm forward and instantly shredded the bodies of the two guards into pieces. Just like that, with the help of the rat golems, Sun fought his way straight outside. As he walked, he muttered, I've tried to think of a reason. The reason why I'm still alive? Perhaps it's because I need to get revenge on this cursed world. A world that wouldn't let us live happily together. You don't need to worry. Katerina, I won't be weak like before. I will seize any power I can and change everything, Sun said with a face full of madness. Time passed quickly, and after escaping the dungeon, waiting for him was the elder who had defeated him before. Then, as he looked at the golem Sun had summoned, his eyes went wide as he questioned, Sun, you bastard, have you lost your mind? Why are you using dark magic? You worship a god yet work for the devil. In response, Sun stared straight back at him with ice-cold eyes. So what if I am? On the other side, the Duke who witnessed this scene was so scared he nearly soiled his pants. Please spare me, I have. I can even let you become the master of this place. If you spare me, I'll do anything. So please, he said in a panic, which almost made Sun burst out laughing. Anything you say? But you can't bring back the dead, can you? With that said, he waved his hand and unleashed a blast of magical energy, blowing the noble to smithereens. This wretched world, Katerina, I will destroy it all. And just like that, Sun's quest for revenge against the world officially began. And in response to his attack, in a certain palace, a man dressed like a king was pointing his sword at the knight kneeling before him. Hero Lacan, please save the world from falling into darkness. The Demon King's army, bringing darkness with it, has trampled upon the domain of the gods and massacred innocent people. That demonic army has destroyed 2 kingdoms and 1 duchy. The fate of the world can only rest in your hands, Hero Lacan. So please, kill the Demon King and save this world. With that said, he bestowed the sword in his hand upon the young hero. The scene changes to a different setting. At this moment, an army had been assembled to prepare for the Demon King's subjugation. Looking at the sword in his hand, Lacan also raised it high above his head and declared to everyone below, O, mighty warriors of the holy empire of Atania, the light of the empire has lost its strength, and a colossal shadow is swallowing the Laya continent. However, we will not back down for our families and for this entire world. Today, we will defeat the Demon King and become the last hope that protects the world. Returning to Sun's memories, in a certain library, his girlfriend Katerina was annoyedly sharing a story she had just heard. Look, have you heard the news? Why would they cut off a child's hand just for stealing some bread? She said irritably, startling Sun, who hurriedly reminded her. Katerina, you're being too loud. What if someone hears you? In response to his words, Katerina, far from lowering her voice, seemed to speak even a little louder. Those nobles only know how to punish others because they've never gone hungry. Why was that child punished so absurdly? Is it just because of the class they were born into? We didn't ask to be born into this station either. As she said this, her face became visibly sad. Across from her, after listening, Sun could only offer a few words of comfort. Perhaps that day will come, when social status is no longer an issue and we can all live as equals, in freedom. Sun, a day like that won't come if we just wait for it. Huh. Then what do you want to do? Sun asked curiously. We have to change things the way we want them to be. Otherwise, the children we raise later will have to go through the same things, Katarina said, her voice tinged with worry for the future. Hearing Katarina say that last sentence, Sun was so startled and embarrassed that he dropped the books in his hands. Children, but we aren't even married yet. Katarina, that's not the important part. Are you not planning to marry me? Katarina asked with a raised eyebrow, making his face turn even redder. Ah, I will, but I'm not ready yet. The flustered boy stammered. Seeing him beat around the bush, Katarina grew annoyed. So are you going to marry me or not? Katarina demanded. Of course I am. Son, he replied weakly. Beside him, seeing his state, Katarina let out a soft smile and gently shook her head. Phew, you're hopeless. So very shy. I'm the only one who would marry you, you know. The scene shifts to a castle. It's magnificent, yet it carries a chilling aura. At this moment, the final battle is about to take place here as the army led by the hero Lacan has arrived to have a decisive battle with San. Soon, everything will be over. It will take quite a lot of time, but I will make the world we've always desired a reality, he whispered in a voice that only he himself could hear. On the opposite side, the army led by Lacan didn't rush to attack, recklessly. Instead, the hero Lacan stepped forward and questioned him, Demon King Zan. The entire world has had to suffer because of you, but today, that ends. I swear in the name of the gods and justice, all of your crimes will be judged today. As he spoke, the young man stared directly at Zan with eyes full of determination. And at this declaration, Zan truly couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. Ha ha, gods and justice, you intend to judge me with such things? Then be my guest. Do you really think I'd be afraid of your fake gods and false justice? As he said this, Zan's entire body emitted a terrifying aura befitting his status as the Demon King. In response to these words, Lacan shouted, Of course, countless imperial heroes are standing here with me to judge you. Today we will defeat the Demon King and protect the world. Everyone advance. Following the young hero's shout, everyone officially launched their attack. Seeing this, Zan looked at them, as if he were looking at men who were already dead. Who are you to dare judge me? I am the one who has been judged. The day I lost Katarina, justice died. As he spoke, he slammed his staff down onto the ground, causing an incredibly complex magic circle to instantly appear. I no longer believe in such illusions. I will show you what I believe in, and that is power. Look, hero, this is the day. True justice is truly born, so cast aside your false beliefs. Today will mark the beginning of a new era, Zan said in a cold voice. Just then, countless giant golems he had summoned appeared behind him. Next, without waiting for a command, a giant stone man raised its fist, preparing to smash the ants before it into a pile of flesh. Seeing this sight, the soldiers' faces all turned pale. Damn it, he summoned so many golems. Someone said in a panic, Don't be afraid, if we retreat, there's no future for us. Another advised. Back to San, seeing that the group of soldiers still refused to give up, he was somewhat mocking. Fools, you're just trash with nothing but social status to cling to. How dare you resist true power? It's over. I will wipe all of you out. Following his words, the entire group of golems began to move. However, the hero Lacan wasn't about to let him have his way so easily. Demon King Zan, you are truly unforgivable. I will end your crimes right now. As he spoke, he charged straight towards the golem that was protecting Zan. Then, the young hero was seen swinging the sword in his hand, unleashing a blade of energy. A flash of light slicing through the stone man's right arm, causing it to immediately crash to the ground. And the sheer force of this attack truly made Zan's face stiffen. He took down a high-level golem with just a single blow. I see now. The reason I could never conquer the Livia kingdom, no matter how many golems I sent, was all because of this man. Thinking this, they both began to shout declarations at each other. Hero Lacan, you fiend. Today, you will fall here. And just like that, the battle began in the most brutal way imaginable, and not long after, the bodies of soldiers lay scattered across the battlefield. Meanwhile, in another corner, Lacan was also using his sword to keep himself from collapsing. Let's end this here. Demon King San, he said coldly. At the same time, the giant stone golem behind our protagonist began to crumble into countless pieces, crashing down below. Realizing he had been defeated, he uttered some final words. Hero Lacan, you know, this world is already rotten, and if it weren't for you, I could have started over after destroying everything. I curse you, Lacan. Your entire bloodline will spend their lives enduring suffering. San spoke while looking at the young hero with a blank expression, and as soon as he finished speaking, Lacan swung his sword and took his head clean off. Just like that, Zan's consciousness faded deep into darkness, and in his hazy state, old memories flooded his mind. Do you know, my dear San, when you smile and you're with me, healthy and well, that's when I'm happiest. After saying that, she gently stood on her tiptoes and gave our protagonist a passionate kiss. Then she smiled and said, I love you. I love you, San. The scene shifts to a luxurious room where a young teenager suddenly wakes up with a dazed look in his eyes. He then reaches up to touch his neck and mumbles some incomprehensible words. A dream? My head is still on my neck. My head hurts, but there's no wound. What on earth is happening? I am where? I've never seen this room before. Am I in a foreign country? Why am I still alive? Even dark magic can't bring the dead back to life. If it were possible, I would have done it already. So why am I still alive? Countless questions echoed in Zan's mind until he noticed a painting hanging in the room. What is this? Why is there a painting of that bastard here? San thought angrily. At that moment, the door to the room opened. An older, butler-like man stepped inside. Seeing that Jean was awake, he said happily, Young master, oh heavens, you're awake. Thank goodness, you've been unconscious for 2 weeks. I thought we had lost the last Lacan. As he spoke, he hugged Zan tightly, while our protagonist still had no idea who this man was. Wait, young master, who are you? Zan cried out, and upon hearing these words, the butler began to tremble with a sense of unease. Young master, do you mean you don't recognize me? Oh, here, the accident must have caused you to lose your memory. It's all my fault for not taking proper care of you. As he spoke, he fell to his knees before Zan and began to blame himself. Then, he took a few seconds to regain his composure. Regaining his usual composure, the butler wiped away his tears and explained everything. That's right, I will tell you everything. Perhaps it's only temporary, maybe you'll remember everything later. Once I tell you, you will soon become the lord of this place, the heir of Viscount Lacan of the Baroque Empire, as well as the descendant of the great hero, Lacan. The old man calmly explained everything again, leaving Zan with a look of utter confusion. The unbelievable information coming from the old butler's mouth made it hard for Zan to accept immediately. What? Lacan died 500 years ago. So I've been reincarnated as Lacan's descendant after 500 years? Thinking this, as if to verify the truth, Zan quickly ran straight outside, causing the butler to panic and warn him. Young master, you shouldn't be moving in your condition. Ignoring his words, the protagonist's mental state was in complete turmoil. Damn it, do they take me for a fool to believe this? This can't be happening. While thinking this, he threw open the balcony doors, and the sight before him truly made his eyes widen like saucers, because right before him was the figure of an old night golem, dozens of feet tall, and this was something that hadn't existed 500 years ago. Looking at the giant golem in front of him, even if he didn't want to believe it, Zan had to accept the truth. What is this? If that thing really exists, then everything he said must be true. Thinking this, Zan focused his observation for a moment and quickly realized just how complex the thing before him was. Looking at its complexity, I can tell this weapon is far more advanced than a golem. Magic I could only imagine is right before my eyes. At the same time, the old butler also ran to his young master's side. Seeing this, Zan silently asked, What did you say your name was again? In response, the old butler bowed slightly. My name is Han, your attendant. Then Han, what is this thing I'm looking at? Zan asked, his eyes never leaving the giant golem. And regarding this question, because Han had assumed that Zan had lost his memory, he slowly explained, that is called a giant. A bipedal humanoid weapon. A humanoid weapon? Is it made from golem magic? Zan asked in return, half right. Because giants are made from magitech and advanced magic. Unlike golems, which are remotely controlled, a giant has a pilot sitting right inside. Han continued to explain. Hearing this, Zan turned to look at him with a suspicious gaze. A person sits inside that thing? Yes, that's correct. Han confirmed with a nod. Turning back to Zan, after hearing this, his face became pensive. It would require a lot of advanced technology to pilot it from the inside. But if what Han said is true, then this is truly an amazing weapon. The pilot is protected from external threats during combat and can react faster than with a remote-controlled golem. It has solved all the problems I had when using golems, but if this is real, it means 500 years have passed. But why was I reincarnated as the descendant of an enemy? Zan wondered to himself. Time quickly passed and the scene shifted to an office, where instead of trying to figure out the reason why he was resurrected, Zan was currently chugging a bottle of some rare liquor, making the old butler Han worry endlessly. Young master, you can't push yourself too hard, please calm down. After all, Zan is a patient who just woke up, so he couldn't let him touch alcohol. Hearing the reminder, he complained, "You said I'm a descendant of Lacan, right? So what's the big deal? I'm healthier than most." The words had barely left his mouth when suddenly, Zahn's body was racked with intense pain, causing him to collapse onto the table. "Damn it, what is this?" Zahn said in confusion, while Han, seeing this, wasn't too surprised, as if he had already expected this would happen. "I warned you, young master. You must be careful of that curse." "What? Curse?" Zahn shouted, making Han a little disappointed. "I was hoping, but he really doesn't remember anything at all," Han thought to himself before John asked about the curse. "Speak, Han. What is this curse you just mentioned?" In response, Han began to explain. "Where should I begin? Your ancestor, Sir Lacan, led an army to defeat the army of the Demon King, who sought to destroy everything. After that fierce battle, he restored peace. I've mentioned this before. Sir Lacan was praised for his efforts in saving the world, but he died young due to the curse of the Demon King." Back to Zahn, he quickly realized that before being destroyed by Lacan in his past life, he had indeed cursed that hero. Is that really what happened? But wait, I only said that in a fit of anger. Zahn thought in agony, as he was now the one suffering the consequences of a careless remark from his past life. To summarize everything, 500 years ago, the once peaceful world faced a threat of destruction from the Demon King. His dark magic could summon countless golems stronger than any army, and he annihilated countless heroes with just a snap of his fingers. It seemed the Demon King was about to conquer the entire world, but thanks to the righteous hero Lacan, the world became peaceful once more. However, the Demon King cursed him before he died, causing him and his bloodline to suffer a painful death at a young age. Gently closing the book in his hands, Zahn felt annoyed, wondering what fool wrote this book. Good grief, they just make up stories as they please, don't they? I didn't even cast a curse in the first place. Do they really believe a curse could last that long? Zahn complained, but then he fell silent for a moment and accepted his reality. After all, it was his fault for losing. But why was I born into the family of my archenemy like this? It's as if I'm the one who's cursed. With that thought, Zahn threw the book away and took down another book to quickly gather information about the past 500 years. As he read, he also reminded himself, "This is my second chance. Someone who died before achieving their goal can't face Katarina like this. This rotten world has existed for another 500 years. I can't imagine how it has changed, how much it's changed. No matter how much time has passed, surely not all of my subordinates have been wiped out. First, I need to learn about this era. If I can reunite with my subordinates, I will change the world," he told himself. Or at least, that was the plan. But by the next morning, Zahn had already reverted to a state of giving up on life and becoming as debauched as possible. Now, he was once again friends with the bottle, while his mouth constantly grumbled, "Subordinates my ass to hell with it all." They've probably forgotten the Demon King by now. It's been too long, 500 years. There's no trace of my existence left. On top of that, this body has no mana, no vitality, so what can I even do? As he spoke, he staggered forward, and perhaps because he was so drunk, his foot slipped, causing him to fall flat on the ground. But he didn't even bother to get up and just lay there on the floor. Feeling the weakness of his body, he mocked himself. "Haha, what should I do? Now, Katarina, can I do nothing in this life either? I just wanted to create a world where everyone could live as equals," Simonin said in a voice full of helplessness before a sudden shout from outside caught his attention. Hearing the call for the young master, curiosity prompted Zahn to go out onto the balcony to observe. "What's going on? Why is it so noisy?" he grumbled. The cause of the commotion was a fat merchant who had come to his family's estate to collect a debt. "How much longer do you plan to avoid us? We merchants will not back down till we speak with you." "Young master, this fat man is Darren. He's the branch manager of the Allen Merchants Guild." Back to Zahn, despite being in debt, not only was he not worried, he even laughed with amusement. "I have a debt? Lacan, you bastard, your descendant is really something else," Zahn said sarcastically. Not hearing his words, Darren saw him appear and immediately started demanding payment. 30,000 pesos. You borrowed it from us last year to develop a mine, but you've ignored us ever since. So, are you planning to pay or not? "I can't live like this anymore," he shouted. However, a debt must be paid, so his coming to collect it wasn't wrong. But right in front of him, the old butler Han quickly tried to appease him. "The young master needs to rest due to his poor condition. We will find a way to repay the money. You should come back another time." Before he could finish, the short, fat merchant cut him off. "No, I must hear it from the young master himself." Hearing this, Butler Han's group suddenly fell silent, and just one look at them was enough for Darren to guess that these beggars didn't have the money to pay him. Looking at this reaction, "It seems you can't pay right away, can you? Let's see, 30,000 pesos is not a small sum, so why don't you hand over the giants in your house? They might not be worth 30,000 since they're old. I've given you a wonderful offer, haven't I?" As he spoke, the old man stroked his mustache. However, as soon as he said, "This," the commander of the night squad, Roger, shouted and flatly refused the offer. "Impossible. We only have 3 giants. How are we supposed to protect the territory?" As he said this, as if afraid Han would be swayed by the proposal, I hurriedly turned to him and said, "Absolutely not. You can kill me, but you can't take the giant. It's for our defense." Looking at Roger's ferocious expression, like a rabid dog ready to bite, Butler Han had to raise a hand to calm him down. "Calm down. That's not going to happen." Beside them, the accountant, Dixon, also offered his opinion. Then, instead of accepting the offer, why don't we just raise taxes? In response, Han shot him an irritated glare. "Dixon, can't you see the state of our people? We can't afford to lose the few who are left." "Then our only option is to hand over the giant," Dixon said with difficulty. "I already said that's not an option," the Night Roger yelled. And just like that, the 3 of them began to argue, causing Zahn, who was watching from above, to burst out into cheerful laughter. "This house is so entertaining. That bastard Lacan needs to see this." As for the merchant, Dardarin, he was here to collect a debt, not to watch them bicker. So, knowing the family had no money to pay, he immediately made another offer. "Everyone, please calm down. Personally, I like to take the giant and the manor, but I don't want people thinking I seized it from the house of a great hero. So, how about that?" As he spoke, he pointed towards the giant golem. Seeing this, Roger's eyes widened as he turned to warn him. "Are you kidding me? How many times do I have to say it? That's the giant, and it's off limits." Before he could finish, Darren shook his head and clicked his tongue. Not the giant, but the magic tower behind it. Upon hearing this, Butler Han and the others were initially surprised, but then they realized this proposal didn't seem too bad after all. "The tower? That's better than the giant," Roger said. "That's right. Now, no one comes to visit anymore." Han nodded in agreement. "We used to make a small profit from attracting tourists. Some even said it was the source of the curse, but now it's just useless," the accountant Dixon added, and just as they seemed ready to agree with Darren's proposal, Zahn, on the balcony above, was startled. "What the hell? Lekan, you bastard. That's my magic tower." 5 years ago, far from the Demon King's tower where he now lived, was the place he had lived with Katarina, an old and dilapidated place, but it was our home, a warm sanctuary we had always dreamed of. The area around the Demon Tower was incorporated into our family's territory. How dare they touch that place? At this thought, a furious rage boiled inside Zahn, causing him to grind his teeth so hard it made a sound. Unaware that Zahn was about to lose his mind, the merchant Dardarin was still trying his best to persuade them. "Haha, please don't worry. With the diverse capabilities of our merchant guild, we'll turn that place into a premier tourist attraction. This will also stimulate the economy of this region, wouldn't it?" he said, bursting into a smug laugh as if he had already gotten what he wanted. Sure enough, after hearing his words, the 3 people across from him were completely convinced. The accountant Dixon couldn't even wait and immediately asked, "Where do I sign?" The moment the words left his mouth, they all felt an intense mental pressure bearing down on them. And the source. The cause of it was our protagonist, Sun, who was approaching with a fiery rage. Seeing him appear, the group asked worriedly, "Young master, are you all right to be walking around?" Paying no mind to their concerned questions, Sun simply replied coldly, "Move." On the other side, Darren, seeing that Sun had only just now dared to appear, spoke with a hint of sarcasm, "Oh my, who do we have here? It's so hard to get a meeting with you, young master. Have you recovered already? I must say, the conversation with your subordinates went very smoothly. Now all we need is your signature to confirm that we will take over the Demon Tower," he said with a laugh, but the response he received was a glare filled with fury from Sun. "Is talking all you're good for? Do you even know what that place is to dare demand taking it over?" he growled, questioning him, causing the 3 men opposite him to tremble like little lambs. "Why is he so fierce? He's so different from what I was told," Darren muttered to himself, but he quickly regained his composure and explained, "We are very sympathetic to your situation." But as he said this, not waiting for this cunning merchant to weasel his way out, Sun cut him off and exposed his true intentions. "Shut up, you fraud. Your goal after taking the land in the center of the territory, not far from my main manor, is to expand your influence and power under the pretext of developing the area and allowing others to come and go freely under the guise of tourism, right? How about that? Am I wrong?" Hearing Sun lay out his entire plan so bluntly, Darren's body jolted in panic before he turned to deny it. "That's a bit of a stretch." Seeing this, Darren stubbornly argue made Sun despise him even more. "Not only are you so pathetic that you can't even sell used weapons, but you're also trying to take over a whole territory. Compared to incompetent fools, I hate people who are ugly on the inside like you more," he declared in a low growl, causing the fat merchant's face to scrunch up. He reminded himself that he couldn't let Sun get the upper hand. He had to retaliate strongly. And so, he immediately brought up the Locken family's debt, The Lakan family is unable to pay its debt, which is why we thoughtfully made this proposal. A merchant guild has to collect its money, right? Who says we can't pay our debt? Within 10 days, no, 15 days, we will repay everything, principal and interest. Now get out of here. Sun shouted and released his Demon King's aura, causing the group of merchants to turn pale, left with no options. Because Sun had already declared that he would pay back the money, Darren had no choice but to grit his teeth and leave. Before taking off, he didn't forget to let out a few meaningless words. Let's see if you can keep your word. Watching his retreating figure, he also complained, these kinds of people are always the same. As for Captain Roger, witnessing his young master stand up and make such a powerful declaration, he and the others were moved to tears. Young master, I can't believe you said that to him. We, your subordinates, are deeply moved by your words. We have so much faith in you, seeing how you saw right through their scheme, and more importantly, seeing you get angry and stand up to protect the achievements and honor of our ancestors. Han and Roger said, moved. Meanwhile, up ahead, our protagonist was looking in the mirror. Their tear-streaked faces was just giving him a headache. He couldn't understand how these subordinates could think along those lines. Trust, achievement, what are you all talking about? Saiyan asked, confused. Over here, the captain, Roger, didn't seem to hear Sion's question, as he continued to gush non-stop about what he had just witnessed. I never expected you to be so proud of the family's honor. And that scoundrel of a merchant couldn't say a single word because of your powerful retort. At that moment, we saw the image of your ancestor, the hero Lakan, within you. The group said enthusiastically. Little did they know, upon hearing this, veins were already popping on Sion's forehead. These useless bastards, they're turning me into a demon lord again, he thought in frustration. Then, after a moment of excitement, the butler Han came to his senses and asked about Sion's plan. May I ask how you plan to pay off the debt? Hearing this, Sion asked a question of his own. How much is 30,000 pesos in gold? Upon hearing this question, Han began to calculate mentally and spoke up. You can buy 10,000 sacks of wheat with that amount. It's equivalent to the value of one new professional giant warrior unit. Right now, we don't have enough assets to use as collateral for a loan from a bank or other merchants anymore. Do you have another way? Back to Sion, he was already tired of listening and didn't want to say anything else. It wasn't helpful at all. If that's all you can say, then get out of the way, I'll pay off this debt myself. And just like that, he began to tour his domain, and it was better not to look. Once he did, he discovered that this family was even poorer than he had imagined. There were no assets to speak of, the facilities were dilapidated and unrepaired, and even the food situation was so bad that commoners probably ate better. It was so poor that after checking the ledgers, Sion truly began to doubt whether this was really the family of a duke. Isn't this the house of the person who defeated the demon lord? Why is there nothing here? Did you all steal everything? Sion said in frustration, growing suspicious that his subordinates might have been secretly embezzling his money. No, we didn't. Why would you say such a thing? You'll understand if you look at the family history. After the hero Lakan defeated the demon lord, he was granted the title of Marquis and a vast territory in the south of the Livia kingdom. At that time, Duke Barak incited a rebellion against the Livia kingdom. Marcus Lakan opposed him because he could not stand such injustice. However, due to the demon lord's curse, the Marquis suffered a crushing defeat. Afterward, his title was revoked and he was exiled to the borderlands, where he passed away due to his rapidly declining health. Hearing this, Sion quickly understood the problem. He guessed that Lakan probably didn't intend to build a manor in this place initially, but was forced to after being exiled. Then Sion continued, but the financial situation of this house is a disaster. How did it manage to survive for 500 years? I'm asking, how did we end up in this state? In response, the butler explained with a sorrowful expression, that is because our ancestors wanted us to reclaim our former glory. To return to how things were, the previous generations of ancestors would do anything, even if they had to use all their wealth, power, everything they owned. They wanted to restore this family's reputation, but because of the curse passed down through generations, no matter how hard they worked, all their efforts were in vain. And so, the family that was once the home of the hero who saved the world collapsed, just like that. I don't know if you remember or not. The reason you were unconscious for more than half a month due to a personal accident was because you overworked yourself to restore your family's honor. You wanted to prove you had the qualities of a hero and pushed yourself too hard. Turning back to San, after hearing this, he slowly walked towards the window. As he walked, he asked, so our current situation is that we can't do anything, right? Hearing this, Han could only bow his head. Even as your butler, I can't do anything to help you. I am truly sorry, but we can surely do something. Even if it costs me my life, I will find a way to gather the necessary funds, the old man promised. However, before he could even think of a plan, Zahn had already come up with a brilliant idea. No need for that, I've just thought of a way. We just need to pay the money somehow, right? As he spoke, Zahn flashed a very cunning smile, making the butler feel a bit uneasy. And sure enough, his worries came true. When he said he'd pay the money somehow, who would have thought he'd take the hero statue of Lacan and sell it? The old man stood there dumbfounded, staring at the spot where the giant statue had vanished into thin air. Beside him, the captain, Roger, had also collapsed to the ground in despair. How can this be? The pillar of this family has disappeared. This must be a dream. Voices of doubt began to rise. The statue of the hero Lacan was clearly here yesterday. Where could it have gone now? Han wondered to himself, but he quickly reminded himself, no, that's not what's important right now. I have to find the young master. With that thought, he quickly scanned his surroundings to see where on earth his young master had run off to. But just then, a soldier came running, out of breath, to report, Sir Han, there's trouble. It's about the young master. I think he left while the security team was injured. He hurriedly reported, and after hearing this, the old butler Han seemed to lose all the strength in his body and collapsed to the ground. Just what is the young master plotting? He shouted, and the scene then shifts to Zan's location. He had loaded the statue of that hero, Lacan, onto a carriage and was heading somewhere. At the front, the driver was a young man who, at this moment, seemed to have thought of something and turned back with a bit of hesitation. Young master, if I may, could I ask you a question? Hearing this, Exxon casually grabbed a bottle of wine beside him, took a long swig, and nodded. Sure, but who are you? Zan asked, which made the bewildered look on the young man's face even more pronounced. Haha, you've forgotten already? My name is Philip. I am the one serving you as your escort knight. He paused for a moment, then Philip weakly asked, Young master, are you really going to sell this statue? Hearing this, Zan didn't hide his intentions and admitted frankly, That's right, this thing could fetch a pretty high price if we melt it down. Turning back to Philip, his face turned pale after hearing that. This may not be my place to say, but this statue has 500 years of history. In response to this question, Zan simply gave the young man a look. You fool, can 500 years of history feed me? But you still can't pay off the entire debt by selling this statue. Philip hurriedly explained. And of course, Sun understood this perfectly well, so Sun's plan was not to sell the statue to pay off the debt right away. Selling the statue is just one part of my plan, watch me explain. Seeing this, our friend Philip took the chance to flatter him. Amazing. Then you must have another plan. I'm sure everyone will understand as long as you can pay the debt. So, may I ask what your plan is? He said cheerfully. Let's see. My plan is to use the money from selling the statue to gamble. I'll make 30,000 pesos by gambling. Sun said it so casually, causing Philip's face to stiffen. And it took about 2 seconds for Philip's soul to return to his body as he screamed, Gambling! What will happen? If you lose all the money you have, he said loudly, which made Sun a bit annoyed as he questioned him back. Why do you always try to lecture me when you're with me? It's so annoying. In response, Philip continued to scream his head off. You're the one who dragged me out at dawn. If I had known this was your plan, I wouldn't have come with you. The more he spoke, the paler our friend Philip's face became, because now he could be considered Sun's accomplice. If Butler Hand's group found out he helped the young master take the family statue to sell for gambling money, he would surely be finished. Then, to salvage the situation a little, Philip tremblingly suggested, why don't we go back and beg for forgiveness? We can come up with a new plan. Behind him, Sun's eyes widened when he heard this suggestion. Are you an idiot? Or what? Think about it. If we go back now, I'll have to explain why I took the statue. So if my reason is that I needed money to gamble, they would definitely never forgive me. I'm sure I would be kicked out of the house forever if I went back now. Really? Philip exclaimed in surprise. Well, no. I guess they wouldn't do that to me since I'm still the young master. I guess you'll be the only one kicked out of the family. As he spoke, Sun looked at Philip with a meaningful smile, making the young man tremble uncontrollably, because he knew that Sun's words were completely true. Back to Sun, seeing Philip's terrified expression, the young man burst out laughing with delight. You better choose. Carefully. Think about what's better for you. Do you want to become a homeless wanderer with no money? Or do you want to become the hero who brings honor to this family? Choose Philip. After saying that, Sun stared intently at Philip with his sly eyes, waiting for his answer. And it wasn't surprising at all that our friend Philip then resignedly accepted. I will continue on the path we are on. Saying these words, Philip's whole body seemed to have lost all its vitality. Good, very good, let's do that. Sun nodded and continued to befriend his bottle of wine. Up ahead, Philip glanced back at Sun's carefree demeanor and wept internally. Damn it, I heard his personality changed after he woke up from the coma, but deep down, he's still a devil. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to a dock. At that moment, a crew member on the ship shouted out, announcing to all the passengers, We're departing in 5 minutes, so everyone please board the ship now. Next to the vessel, Philip was still a bit hesitant and asked, Are we really going to do this? Then let's just go back, Simon said with a shrug, making Philip's heart skip a beat. Oh no, let's get on the ship, Philip quickly replied. And just like that, after all the passengers were aboard, the crew member rang the bell and shouted for departure. And so, the ship carried Simon and his servant to the port city of Lore. It was now evening. They had sold the statue of the hero Lay Cannon for a decent sum of money, but Philip was incredibly annoyed. That's a statue of the great hero who saved the world. And you're only paying this little for it? Philip shouted, I'll go bankrupt if I pay you any more. The old man on the other side retorted. Having no time to watch his subordinate bicker with the buyer, Simon immediately put a stop to the argument. Hey, Philip, lead the way. But we could have gotten more, Philip said quietly. Let it go. This is enough. This place must have changed, Simon said, glancing at the surrounding scenery. Hearing him say this, Philip looked a bit surprised and asked, You've been here before? Beside him, a hint of a past memory appeared in Simon's eyes, as he replied, A little, though it didn't look like this back then. In those days, we couldn't get here easily because of the monsters guarding it. It was basically a deserted island. Good grief, 500 years have already passed. Simon thought to himself, but coming here was definitely a good idea. Beside him, Philip also said excitedly, Really? Thank you, young master. I don't know when you were last here, but it's definitely different from what you remember. This is the second largest city in the southern region of the empire, so things are constantly changing. It's an island that's easy for people to reach, although there are krakens and a few other sea monsters. With the development of magical engineering and weaponry, this place has become much more crowded, so the gambling scene here is really huge. Are you sure you'll be all right? As he spoke, Philip turned to look at his young master with a questioning gaze. Philip, if I wasn't confident, I never would have come here, Simon replied coolly. And as he said this, the two of them were already standing before a grand building, radiating a golden light bright enough to blind a poor man. Seeing its luxurious facade, Simon nodded, knowing he had arrived at his destination. All right, now let's head inside, he said. However, Philip's timid heart wasn't ready to enter such a luxurious place. Wait a moment, young master. Let me just take a second, he said, trying to steady his breathing. As his heart pounded in his chest, ahead of him, Simon looked at his subordinate's nervous state and complained, What are you so scared of? Seeing his master's confidence, Philip asked, How? Are you so calm? Do you know how to win at the games in here? In response, Simon put on an incredibly confident expression. A way to win? Well, I suppose so. When it comes to gambling, attitude is everything, Simon said. Sun chuckled, but as life would have it, things never went as smoothly as he thought. After stepping inside and playing a round of cards, the aura Sun had mentioned earlier seemed to have no effect at all. Oh my, that's too bad. Ha ha, it looks like I've won again. Now what? Will you continue? The person sitting across from him said with a smile, simultaneously sweeping all the gold coins to his side. Lady Luck is smiling on me today, Sun's opponent explained. It's fine. Skill is also a part of luck. Sun waved his hand in reply, causing the brown-haired man to burst into delighted laughter. My goodness, you're quite generous too. It's truly an honor to play a game with such a wonderful young master. However, it looks like you're out of coins. Should we end the game here? He said coldly, glancing at the few gold coins Sun had left. But having lost so much already, how could Sun possibly give up? Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately called out to Philip behind him. We can't stop now. Philip, exchange all our remaining money for coins. Hearing this command, Philip's face instantly darkened, and he hurriedly advised, We can't do that. If you lose this money as well, then... Before Philip could finish his sentence, Sun yelled, Don't talk back, just bring it here now. Across the table, the brown-haired man saw Sun's rabid dog-like expression and smirked to himself. Aha, the fool is losing his cool. It's really my lucky day. Afterward, once Philip had exchanged the money, Sun decided to go all in on a single hand. I will bet my entire fortune on this. I'm betting it all. Saying that, Sun pushed all the money he had to the center of the table. Seeing him make such a huge bet, tears streamed endlessly down Philip's cheeks. It's over. The family is finished, he sobbed. Meanwhile, seeing Sun make such a foolish decision, the brown-haired man smiled to himself. But outwardly, he still offered some kind advice. Your entire fortune. Are you sure about that? I'm a bit nervous since this is my first time playing such a high-stakes game, but I'm sure you're fine with it, right, young master? In response, Sun just shrugged. Well, worrying about it won't change the outcome. Hearing this, the brown-haired man winked, signaling the girl behind Sun, and then continued. How impressive. In that case, let's reveal our hands, shall we? With that, he calmly flipped his cards over for Sun to see, and his hand was 3 eights, forming a 3 of a kind. Whoa! Damn, the goddess of luck is definitely on my side today. The brown-haired man cheered. Too bad for you, I'll be taking these coins. After speaking, he reached out to rake in the coins without even bothering to look at Sun's hand, as if he already knew what cards he had. However, before his grubby hands could touch the money, Sun spoke up to stop him. Hold on, you need to see my cards first. Surprisingly, I happen to have these. With that, Sun fanned out his cards for the man to see, and as it turned out, his hand was the strongest possible, a royal flush. Looking at those cards, the brown-haired man's face went completely pale, turned pale, unable to believe his own eyes. What? That's impossible, he stammered. Aren't unexpected reversals the real fun of gambling? This is truly an interesting match, Zeman replied with a smile. At the same time, tears from the man named Philip also streamed down his face. However, they were tears of joy. Young master, I believed in you, Philip said in a voice full of emotion, turning back to the brown-haired man. Unable to accept this outcome, he slammed the table, pointed directly at Zeman's face, and shouted, "No way, it's impossible. How did you get those cards? What kind of trick did you use?" Hearing the word trick, Zeman's expression gradually turned cold and sarcastic. A trick? Are you talking about how the people behind me revealed my cards? Hearing these words, the brown-haired man's eyes shot wide open. How could he possibly know? He screamed internally. Meanwhile, Zeman looked at his reaction and let out a contemptuous snort. Did he really think I wouldn't know anything? All of the spectators around were his subordinates, and I knew they were secretly passing card signals to each other. But the reason I foolishly fell into that trap was because I needed to touch all the cards. I left small marks on them. If I can control the cards with those marks, then for me, someone who once managed an army of golems, changing the cards is just a walk in the park. I can easily win all the matches without using any complicated tricks, Zeman thought to himself. Thinking this, and not wanting to waste any more time on these scammers, he cheerfully reminded him, "Hey, hurry up and admit that you've lost." On the opposite side, the brown-haired man's whole body was trembling with rage as if having a seizure. Then he glanced at everyone around and growled, "I think our business for today is over. Let's teach this young master a little lesson about manners." At his words, the surrounding crowd immediately turned to stare at Zeman with eyes filled with killing intent, and in their hands were sharp weapons. Returning to Zeman, although facing a somewhat dangerous situation, he wasn't worried at all. Why are all these scoundrels so alike? I don't have the same amount of mana as before, but dealing with mediocre guys like you shouldn't be a problem. Come on. As he spoke, he began to concentrate mana into the palm of his right hand. At the same time, the surrounding thugs rushed toward him like rabid dogs. But before he could even unleash his power, his guard Philip charged forward, using his swordsmanship to send all of these men flying in all directions. You dare draw your swords against the sole heir of the Locken family. That means you're ready to risk your lives, isn't that right? As he spoke, he turned to look at the brown-haired man, the leader of the group, causing him to gasp in fear. Next, seeing the sword that was resting on his neck, he hurriedly begged for his life. "I have committed a crime worthy of death. Shut up, you scoundrel. You dare try to harm the young master?" Philip yelled, while Zeman, seeing the man's strength, felt that he wasn't so bad after all. Time passed quickly until the next morning. At this time, Philip was cheerfully carrying with a sack of money on his back. "Whoa, this is pretty heavy. I think it must be over 10,000 pesos, he said excitedly. "Of course," Sun replied nonchalantly. Then he turned to look at Philip and thought deeply. "This kid, I thought he was just a thug, but he's more talented than I expected. Anyway, today's haul isn't bad, but after causing all this chaos, it'll be hard to get inside the casinos." Thinking about this, and knowing he still needed to earn about 20,000 more pesos to pay off that merchant, Dardarin, Sun had to find another source of money. "Is there anywhere else to make money besides the casinos?" he asked Philip. Hearing this, Philip rummaged through his memories a bit. A place to make a lot of money? Then why not try the giant arena? "The giant arena?" Sun asked, puzzled. Over here, Philip, knowing his young master had lost his memory, explained. "That's right, just like the arenas of old where humans used to fight each other, there are now arenas where giants fight each other. Depending on the match, the betting odds will vary. But if you play your cards right, you could earn 30,000 pesos or even more," Philip said calmly, because after witnessing Sun's abilities, it seemed the gambling fever in Philip's heart was also rising, turning towards Sun. "If it's about the field of golems, this is right up his alley. Let's see. I was once very interested in giants. If they're developed with golem magic, it could be useful for predicting who will win." Sun thought to himself, unaware that Philip was also proudly saying, "Just trust me, young master, I was the top student at the Royal Giant Military Academy." Sun also nodded. "I understand. Just guide me there for now." "Young master, please trust me more," Philip said while happily running ahead to lead the way. However, they hadn't gone far before a shouting sound caught their attention. "You pieces of trash, I told you not to come here. I told you to stay in your own area. You'll only listen after you're dead, won't you?" a soldier shouted loudly, while his foot repeatedly stomped on the children cowering on the ground. Looking at this scene, even Philip couldn't stand it. "My goodness, treating children like that," he said in disbelief. 500 years, the world has changed, but some things never change. Some things are rotten, and with time they only rot even more. Seeing this, Sun gritted his teeth. Then, just as he was about to speak up and stop them, a woman's voice suddenly rang out from behind. "Stop that!" Hearing the shout, the soldiers temporarily stopped their actions and turned towards the source of the sound. "Who is it?" they asked, puzzled. "Aren't you royal guards tasked with protecting the people? Then why are you using violence against children like this? Are only nobles considered citizens? These children also have the right to be protected." The voice belonged to some noble lady, and when Sun saw her face, he suddenly became dazed for a few seconds. A name suddenly appeared in his mind, Katarina. Back to the soldiers, they also recognized the girl's identity and replied, "Even if you are a princess, it's useless. These are the Count's orders. Do you have any idea how anxious everyone has become because of these refugees?" In response, the young lady presented her argument. "So it's right to lock people up like livestock in an uninhabitable place? These innocent children have lost their country and their families, and if they are truly guilty, then I shall be the first one to punish them. Before I was a princess of Vona, I was a refugee seeking shelter myself," she declared firmly. However, her reasoning only gave the guards in front of her a headache. "Princess, if you continue like this, you'll only cause more trouble. We don't want to do this either, but these are the Count's orders." Both of them sighed as they spoke. Meanwhile, Philip on this side turned to his young master with interest and asked, "Things are getting tense. Is this going to be okay?" Hearing this, Simon asked, "Do you know who that girl is?" "Of course. She's quite famous in the Vona kingdom. Even though she's a princess, she doesn't care what the other nobles think. I don't know why, but I heard that her kingdom fell, but I never expected to meet the princess here." Back with Simon, the more he looked at the princess's figure, the more certain he became. Vona? No matter how he looked at her, that was definitely Katarina. Was she reincarnated like me? But why does she still look the same? Simon wondered to himself. Just then, one of the guards saw the princess reaching out to help the children and lunged forward, grabbing her wrist to stop her. "Princess Jia, my apologies, but I can't let you do that. If this continues, we'll be the ones punished." With that, he roughly pulled her slender frame to the side, while the other guard took the chance to grab the children and drag them away. "What do you think you're doing?" she shouted. But her interference seemed to push the guard to his breaking point. "Shh! Stop getting in our way," he yelled, causing the princess to cry out in fear. Seeing this, Simon instinctively snapped, his eyes wide as he charged at the guard. "Get your filthy hands off her now." With that, he landed a solid punch right in the guard's face. Simon's fists moved like a machine, pummeling the man's face until blood gushed from his nose. As he threw punch after punch, he reminded himself that no matter how much time passed or how the world changed, scumbags like this would never disappear. With each of Simon's punches, a few of the guard's teeth went flying. Finally, Princess Jia herself couldn't bear to watch any longer and ran to pull his arm back. "Please stop. You don't have to go this far," she pleaded weakly, causing Simon to pause for a moment. But the other guard seized this opportunity, drew his sword and aimed it at Simon's back. "You idiot! You dare attack a royal guard? It seems you have no fear of the royal law, do you?" he threatened. However, this guard had forgotten one crucial thing, that besides Simon, his escort Philip was also there. And was the royal law really that important? A human life. As he spoke, he rested his sword on the guard's neck, warning him not to do anything stupid. Out of options, the guard finally had to help his comrade and leave. But before leaving, he didn't forget to toss out a few meaningless threats. "Tesk, you'll pay for this." Hearing those words from them, Philip knew trouble was brewing and said, "Tsk, this is no time to be heading to the Giants' arena. We need to run before things get any worse." Back to Simon, after a few seconds of being dazed, he quickly turned to check on the princess. "Katarina, are you all right?" "I'm sorry, I lost control for a moment. I should have helped you sooner." In response, the princess, a bit flustered, asked him back, I'm fine. But who are you exactly?" Hearing this, Simon's face fell into a daze and he asked in bewilderment, "What do you mean?" As he spoke, Simon started walking forward. However, this action made Jenna wary. "Don't come any closer to me," she said hastily. Seeing this, Simon stopped in his tracks. "Right, I must look a little different, so you don't recognize me. Is that it?" "I'll tell you everything," Simon said hurriedly. However, Jenna's wariness toward him hadn't lessened one bit. She even questioned him in return. "That's not necessary. How are you any different from those guards who assault children? More importantly, it seems you've mistaken me for someone else. My name isn't Katarina, I'm Jenna." Behind them, the guard Philip saw his young master acting strangely and rushed over to defuse the situation. "Goodness, it seems my young master is a bit confused. Your Highness, we aren't suspicious people. It's just that he's going through some difficulties right now," Philip said, scratching his head awkwardly to explain the situation. And while he was explaining, the main character also had time to cool his head. It would be wonderful if it were really her. "Please, I've endured this loneliness for so long, knowing she can never come back. I'm falling apart like this just because they look alike. As he thought this, he glanced over at the princess's face. At the same time, an older man also rushed to the scene and called out loudly to Jenna, "Princess, what are you doing here? I told you that you have a very important schedule today. Do you have any idea how hard I've been looking for you?" This man was Jenna's butler, Victor. Seeing him appear, the princess stepped aside and replied, "Oh, it's you, Victor." What happened was, before she could finish, the old man guessed irritably, "Don't tell me you were picking a fight with those guards again." After saying this, he paused for a beat, warily observing Simon and his servant. "But who are these people? This is our first time meeting. Please forgive my intrusion. But due to certain circumstances, the situation is quite tense, so it would be best if you two didn't get too close to the princess," he said in a cold tone, causing Simon to let out a derisive snort. "Ha ha, how foolish. While it's true that I misunderstood and escalated the situation, when you think about it, didn't I also help the princess? I don't expect any reward, but you could at least thank me. Let's go, Philip," he said. Simon quickly left the area. Seeing them take off, Victor also said to Jenna, "We should get going as well." "Okay." "Ah, right." Rena nodded before she realized something. "Come to think of it, I still haven't thanked him." Time passed quickly, and the scene changed to a giant, cylindrical structure. This was the giant arena that Philip had told Mon about before. Right now, inside the arena, two announcers were enthusiastically making introductions. No giant wants to give up in this intense battle. "Now everyone, please remain calm." Things are getting interesting now." He quickly blocked the attack, but it's over. Sun muttered a phrase, and sure enough, right after he said that, inside the fighting ring, the axe-wielding giant unleashed a decisive blow, sending his opponent flying, leaving them unable to get back up. With this result, the MC also quickly announced the result. That's the finishing blow. Adon has won. As this announcement rang out, the entire audience on all four sides of the stands also cheered enthusiastically. And Philip was one of them, because they had just won another sum of money. "Oh, young master, you guessed right again. At this rate, we'll pay off our debt and get filthy rich in no time," he said with a bright smile. As for Sun, besides the money, what he was more interested in was the structure of these golems. With his eyes, he could clearly see the energy circuits flowing inside their bodies. Is it this simple? Do the giants only rely on the golem's magical power? "I can easily predict the winner just by looking at the mana circuit," Sun thought to himself, turning back to the two announcers. After congratulating the winner, they quickly introduced the next match. This one looks like it's going to be a bloodbath. Next up is the match between Savik and Sting. Hearing them say this, Philip spoke up before Sun even had to make a prediction. "I can already guess the outcome of this match. How can Sting, with 1 win and 5 losses, possibly beat Savik, with 28 wins and 2 losses? Hearing their records, Sun had to nod in agreement. Although there's a chance for an upset, this match is pretty much a foregone conclusion. After saying that, they both focused on the arena floor, where the two opponents had now entered to greet the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, take a good look at that pair of supersized giant axes. They have never spared the life of any giant. This is the twin axe Savik, piloted by Brian. At this point, the MC turned his gaze to the other corner of the arena and continued to introduce his opponent, the one who won miraculously in the previous match, Lucky Giant Sting. He just had a lucky win, and now he has to face Savik, piloted by Karen. Back to Sun, after observing both contestants, a spark of interest suddenly flashed in his eyes. "Oh ho, hey Philip, bet everything on Sting." Hearing his young master say that, Philip broke out in a cold sweat. "What are you talking about? Sting. Savik is definitely going to win this match." In response, Sun's eyes were still fixed on the golem Sting as he muttered, "I wonder if the winner this time will be someone different." And just like that, the two giants charged straight at each other. Their weapons clashed, creating a deafening explosion in the air. Looking at the two fighters clashing, trading blows like this, the onlookers were all astonished. What is happening? Sting is putting on a surprising performance, shattering everyone's expectations of a painful defeat. He's blocking every attack coming from Savik, the excited announcer says. Meanwhile, Savik, on the other hand, seeing his attacks being parried, only gets more excited. "Haha, I thought you were just an amateur, but who knew you had some skills? However, it's still not enough to satisfy me." With that, he swings his two axes in an X shape, striking directly at Sting's body, sending the massive body flying backward. Seeing this, our friend Philip felt that the money he had just won was about to slip through his fingers before he could even collect it. "Oh God, you can't lose," Philip cried out, while Sun, watching the battle's progression, narrowed his eyes in confusion. Sting has the advantage in mana, so what the hell is he thinking? Returning to the battle, after taking that last hit, one of the arms of the golem he was controlling was completely severed. Seeing this, Savik took the opportunity to laugh smugly. "Haha, give up, you coward, your feet are still tied down. If you can't fight anymore, then I'll just destroy you faster." As he spoke, Savick began to raise his pair of axes, and up above, Philip, seeing that the match was seemingly over, went into a panic. What should we do? We're going to lose all the money we bet. Ignoring these complaints, Sun remained focused on the battle. And following his gaze, just as the two axes chopped straight down towards Xing, the giant golem's body suddenly emitted streams of lightning. At the same time, the giant twin axes swung straight down, creating a large crater in the ground. However, when the dust settled, Savick realized there was no one in front of him. Because Xing's body had jumped into the air. Did you know you can change your bets in giant battles? Up until the last 30 seconds of the match, and now that time has passed, I can't afford to pay up. Great fire burst, he muttered, and at the same time, a large magic circle formed in front of Xing's hand, and from within it, a blazing pillar of fire shot straight towards Savick, causing the giant golem to immediately be burned to a crisp and collapse to the ground. The sudden turn of events left everyone in disbelief. How is this possible? We have an unprecedented event here today. Our champion. Ha! The one who overcame the betting odds of 20-1 with an elemental skill. His name is, the announcer shouted, declaring the victory of the match. And looking at this result, our friend Philip was so happy he started crying. Wow, we won. I really can't believe it. Meanwhile, the sight of magic being used had also left Sun speechless. He just used magic. It's unbelievable, he said, his voice filled with astonishment. Seeing this, Philip also took the chance to explain, Nightsting Karen must be a rune knight. It's not every day you see a knight using magic. He must have been hiding his power to increase his chances of winning. Back to the matter at hand, there was actually something about the recent situation that caught his attention. No, that wasn't the important thing. The basic theory behind using magic through a weapon was something I developed, and that method, no matter how much time has passed, it seems no one else has been able to replicate it. That's because I perfected the process by using dark magic. Simon frowned in thought as time quickly passed, and the scene changed to some kind of workshop, a mechanical one. This was the giant hangar arena. At this moment, the master and servant duo were also present here for some reason. Beside him, his guard Philip complained as they walked, Why did you want to come to a place like this? Shouldn't we be heading back as soon as possible? Returning to Simon, who was trying to focus his thoughts while Philip chattered in his ear, he was getting annoyed. Be quiet. Ugh, I'm busy thinking and you're not helping at all, Simon said through gritted teeth, just before Victor's voice caught their attention. You can still change your mind. How could you agree to a giant duel like this? You shouldn't have accepted this fight in the first place, he said worriedly. Hearing this, Princess Gina replied with some hesitation. But a mercenary like Andre will have no trouble piloting the MIT to fight the Count's giant. Overhearing their argument, Philip was a bit surprised. Oh, we've run into Princess Gina again. It seems like they're having some problems. He mumbled to himself and continued to eavesdrop on the conversation. Just then, the old butler Victor continued to persuade the princess. Princess, why would you agree to such a duel? You'll have to marry the Count if you lose. That's not a small matter. I've chosen very carefully. If I don't do this, countless refugees will starve to death. This is the only way to save everyone. As she said this, a sad look appeared in her eyes. However, her reasoning only angered Victor further. Impossible. How is sacrificing your future a viable option? With a collapsing giant, you're sure to lose. You want to protect the refugees, but what about your own life? What about your life? Why don't you try to protect your own life? He shouted. A short distance away, Simon listened and vaguely pieced together the story. However, he didn't want to waste time listening to their problems, so he decided to leave. Let's go, Philip. I'm done here. Let's head back. Ah, okay. Philip replied and quickly followed his young master. As Simon walked, he reminded himself, that's right, she isn't Katerina. I don't need to get too involved in this. With that, he quickened his pace. However, the next words from a young man made him stop in his tracks. That's right, you're selling yourself, princess. The Count is a man who will stop at nothing to get what he wants. He has threatened many refugees before. Without you, princess, the refugees would truly be at a disadvantage. And if you don't replace the core stone, this giant won't even be able to operate. Even so, the difference in its specs compared to the Count's giant is too great to fight. You should listen to your butler. The owner of this voice was a young man with orange hair, whose attire seemed to be some kind of uniform. I'm a mechanic. On the other side, Rena completely understood what he was trying to convey. I know that, but I can't give up. If I lose without even trying, then who will stand up for the weak? As she spoke, she couldn't hold back her emotions and burst into tears. Then, for some reason, Sun walked towards their group and offered, Then could you let me take a look? That magic stone and this giant, I think they can still be used. He made the suggestion. However, his kindness was met with a gaze full of suspicion from Victor, who even drew his sword in preparation for the worst. Stand back. Princess, this is too coincidental to be random. They could be assassins sent by Count Monarch. On the other side, Sun, who was just trying to be kind and help, was met with such accusations. Even a saint would have started to lose their temper by now. "Hey, you're a real pain in the neck," Sun growled. But luckily, his friend Philip saw the tense situation and stepped in to explain. "Haha, please lower your sword. This is Duke de la Cannes, the 15th descendant of the La Cannes family and the current lord." Hearing this explanation, Victor didn't let his guard down one bit. "The heroic La Cannes family. How can we possibly trust that?" the old man said with a frown. Then, Princess Jay also stepped forward to stop him. "Victor, please calm down." "Princess," the old man complained, seeing her let her guard down so easily. But Jay ignored his words and turned to look at him. "I apologize for our last encounter. It seems you've overheard our current situation. I'm embarrassed to admit it, but we have no other choice. If possible, I'd like to ask another favor of you. I'm begging you." Not letting her say any more, Sun held up his hand to stop her. "All right, to make sure I'm not mistaken this time, I'll demonstrate my skills." After saying that, he took out a dagger and approached the giant golem. However, the orange-haired mechanic heard Sun's declaration and just shook his head with a heavy sigh. "Sigh, Princess, not just anyone can repair a giant." Hearing that, the person in the iron helmet next to him also nodded in agreement. "There's a reason why giant experts are called steel mages. Won't he just damage the giant even more? Those damn nobles with their big egos always think they know everything," they said sarcastically. Hearing them badmouth his young master, how could Philip possibly stand it? He immediately went over, put his arms around both of them, and issued a challenge. "So, do you two want to make a bet with me? I'll bet 10,000 pesos that our young master can easily handle the giant that you two bastards couldn't fix." "What? Why should we accept that offer?" The orange-haired guy yelled. "You don't want to? Scared?" Philip said, looking at him with a provocative gaze, which severely wounded the guy's pride. "What did you say? Scared? I'll double the bet," he challenged back. At the same time, Princess Jay also curiously walked over and asked Philip, "May I ask a question? Can a giant really be repaired with a tool like that?" she asked, pointing towards Sun, who at that moment only had a small dagger in his hand. Seeing this, holding something so unrelated to repairs, Philip's usual confidence suddenly dwindled by half. Then, before the group's skeptical eyes, he used this knife to slash straight across his own arm, causing a wound to immediately appear on his palm. Seeing this action, Philip thought his young master had gone mad. "Young master?" His voice was filled with worry. Turning back to Simon, seeing his guards shouting at the slightest thing, he couldn't help but feel annoyed. "Be quiet, Philip. Just watch." After saying that, he also reached out and lightly touched the body of the giant golem before him. Next, Simon began to use a type of dark magic. Immediately, he shouted the word "revive," causing countless energy circuits to spread across its entire body. The brightly glowing circuits, as if coming back to life, reflected in the astonished eyes of everyone present. Flashing back to 500 years ago, after using his golem army to wipe out all the intruders in his castle, Sonnen looked directly at the giant stone golem kneeling before him and mumbled, "Will you truly fall in a place like this? You are creatures that are immortal, the ones who led your enemies to hell. Answer my summons once more." With that, Sonnen also began to use his dark magic, causing streams of black energy to spread out around him. And as soon as it made contact with the golem's bodies, their eyes lit up and they began to rise once more. Their bow dies also slowly recovered, as if they had never been damaged, returning to the present once again. By using his dark magic, he had successfully revived the golem before him, and seeing that it was active again, his friend Philip cheered joyfully. "As expected of the young master, I believed in you." Nearby, the orange-haired girl and her colleague couldn't believe what had just happened before their eyes and fell to their knees. "That's impossible," he muttered, while Jay and Victor also felt utterly astonished. "He really did it. Mir is active again. How is that possible?" With that, he also stared intently at the young master before him and speculated, "I can't believe he was able to revive a dead man of stone. In my entire life, I've never heard of such a type of magic existing. Not just this continent, no, the entire world will be astonished by this historic event," he thought to himself. After that, once he was done with his work, Simon nodded and walked towards everyone. Seeing this, Philip seized the opportunity to praise him. "Young master, there's truly no thing you can't do. I'd even believe you if you said you could create a golem from those stones back there." The group, as if still unable to accept this, watched as the orange-haired guy pointed directly at Simon and declared, "That's impossible. There must be some kind of trick. Drawing a magic circle with blood and activating it sounds like dark magic, doesn't it? I can't acknowledge that." Hearing their words, Philip had the thought of drawing his sword to teach these two insolent fools a lesson. "How dare you claim that the sole heir of the Locken family uses dark magic?" Because no matter how you looked at it, it was still the orange-haired guy. He stammered, turning back to Sun, knowing that if this wasn't explained clearly, a lot of rumors could start. So he stepped forward and made up a reason to explain it. "It's all right. I'll explain. The truth is, this is a secret art passed down through our family, kept hidden for nearly 500 years? Hearing the answer, the two mechanics were still a bit doubtful. A family's secret art? A family of swordsmen would have a secret magic technique like this, he said suspiciously, and it must be admitted that his suspicion was completely justified. However, Princess Jia was also very smart. She guessed that Sun had his own secrets, so she didn't let the conversation go any further. She spoke up to stop it. That's not important right now. Even if it was dark magic, you saved countless lives. I don't know how to ever repay you. Thank you so much. I also want to apologize for what happened last time, she said with eyes full of remorse. Seeing this, Sun gently shook his head. Well, it's okay. It's not surprising that you misunderstood. Sun waved his hand, and upon hearing that, Rena also stepped forward, taking out a handkerchief to wipe away the remaining bloodstains on Sun's hand. No, you were hurt because of me, so at least let me take care of you. Looking at this action, Sun's eyes became a little reminiscent, and he didn't stop her. If it makes you feel better, then go ahead. Just then, when it seemed everything was settled with Sun's help, it wasn't. After the golem was fixed, another problem arose as a young man in his servant's uniform came running in a panic to inform Princess Jia, "We have a huge problem." "What's wrong? Why did you come here shouting like that?" Victor asked worriedly as he sensed that something bad was about to happen. In response to the question, the servant, after taking a few breaths to catch his wind, explained everything. "He's gone. He's not in the waiting room. And I've searched everywhere in the inn, but I can't find Knight Andre anywhere," he said in a panic, causing the princess's face to turn pale as well. At the same time, in a certain luxurious room, there was a long table laden with food, and servants were continuously bringing out new dishes. All of this was to serve the blonde young master who was having his meal. As he ate, he spoke up, "We've succeeded in recruiting Andre, so now the princess has no knights left to use." Hearing these words, although not wanting to ruin his mood, another person spoke up to remind him, "It seems they've successfully repaired their golem." Hearing this information, the young master's mood suddenly changed. "Didn't you say their golem couldn't be activated?" he asked in a cold voice. "Yes, that's right. But recently, the other person, tried to explain, but before he could finish his sentence, he received a hard slap across the face, which sent him sprawling to the floor. I'm sorry," the black-haired man said in fear, but the young master was still absolutely furious. "I hate apologies. If you made a mistake, get lost. You're fired," he said through gritted teeth. This blonde man was the lord of the Lammer territory, Count Monarch. Dismissing his subordinate, he annoyedly turned to his servants and said, "I've lost my appetite. Is there anything else to eat?" "No, my lord." Another person quickly replied, "There can't be even the slightest chance until Princess J is completely mine. Soon, everyone will know what the master of Monarch is truly like." As he spoke, he glanced at the giant knight golem before him, and just like that, time flew by, and the day of the wagered duel against Monarch arrived. This was a public battle, so from early in the morning, everyone had gathered at the arena to watch the fight. Right before the battle began, the two familiar announcers also explained a bit about the track records of both sides. And so, last but not least, we have the battle between Princess J's Mir versus Achilles. This is the champion of the Lammer territory with 78 wins and not a single loss. Let's see what Mir has prepared to face this undefeated champion. This is an incredibly tense match. However, Mir is nowhere to be seen in the arena. Have they forfeited the final match already? The announcer wondered aloud. Hearing this, the crowd around them began to curse and boo relentlessly. "Hey, did you get scared and run away? Hey, give us our money back," they shouted in unison. Meanwhile, from his observation room, Count Monarch looked out at the scene and smirked smugly to himself. Hey, did you forfeit because you have no pilot? That's why Princess J should have accepted my marriage proposal from the start. I'll show you the consequences of daring to wound my pride." Flashing back to when Sun's group had just received the news that their knight, Andre, had fled. "Where did Andre go? I can't find him anywhere. It seems Count Monarch has tricked us," the young attendant said bitterly. Ahead of them, the butler Victor still couldn't believe it. "Andre is a loyal subordinate. Are you saying he betrayed us?" Hearing this, the young man hesitantly revealed some information he had picked up. Actually, someone saw him entering the Count's mansion. Back to Victor, at this point, whether he wanted to or not, he had to accept the truth and roared in frustration. "Damn it, even without Andre's betrayal, there was already a power gap between our giants. I can't believe he would be so despicable. This isn't just about crushing us with power." The more he spoke, the old butler felt his blood begin to boil. As for Princess J, she began to tremble uncontrollably with fear. Turning back to Sun, who believed in seeing things through to the end, seeing Gina in distress, he offered, "If you can't participate, you'll be forced to marry him, right? If it's not too much of a bother, I think I can help you with this." Hearing this, Jenna's eyes lit up slightly as she turned to ask, "How are you going to do that?" Behind Sun, Philip spoke up with a reminder. "Young master, it's not that I don't trust you, but have you forgotten the accident last time when you tried to pilot a giant?" In response, Sun gave his bodyguard a confident look. Don't worry, piloting a giant is simple. Back in the present, while everyone was booing, the giant Mir has stepped out from the other side of the arena. Oh, we thought Mir had forfeited the match, but there he is. He's entered the arena just in time. He didn't run away despite facing the undefeated Achilles. Meanwhile, Count Monarch, looking at the warrior golem that appeared, his expression immediately turned to rage as he tightly gripped the glass in his hand. Didn't you say the princess had no knights left? He questioned coldly, the subordinate behind him. I'm certain she has no knights left, the subordinate confirmed. Hearing this, Monarch made a guess. So, the princess hired mercenaries? Impossible, I'm sure she realizes the importance of this match, yet someone is foolish enough to dare side with the princess within my territory. At the same time, in another corner of the stands, Jay and Victor were also present. Mr. Victor, what about the match? She asked worriedly. We're not too late. Luckily, we made it just in time, Victor replied. Hearing that, the princess let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. But will this really be okay? At first glance, the difference in the giant's performance is huge, and the opposing knight is the champion of the Lamore territory. As she spoke, she looked at the two golems below, and just a glance at their size made even Jay herself unable to believe that they could actually win. Responding to her words, Sun, who was behind them, spoke up to reassure her. Everything will be fine. Although he usually seems quite naive, that man's skills are anything but ordinary. Inside the mere golem, Philip, who was piloting it, grumbled to himself, Young master, why would you do this to me? He complained for a moment, then turning back to the battle, the announcer's voice continued to ring out. The giant Mir, who we all predicted would forfeit, has arrived just in time. However, as we can see, the difference in specs is quite clear, especially when facing the undefeated champion, Achilles. From the audience's perspective, looking at the size difference between the two, they couldn't understand who had set up such a lopsided match. That giant? Are they really going to fight? Ha ha ha, unbelievable. He should just run. Calling that piece of junk a giant, can it even move? The crowd burst into laughter while, looking at Mir's shabby appearance, Achilles addressed his opponent. I'll give you credit for not running away. However, you must know how this match will end. I don't intend to go easy on you, he said, tightening his grip on the mace in his hand. On the opposite side, Philip calmly replied, We won't know until we try. Ha ha, very well, let's put that confidence to the test. After saying that, Achilles swung his giant mace straight at Philip, creating a large crater in the ground. Luckily, Philip had already anticipated this attack, so he simultaneously controlled his golem to jump to one side to dodge the blow. Just looking at its destructive power sent a chill down Philip's spine. If he were unlucky enough to get hit by that one blow, this golem would be turned into scrap metal. As expected, his strength was just as massive as his build. But being big and strong doesn't necessarily make you a good warrior. Thinking this, Philip took advantage of the opening right after Achilles attacked, to rush in close. However, Achilles reacted extremely quickly, not even waiting for the guard to get near him before swinging the mace once more, forcing Philip to hastily lower his body to dodge it. He's too fast, so dangerous, Philip thought to himself. Meanwhile, seeing Philip only dodging, Achilles let out a taunt. It seems your confidence was baseless. Hearing this, our Philip couldn't say a word in rebuttal. This is bad. That pilot is at least a veteran knight. As time went on, under Achilles' assault, the arena was smashed to smithereens. Attack! Attack even more! Achilles continued to unleash a barrage of strikes toward Mir. It was thought the match would end soon, but not a single blow has landed yet. The announcer's voice rang out as everyone watched. Despite possessing an incredibly powerful offense, not a single one of Achilles' attacks could touch Mir. The way Philip dodged the attacks made it look as if he were just playing with Achilles. Back to Sun's group, although they were extremely impressed with Philip's dodging ability, Victor was also terrified out of his mind. So scary, but he can't win by just running away like that. Hearing this, Princess Jay turned and whispered to him, Victor, don't worry. The Duke said that Philip is a very powerful knight, just trust in him. Speaking of our protagonist, he heard every whisper from the two beside him. However, Sun's eyes were still focused on the battle. Hey, I can hear you. He has faced countless different knights, so surely he's a skilled knight, but he needs more training. What on earth is he doing? Sun wondered, watching Philip run around like a headless chicken while Achilles pursued him relentlessly. But after running for a while, Philip was also getting a bit frustrated. Holy crap, doesn't this guy get tired? In that case, how about a sneak attack? With that thought, Philip immediately had the golem turn around. Next, while Achilles was still unable to react, he swung his sword straight at his opponent. However, his attack didn't even leave a scratch on that giant armor. The only effect of the attack was making Achilles even more furious. So you finally want to fight for real? Then I'll go all out too. After speaking, Achilles leaped into the air, simultaneously raising his mace. Seeing this move, the two commentators shouted excitedly, "Oh, there it is. That's the champion's finishing move. Will Mer be able to dodge it this time?" Looking at the devastating attack before him, Philip could only manage a strained smile. "Well, I'm definitely done for." Just like that, a massive explosion echoed throughout the arena. At the same time, a huge blast occurred, sending dust flying everywhere. But as the dust settled, the surprised voice of Achilles rang out. "I can't believe you managed to dodge that," he said while glancing at Philip behind him, and in response to his words, Philip's voice also changed slightly. "Roger will kill me if he finds out about this, but what can I do now? I have to win because the young master has placed his hopes in me. You'll regret this moment for the rest of your life for making me unleash my full power," Philip proclaimed, and as Achilles sensed the change in the aura he was emitting, his expression also changed, becoming more serious than ever before. To have an aura like that at such a young age, I can feel it from his movements. It seems I've finally met a worthy opponent. The moment he finished speaking, a virtual screen suddenly appeared in front of him, and the person inside the frame was none other than Count Monaco, with a nasty scowl on his face. "What the hell are you doing? Struggling against that piece of trash, are you? Are you insane? You know the consequences if you lose, don't you?" he yelled, grinding his teeth. "I apologize for disappointing you, my lord. From now on, I will show you the performance you requested." With that said, the knight did something that caused Achilles' golem to erupt with a powerful aura, blowing away all the surrounding dust. Next, he channeled power into his legs and dashed forward. "Let's save the fair fight for another day." With that, Achilles also drew his mace back, preparing to deliver a devastating blow. Seeing this, Philip on the opposite side had the same idea. "Sorry, I'm busy too. I can't accept another match." Then, before everyone's eyes, the destructive blow from Achilles came crashing down, causing the entire arena to seemingly tremble for a moment. But the attack only hit the ground, as the figure of the golem mirror was nowhere to be seen. It vanished. Achilles muttered, before he realized his right arm had been cleanly severed, leaving him stunned. Then, looking at Philip's current appearance, his mind recalled a certain memory. This aura and this speed, could it be? I remember now. He disappeared 3 years ago. The undefeated legend of the Giants Arena, the demonic sword of the Black Knight. Just as he finished that thought, Philip, controlling Mir from the other side, quickly rushed forward, unleashing a slash that cut through Achilles' body and officially putting an end to this battle. Staring at the shocking result, the two announcers were frozen for 2 seconds before they could make the announcement. An incredible result, something completely unexpected has happened. Achilles has been rendered unable to fight in an instant. The winner is Mir, the surprising underdog. Hearing this result, the audience on all sides began to chant Mir's name loudly, their voices echoing throughout the arena. Meanwhile, down below, Achilles' laughter could also be heard. "Haha, to think I'd meet the Black Knight here." Hearing this, Philip turned his head slightly and asked, "You know me, I fought you at the Royal Arena 3 years ago. You disappeared after setting a record. Why have you appeared here?" Achilles asked. "Well, I'm the Black Knight, so helping people is just a normal thing for me to do, right?" Philip said with a shrug, before asking Achilles for a favor. "Sorry, but can you keep it a secret that I'm the Black Knight? After all, I was laid off." "Can you keep my identity as the Black Knight a secret? After all, I was laid off." Achilles replied nonchalantly, which made Philip feel a bit apologetic. "Really? Well, my apologies then." The scene cuts to the upper stands. Old man Victor. Seeing Philip's victory, he couldn't hold back his tears. "Princess, we won," the old man said through his tears, while beside him, Princess Jay couldn't hide the joy on her face. "Victor, why are you crying on such a joyous occasion?" After saying that, she herself couldn't hold back her own tears. He looked at the two of them, gave a slight smile, and quietly left the stands. It looks like this will be fine. After all, I can finally leave this place with peace of mind." Then, Sun quickly walked over to a board that listed the betting odds for the matches. Looking at the odds for the match between Philip and Achilles, Sun smiled so widely he couldn't close his mouth. "No matter how many times I think about it, gambling is the real moneymaker. My odds were 21 to 1. I bet the entire 10,000 pesos I had earned so far. This world makes it so easy to earn money. To sum it up, let's go over the money Sun earned this time. The total income from selling the statue was 3,000 pesos. Taking that money to gamble, Sun earned another 3,000 pesos. That's a total of 6,000 pesos. His earnings from the previous giant fights were 4,000 pesos. Then, the total earnings of 10,000 pesos were multiplied by 21 thanks to Philip's victory. The grand total came to 210,000 pesos. Time flies, and the scene shifts to the docks because they have completed everything they needed to do here. So, Sun and Philip prepared to leave this place. Before they parted, Jay and Victor also came to see them off. "I suppose it's time for us to leave," Sun spoke up. Hearing that, Princess Jay also nodded. "We can't thank you enough for everything you've done. Don't worry about it. All we did was help out as much as we could. Sun said, waving his hand dismissively. However, Princess J, who stood before them, still seemed to have some regrets. But helping us like this must have been very difficult. We wish we could properly express our gratitude. Back to Sun. He helped Jay for his own reasons and wasn't expecting anything in return. Haha. It's all right. I think you've already given us enough. If we hadn't met you, we never would have earned so much money. To be honest, I'd really like to stay here longer. However, since we've caused such a huge commotion, I think it's best that we leave before my identity is revealed, Sun explained calmly, and the princess, with her sharp mind, quickly understood the problem. After all, Sun and his companion had fought the guards in order to help her. Oh, now I'm seeing the bigger picture. I hope I didn't make things too complicated for you, she said, her voice tinged with apology, but Sun wasn't too worried about it. I'm about to disappear from this island anyway, so you don't need to worry about us. However, I think it would be better if you left this area as soon as possible. If he's willing to go to such lengths, he won't give up so easily. He is likely already planning his next move, Sun advised, and the old butler, Victor, completely agreed with this suggestion. That's right, princess. We need to leave while Count Monarch doesn't have any reason to keep us here any longer. Adding to the old man's words, Sun also said, I understand you're worried about the refugees, but even if you stayed here, you couldn't do anything to help all of them secure a better future. I think it would be wiser for the princess to take a step back right now. But before he could finish his sentence, the princess suddenly cut in, I have come to my senses. However, this will be quite difficult for me. Even though right now I may seem stubborn and foolish, I cannot abandon my people when they have no one to rely on. Even if it's just a little, I want to help as many of them as I possibly can. Her eyes were filled with determination as she said this, which left Simon a bit stunned. But very quickly, he broke into a smile and nodded. I understand. In that case, please stay safe. Saying that, he extended his hand, and the princess also offered her small hand, grasping his firmly as she replied, I hope you also have a safe journey back of your own. Thank you. I look forward to the day we meet again. After bidding farewell to the princess and her group, the two of them, Simon and Philip, quickly boarded a ship to leave the island. Since he had solved such a major problem, all that was left was to return home and be hailed as a hero. But why did you bring those fools along? You should have just scammed them out of their money, Philip said, glancing at the two mechanics they had met back where the golem mirror was. Our friend Philip still hadn't forgotten the bet of 10,000 pesos he had with them. In response to this question, Simon just shrugged and reminded him, Didn't you say that in our territory that we don't have any golem engineers? Let's see, it's true that we currently don't have any, Philip admitted. Then how are we supposed to use a golem if there's no one to repair it? Simon retorted with a sideways glance. However, this remark left Philip a bit astonished because he had seen with his own eyes Simon repair a golem that had been out of commission for ages. Can't you fix it yourself, young master? Philip asked. And to this question, Simon couldn't tell if Philip was playing dumb or was genuinely an idiot. Are you stupid? Do you know how to restore and repair mana stones by yourself? Now you know why you're still at the bottom of the chain of command. Now shut up and go guard our cargo, Simon yelled, causing his friend Philip to whine tearfully. Young master, you're so cruel. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the Lacan family estate. By now, the merchant Dardarin had arrived and was at the mansion, preparing to collect their debt. Why are you here seizing our belongings? I thought we still had more time. Butler Han said in confusion, watching as Darren's soldiers packed up the family's belongings as collateral. Turning to Darren, he heard the question and sneered. Time? Thanks for bringing that up. The young master of the Lacan family said he would pay off the debt, and I trusted him. But he betrayed the one who trusted him and fled in the middle of the night. So why should I wait any longer? He yelled. At that moment, our friend Philip, who had just returned, appeared behind him like a ghost and spoke up, causing the fat man to jump in surprise. Goodness, you startled me. What is it? Hearing the question, Philip replied with a bright smile, saying, My name is Philip. I am the young master's guardian knight. Up ahead, upon hearing this, Darren's expression also changed and he asked, A guardian knight? Why are you here alone? Where is the young master? Actually, I came here to deliver something. As he spoke, Philip's group opened each of the wooden chests, revealing the gleaming gold coins that practically blinded Darren. Impossible. In less than a week, he earned more than 30,000 pesos. Does that mean I can't take over his territory anymore? The more the merchant Darren thought about it, the more he questioned his life choices, amazed by San's money-making ability. Meanwhile, our friend Philip, as if wanting to get rid of him quickly, shouted at his underlings. You idiots, can't you see Sir Darren here is busy? Hurry up and load the 30,000 pesos onto his carriage before we waste another second of his time. All right. The two of them replied weakly and quickly carried all the wooden chests onto the carriage. Meanwhile, seeing his plan crumble, the fat man tried to salvage the situation. Now, there's no need to be in such a hurry. That's right, I'll wait to receive it directly from the young master, he stammered. In response to this, Philip gave a slight smile and took out a piece of paper, saying, "This is a message from the young master for you. Sir Darren, let's see. I guess you're already making your next plan. Darren, now that we've paid off the debt, you are considered a trespasser. If you plan to stay here and cause trouble, I advise you to prepare yourself. According to Article 36, Section 34 of the Royal Noble Law, nobles whose territories or properties under their management are trespassed upon have the right to execute the trespassers. Unless you want to be split in two, I advise you to leave this place right now. That is all." That was the young master's message. Oh, he also said I should give you 3 seconds. That is his final message. With that, our friend Philip drew his sword, making the fat man's scalp tingle with fear. In the end, he could only take the money he received and hastily drive his carriage away from this place. "You will regret this." He uttered a meaningless threat, and watching his carriage drive off into the distance, Philip wasn't worried in the slightest. At least those people know that the young master is terrifying, and I am also completely aware of that. At the same time, Butler Han's group, still stunned by the situation before them, called out to Philip. Hearing this, an emotional Philip turned back to the group and said, "Everyone, you can rejoice now. The young master and I have finally..." Before he could finish his sentence, he realized that everyone's gazes seemed a little different. "Philip, how dare you sell the wall of the Lacan family, right? I won't let you get away with this. And the young master, where did he go? Don't tell me something happened to him," Captain Roger said as he grabbed Philip by the collar, scaring him so much his eyes rolled into the back of his head like a man about to meet his end. "Can you give me a moment?" Philip said hurriedly, but he only received a shout from Roger. "Stop making excuses and answer my question." With that, he used his big, cow-like eyes to stare intently at Philip, making him afraid to meet his gaze. "All right, young master." At that same moment, the scene shifts. The scene shifts to the Demon King's tower. This is the first time Simon has returned here in 500 years, gently pushing the door open and looking inside. Looking at the surroundings, Simon sighed. This place is a real mess. I guess that's understandable. There's no way. They could have taken good care of this place." As he said that, he snapped his fingers, and immediately all the lamps inside the tower lit up. The eerie blue flames made the atmosphere of the Demon King's castle even more true to its name. I guess I should be thankful it's still standing after 500 years. At this point, Simon also noticed the red staircase to the side and was immediately reminded of his memories with his girlfriend, Katerina. "This is the last place that holds my memories of Katerina. No matter what happens, I will protect this place. However, this is the most important thing. I hope this still works." With that, Simon placed his hand on a nearby wall and channeled his mana into it. Then, the wall began to emit a brilliant light, and very quickly, a secret door opened right before Simon's eyes. Seeing that it still worked, Simon exclaimed happily, "I knew it! Thanks to the brilliant dwarves. Even though 500 years have passed, it still works perfectly. Now, should I take back what's mine?" Simon muttered to himself. His eyes shone with determination and a hint of excitement as he gazed into the secret space that had just been revealed. Next, Simon walked into the secret passageway leading underground. As he went, he mumbled to himself, "The best way to break a curse is to possess mana stronger than the curse itself. Well, that's age-old advice, but it's the only solution I have right now." Saying this, Simon paused for a moment and stared intently at the door before him before gently pushing it open. Inside the room was a glass container holding a red stone floating in its center. Seeing that everything inside the room was intact and untouched, Simon nodded in satisfaction. "The last time I was here was 5 centuries ago. This room was very well protected. I like its quiet space more than I did before." "Long time no see," Simon said while staring intently at the red stone in front of him. This story goes back 5 centuries. In the demon territory, Simon, with his immense power, had infiltrated the territory all by himself. At that time, he unleashed a death bullet attack, easily shattering the bodies of 2 demons that charged at him. After dealing with them, he looked up in a certain direction and asked, "Are you the ruler of this place?" In response, a small figure let out a long, bored yawn. She was the archdemon How. "I heard you've already taken down a few strongholds. I thought you were some old level 8 geezer, but you're so young. I'm a bit disappointed. Still, a human like you is rather interesting. I'm so touched that I'll do something for you. Call me whatever you like. I'm just satisfying your curiosity before you die," How said with an extremely confident voice, as if defeating Simon was a certainty. Meanwhile, our protagonist found her talking to be rather annoying. "You're the most talkative archdemon I've ever met. Do demons get more long-winded the higher their level is?" He sighed as if disappointed, and naturally, his somewhat disdainful words sent How into a rage. "You fool. I was showing you mercy, yet you refused it. You're arrogant just because you beat a few low-level demons. I'll show you that the demons here are completely different from the ones you faced before." As she spoke, her surrounding minions also tightened their grips on their weapons and emitted a dangerous aura. However, Sun wasn't foolish enough to face this group alone. "Don't worry, I'm not crazy enough to enter the battlefield by myself." Just as he finished speaking, from above him, a group of golems burst through the wall and charged in. Just like that, without another word, both sides immediately clashed. And after who knows how long, the final victory naturally belonged to him. Realizing she had been defeated, Howd voiced her curiosity. "What do you plan to do by turning me into mana? Do you want to change the world or something?" "Ah, I won't answer that question," Sun said coldly. "You don't need to know. Just be reborn as mana." With that said, he used some kind of magic that transformed the archdemon's entire body into a red stone. And that was the very stone he kept stored in this vial. Recalling the battle with her in the past, he sighed inwardly. The entire process of taking her down was several times harder than with the others. If you absorb mana incorrectly, you can go insane. I've witnessed people turn into grotesque creatures because of it. Back then, I couldn't absorb it yet. But by the time I learned the proper way to safely absorb mana, I had already reached level 9 and no longer needed it. I never thought I'd need to use it 5 centuries later. As he spoke, Sun casually tossed the stone into his mouth and swallowed it whole. Next, an intense pain assaulted his body, causing him to scream out in agony. Then, in his hazy state, his consciousness was transported to a desert-like space. "Is this my mindscape? It seems I haven't been consumed by the mana." Sun speculated inwardly. He then spotted the figure of Howd up ahead, and she had spotted him as well. However, Howd didn't recognize Sun's current appearance. "Who are you?" she asked, simultaneously releasing her powerful aura, causing Sun's face to contort under the pressure she was creating. "It's hard to withstand with my current body. It's been 500 years. How does she still have so much mana? She's still holding on?" With this thought, Sun spoke up. "I came here to borrow." Before he could finish his sentence, Howd's eyes flashed as she quickly deduced Sun's identity. "You're him?" With that, Howd's body shot forward faster than an arrow, and she immediately grabbed Sun by the throat, slamming him down onto the ground with incredible ease, which even surprised her. "What is this? You're this weak now? I almost didn't recognize you. So why did you come here?" "I told you, I need to borrow your vessel." Sun gritted his teeth as he spoke, causing the archdemon above him to laugh at his audacious thought. "Haha, is that so? But are you sure you can even use it with that feeble body? The enemy who imprisoned me for centuries has come crawling back so pathetically, desperate for my power. It's amusing, isn't it?" As she spoke, the archdemon's voice echoed. Her hand, like an iron vice, slowly tightened around Sun's neck, making him feel as if his head was about to be torn off. "Damn it, you! I'll get my neck crushed." With that thought, he spoke up to create a diversion. "Are you okay with this? What's the deal? I came here to make you an offer. Are you really going to dispose of me just like that?" As he spoke, Zeman quickly calculated in his head. "She wants to use my body as a mana supply, so she won't actually harm me." He thought to himself. Just as he had predicted, after hearing Zeman's words, the demoness released her grip on his neck. "An offer? I'll at least acknowledge your courage, but now that your magic circle is broken, do you think you can handle my power?" Hearing this, Zeman calmly replied, "If I can't, then just take over my body. You've been trapped here for centuries, so you have nothing to lose. Is that so? I wonder if there's a simpler solution." With that, she snapped her fingers. Instantly, red and black streams of mana resembling venomous snakes shot forward, tightly binding his limbs. "I'll play with you for as long as I've been trapped here. Shouldn't you at least be able to endure this much?" Howd said with amusement. Meanwhile, Zeman was analyzing the power affecting his body. "Is this mind control?" he wondered, but only for a few seconds. Howd noticed and began to increase the power of the black mana tendrils, causing Zeman to let out an agonized scream. "You still have time to think, getting taken down by mind magic? Where has all your pride gone?" she said with delight. After hearing her, Zeman managed to force a twisted smile. "You're as noisy as ever, huh?" Hearing this, Howd's expression shifted slightly as she asked coldly, "Is all you do is run your mouth? Do you think you still possess the same amount of mana and magic circles as in the past?" Opposite her, Zeman replied indifferently, "Even though I've become powerless, with my broken magic circle, I, the one who reached the 9th circle of black magic, will never fall to this kind of mind control magic." As he said this, Zeman's form suddenly vanished before Howd's eyes. Then, his body from the past appeared, but in a gigantic form. He reached his hand out towards the archdemon, grabbing her small body and squeezing hard, instantly causing Howd's vision to go black. Next, because this was only a mental world, Howd's intact body quickly reappeared. And with Zeman having escaped her earlier mind control magic, she had also confirmed one thing. "I knew it, you really are interesting. But I never thought you could actually reach the 9th magic circle, could you? Come on, if you don't believe me, let's keep playing," Zeman said with a grin. Hearing this, Howd wasn't foolish enough to play mind games with him again. "That's enough. What I mean is, even if you reach that level, you still couldn't change the world. In response to this jab, Zeman slowly stood up and declared, "No, it's not over yet. I will definitely change this world," he said, his eyes filled with determination. As for Howd, seeing Zeman's confidence, she seemed a bit amused. "I wonder how much of my power you can actually utilize, but for you, the one who reached the 9th circle, perhaps it's a given." Zeman replied confidently. "Haha, so confident. That's right. Even if I were to take over your body, the 6th or 7th circle would be my limit. I will let you crush the world." Howd said cheerfully, "Before my body slowly dissolves into streams of black mana, I guess I'll have to try my best not to disappoint you." Sun said with a smile, "Of course, this time I absolutely cannot afford to fail," Howd instructed. Just like that, it was not long before Sun's consciousness returned to his body. Next, he casually used a type of magic called Black Flame, aiming it at the nearby wall to observe its destructive power. He quickly deduced his current strength, which seemed to have only reached the 3rd circle. But having a foundation like this was more than enough. Perhaps because the mana had been purified, its color looked a bit different than before. Anyway, if Howd had wanted to, she could have taken over his body. I must meet her expectations. Sun muttered to himself and quickly left the secret room, thinking about his next plan as he walked. I already know the theory behind the enlightenment of each circle, so reaching the 9th circle will be easy enough. However, gathering the mana to reach the 9th circle will take a lot of time, so I must act immediately. At this thought, Sun's pace quickened slightly. Next, he opened another secret room. "You have been resting for 500 years. Get up and get to work." After saying that, Sun slammed his hand down onto the floor, creating a complex magic circle. "Now, you all will have to help me," Sun said with a smile, as he looked at the group of stone golems before him. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the territory of Count Monarch. At this moment, the guy who piloted the golem Aculus was being punished by the Count for his failure. Have you realized your mistake?" he asked in a cold voice. I apologize. My lord, please forgive my failure." Mylan hastily replied. Hearing this, the Count shrugged and continued, "Failure? You think it is just because of that match? No matter how you look at it, it is strange. Even with a power gap 5 times greater, you still managed to lose. Wouldn't anyone who saw it say you secretly colluded with the JNA?" As he spoke, his expression grew darker, causing the alarm bells in Mylan's mind to ring incessantly and urging him to explain. "I swore my loyalty to you. I would never do such a thing. I swear on all my honor as a knight that I would never do that." "A knight's honor? Is that all you can say?" Achilles sneered mockingly. At the same time, the hound-like man beside him raised the sword in his hand as if wanting to send him to the afterlife. With no other choice to save his own life, Mylan had to start talking, offering a silent apology to Philip. "I know a few things about the guy who piloted that giant. 3 years ago, I faced him at the Royal Giant Arena. He was famous for being an undefeated knight. So who did they team up with?" Monarch asked. But to this question, our friend Mylan was at a loss. They left right after that, so no one knows their identities anymore. "I see, then you are useless," Monarch said while signaling his subordinates with his eyes, causing Mylan's face to go pale. "Huh? What? I will find him, I swear. Please spare." Before he could finish his words, the sound of a sword slicing through the air rang out, ending the knight's life. Seeing that he had gone to meet his maker, the monarch also calmly left the room, as if nothing had happened outside. Another subordinate had been waiting for a long time to report. Princess J had stayed in Leymore, apparently because of the refugees. Hearing this, Monarch gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with anger as he instructed. "Understood. Continue to monitor her every move, and also, find the one who controlled Malin, find him at all costs. I must see him with my own eyes to determine if he will obstruct my plans." As he spoke, the Count clenched his fist. Time passed, and the scene shifted to a rundown town area. Looking at the door before him, Sun's voice rang out. From ancient times, the Lacan family prospered like a river flowing through fertile lands. But as time passed, most of the people left, leaving behind many abandoned houses. There are 3 villages on the verge of becoming ghost towns. What do you think about this matter? As he spoke, Sun turned to look at the accountant Dixon, who was tied up beside him, and then he slowly drew the sword from his hip, causing Dixon to become so scared that his face turned purple with fright. "Young master, why are you doing this?" the terrified man asked. Sun, however, kept swinging the sword in his hand, replying, "Huh. Are you playing dumb? Isn't this problem your fault?" Hearing this, Dixon hurriedly explained, "I truly did my best. I'm serious." Hearing that, Sun glanced at him as if looking at an insect. "You did your best? I really want to hang you in the middle of the square as an example, but the more I look at your record, the more interesting you seem. You are a talent recognized by the entire empire, but instead, you rejected offers from other territories and chose to come here. I requested the financial ledgers for the past 10 years to see what you've done, and you actually brought me the entire set within a single day without any errors. You really are useful." Across from him, Hearing these words of praise from Sun, the man's face lit up and he laughed loudly. Ha ha, I'm very good with calculations. Well, if I may brag, I can solve any math problem in my head. He boasted arrogantly. However, just a second later, the man couldn't smile anymore. That's precisely the problem, Sun muttered, leaving Dixon a bit confused. Then, before his dazed eyes, Sun reached out and grabbed him tightly by the collar and threw him straight down a slope. Just like that, his whole body rolled like a ball, hurtling downwards while Sun gently slid down. Subsequently, upon hitting a cliff, Dixon's body finally stopped and the rope binding him came undone. Why did you do that? The man stammered. Then, after witnessing the impoverished townscape before him, his voice trailed off. This place is. Are these people really residents of the Viscounty? Impossible. When I calculated the averages, there shouldn't be slums like this, Dixon thought in a daze, and as if reading his mind, Sun walked over to him and said in a cold voice, How does it feel to actually see the village with your own eyes? You can't just summarize people's lives with numbers. You need to spend time among them and find out for yourself why the Viscount's territory has fallen into this state. If you don't find the cause, then you will no longer work for us. Are you going to fire me? Dixon stammered, and in response to this question came a bright yet menacing smile from the main character. Do you want to quit right now? Seeing this, the bald-headed man shuddered and immediately ran towards the townspeople to find out what was going on. Everyone, I am Dixon, the accountant for the Raikin family. I'm here to improve your living conditions. Back to Sun. Watching Dixon work so enthusiastically to avoid getting kicked out of the family, he had some thoughts of his own. I don't mind seeing the Raikin family fall, but there's a right time for that. I need to improve this place so I can enhance my magic circle. With that thought, Sun also left the town, leaving everything for Dixon to handle on his own. The scene shifts to the Rackin estate. At this moment, our friend Philip was still getting an earful from Han and Roger. Tell me again. Philip, is it true that he paid off the debt by gambling? Yes, that's right, sir. Philip said weakly. And after he said this, everyone present in the main hall turned to whisper amongst themselves. Oh my gosh, he really solved the debt problem by gambling. If people find out about this, the family's image will be ruined. Why didn't you stop him? A blond man asked. Meanwhile, Butler Han was so stunned he nearly fainted on the spot. Oh heavens, we've built the family's reputation for centuries, and yet he goes and destroys it all. As for Roger, after gritting his teeth in frustration, he glared at Philip and asked, Hey Philip, his identity wasn't exposed, was it? Of course not, I'm not that stupid, Philip asserted firmly, but as he said this, he realized he might have spoken too soon. How dare you use a weapon against the sole heir of the Rackin family? Those were the words Philip had shouted at the scammers inside the casino. Remembering this, his face turned pale and he tearfully admitted, I guess I really am that stupid. In front of him, Roger drew his sword upon hearing this, wanting to give him a few stabs. You idiot, he shouted in frustration, turning towards Butler Han. Regardless of whether Sun's identity was revealed in the casino, he was more concerned about other issues. Even if his identity wasn't revealed at the casino, it's only a matter of time before people find out. Considering Count Monek's intelligence capabilities, he is the Lord of Lamer, so all news will eventually reach his ears, and with his malicious nature, he will likely find a way to retaliate. If he does that, in reality, we won't be able to do anything because he is a distant cousin of the Emperor. As he said this, Han's face couldn't hide his worry, and beside him, the captain of the knights, Roger, also agreed with this. Count Monek expands his territory through warfare and conquest. We've just given him a reason to start a war with us. Hearing this, Han felt even more disheartened and asked himself a question. I wonder what the young master was thinking when do that. In response to his question, Sun, who had just returned to the mansion, also spoke up. I can't listen to this anymore. Where have all the people who said the family's reputation is important gone? Are you all saying that we should just ignore the evil deeds happening right before our eyes? Hearing this, Captain Roger at the front immediately retorted, We are just being realistic. Our military strength is nothing compared to Count Monek's. We just want to inform you that your decision has put this entire family in danger. Seeing how this group was still so stubborn, he proceeded to set each one of them straight. Did you all achieve the title of hero by licking the boots of those in power? Weren't you bestowed the title of hero? It was because you fought for justice, even in the most disadvantageous situations. In response to his sarcastic remarks, Butler Han, seeing the tense situation, hurriedly tried to explain, The people here are giving their all for the Lockin family. How could you say that? Without letting him finish his sentence, Sun shot him a look and asked bluntly, So, have the problems been solved? And yet you all make such a big deal about my gambling. That is a serious matter. If people found out that you paid off your debts with the money earned from gambling, the Lockin family's reputation would plummet. Han tried to point out the problem. However, faced with his talk of empty honor, Sun couldn't contain his anger and pointed a finger straight in his face. That's enough. Can a good reputation solve starvation? Your duty is to protect the people. The people of the Viscount's territory are starving to death and leaving because they can't endure the living conditions. And yet you still can't get your priorities straight? How truly ignorant. I will not tolerate behavior like this anymore. From now on, everything will change. If you think my orders are wrong, then you can leave as you please, and anyone who doesn't follow my orders will be fired. Sun said in a tone that held no compromise, causing Han's expression to change. Young master, the people here have served the Lacan family for a very long time. He spoke up, trying to salvage the situation. Hearing this, Sun let out a heavy sigh wearily. Yes, and I don't like narrow-minded people. I will show you my resolve. Saying this, he also turned to look at Philip, who had been a great help on this trip. Philip, you did an excellent job on our trip. You're as capable as a captain. Hearing this, question marks practically appeared over Philip's head, as he couldn't understand why the topic had suddenly shifted to him. Me? I wouldn't go that far, he stammered in response. Seeing this, Sun glanced at Roger and said with a meaningful tone, I believe only a capable person deserves to be the captain of the knights. What do you think about that, Roger? Hearing these words from the young master, Roger seemed to understand his intention. Young master, are you trying to? Before he could finish speaking, Sun stated his purpose bluntly. It's simple. The winner of a duel will be appointed as the captain of the knights. Turning towards Philip, who practically burst into tears upon hearing this. I can't do such a thing. He is my uncle and the one who taught me swordsmanship. For some reason, Roger felt a bit annoyed after hearing that. Be quiet, Philip. I get it. I still haven't had a chance to prove my abilities to you. I hope you're as good as you say, Sun replied. And so, the group headed to the training ground to show off their skills. Looking at the nephew before him, Roger's face showed a hint of reminiscence. It's been a long time since we've fought, hasn't it? Just the two of us. In response, Philip nodded. Yes, it's been several years. However, I'm very confused about all of this, so I just plan to give it my all, he said as he slowly drew his sword from its sheath. Meanwhile, Roger looked a bit interested. All right, this should be fun. Then, after pausing for about 1 to 2 seconds, Philip gripped the sword in his hand and said with a hesitant voice, Here I come. On the side, Sun saw the look on Philip's face, which was drenched in sweat, and thought to himself, why does Philip seem so tense? Is Roger really that strong? After facing countless knights, I've learned that Philip is very strong. Back to the battle. After taking a deep breath to compose himself, our friend Philip unleashed his sword skill, dashing past Roger's body. However, his last move was blocked very cleanly by the knight captain. It seems you've gotten better. Philip, your skills have improved, he said, offering a word of praise. Hearing this, Philip asserted, I'm not the same as I was before, uncle. After speaking, Philip rushed towards him again at a blistering pace. This time, instead of attacking rashly, he began to move around continuously to disorient Roger, and witnessing his speed, Roger was a bit surprised. What's this? It seems you're not just playing around, are you? The words had barely left his mouth when suddenly Philip's figure appeared behind him. However, his speed still wasn't enough to get past the eyes of this seasoned knight. I see. So there was a reason the young master praised you after all. However, to become the protective sword of the family, you need to train much more. With that said, without even turning around, Roger easily grabbed Philip by the collar. Then, with just a bit of force, he was able to easily slam the young man's entire body into the ground, creating a large crater in the floor. However, the attack wasn't over yet. While Philip's eyes were still rolling back in pain, his uncle followed up with a kick that sent his whole body flying like a ragged doll. As a result, before Philip could even show off much, he was completely thrashed by his uncle. A sense of indignation began to well up inside Philip, causing him to shout, It's not over yet. In response to these words, Roger just calmly rested his sword on his neck and shook his head. The match is over, young master. Is this enough to show you why I am the commander of the knight squad? He said while glancing over at Sun, who was not far away. And witnessing his performance, although he disliked the man's attitude a bit, Sun had to crack a smile and admit those skills are very impressive indeed. Time passed quickly, and the scene changed to the main training ground. At this moment, the group of knights was training their endurance through jogging. And even though the group behind them was panting like dogs, Roger still didn't let up. Don't stop, we haven't run enough yet. The young master is watching, run faster. Yes, sir. The group shouted in unison. Back to San, his mood was also a bit annoyed as he grumbled. I can't believe you lost so easily. But that man Lacan is one of the 5 strongest swordsmen on the continent, his friend Philip quickly retorted. So if someone targets me, I can only wait to die? Zahn nonchalantly said, which made his friend Philip only able to apologize. Paying no mind to this, Zahn's voice from up ahead suddenly changed a bit. Philip, I plan to choose you as my official escort knight, so make sure to do whatever it takes to fulfill that role. With just those words, Philip was so moved that tears streamed down his face and he gritted his teeth, promising, I will do my absolute best to become the sword that protects you. I will show you that I am worthy of your trust. Then hurry up and join their training. Zahn smiled. Yes, young master. Philip replied and quickly ran to the training ground. Putting that matter aside, glancing at the state of the knights, Exxon nodded in approval. Indeed, the people among the 50 knights were considered veterans thanks to this family's warrior lineage. Not just Philip, but Roger as well. They were outstanding geniuses that almost anyone would want to have. If that's the case, I understand why the family is in this state. Time passed quickly until late in the afternoon. At this point, it was unclear what Zahn had done, but Han's entire body was shaking as if having a seizure. What is this? Do you know what you were doing? First, you sold the statue. Now you're selling the family's treasures. Are you planning to throw away the honor of this family? Han yelled questioningly as he saw servants carrying items outside one by one. If it can make money, I'll do it, Zahn said casually. However, Han couldn't possibly accept these words. Young master, why would you do such a thing? He said, his whole body trembling violently, as if trying to suppress his anger. Then, looking at the man's face which seemed about to explode, Sean reluctantly explained, the hero Lochan, who died 500 years ago, is of no use to us now. Just think, it's because of the rules we cling to, all in the name of the hero Lochan, that the family has declined to its current state. It's all because of people like you that the family's name has collapsed irreparably. If it weren't for the Demon King's curse, Old Man Han said defensively. But those very words of his were the best proof. That attitude is also a problem, praising the good fortune of our predecessors and blaming the decline on the Demon King. Let me make it clear to you, I intend to become someone even greater than the hero Lochan. So if you still intend to cling to those old principles, I will erase your name from the family's history. As he spoke, Zahn took out a dagger and slammed it firmly into the table, as if to show his determination. Having said his piece, he was also annoyed as he left the room. And after he left, the remaining servants gathered around to check on Han. Are you all right, Mr. Han? In response to these words, Han's entire body trembled uncontrollably. Young master, I still remember back when. You used to sit on my lap and listen to me read books. I can't believe you've changed so much. Because you keep visiting the Demon King's castle, there's no doubt about it. It must be because of the Demon King's curse outside. Just then, his friend Philip also seemed a bit flustered as he tried to persuade him. Young master, just this once, can you listen to Mr. Han? What you just said was too. Before he could finish his sentence, Zeman cut him off. Harsh, I think a little differently. I don't intend to give Mr. Han time to think and delay things as much as possible. At this point, Zeman paused for a beat before getting to his own business. Forget about that. Have you completed the task that I assigned you? Hearing that, Philip's expression changed and he hurriedly reminded him, whispering, Young master, you're being too loud. This is information I had a hard time getting from Mr. Han. So where is it? Zeman asked with interest, which made his friend Philip's face turn pale. Lower your voice a bit, that matter, blah blah blah. He whispered something into Zeman's ear, and the scene changes to a prison cell somewhere. At this moment, the voices of Zeman and Philip could be heard here. As they walked, Zeman complained, What is it, Philip? Ah, this is different from what I told you. Doesn't he look like he's already done for? Zeman said while looking at the skinny man imprisoned inside. And looking at the man's current state, even Philip himself didn't quite know how to explain it. No, just yesterday he was still. Before he could finish his words, the man imprisoned inside suddenly spoke up. Who are you? As he spoke, Zeman immediately felt a heavy mental pressure weighing down on him. This immense pressure was clearly the power of a 5th-level mage. No, perhaps even stronger than that, he thought to himself. Inside the prison, when the man saw that Zeman didn't respond, he glanced at him and warned, Don't make me repeat myself. Answer quickly. Who are you? Back to Zeman, he spoke up. I heard you've been imprisoned here for a very long time, but you seem to be doing fine. Hearing the familiar voice, the man's expression immediately changed as he asked back. This voice, could it be? Before he could finish his sentence, the main character cut him off. What is the domain's only battle mage doing rotting away in a place like this? Ahead, the mage saw Zeman personally come here and shouted, Young master, why have you set foot in a place like this? Hearing that, Zeman said bluntly, Did you think I would turn a blind eye to someone lazing around in my territory? I heard you've been harming yourself by refusing to eat or drink. Is that why Han locked you down here? Zeman speculated aloud, causing the mage's face to become flustered. That's because you lost consciousness due to an accident involving a giant caused by my carelessness. Isn't that right, young master? I wish for nothing more than to atone with my life, the man said in a voice filled with remorse. However, this attitude of his also made him a bit irritated. Do you really believe your life is that valuable? Besides, the giant accident was already confirmed not to be your fault. Over here, the mage still didn't dare to meet the questioning gaze of Zeman. If I had been more careful, it wouldn't have happened. It's all my fault. Please punish me. He spoke in a pleading voice. Seeing this, his companion Philip, who seemed all too familiar with these words, also grew weary and wanted to leave soon. Let's just head back. Ignoring his words, Sun's displeasure was written all over his face. I understand you're extremely loyal, but you're killing me with your stubbornness. There's no other way. He thought to himself and then spoke up. Since you insisted on this, I will do exactly as you ask. Philip, bring me a sword. Hearing this, Philip, who was standing beside him, looked horrified. What is it, young master? He exclaimed, but still tossed his sword to Sun. Next, the protagonist was seen drawing the sword from its sheath. As he did, he said, You begged me for this, so I will give you a fitting punishment, so don't you dare blame me. With that, he swung the sword straight ahead. However, instead of finishing the man off, Sun severed the chains that bound him, causing the man's face to fill with bewilderment as he asked, Young master, what is the meaning of this? In front of him, Sun withdrew his sword and replied, You're more useful to me alive than dead. I cannot tolerate failure. I plan to work you to the bone, to the point you'll wish you were dead. It is your duty to swear lifelong loyalty to me and to assist me. Swear on your honor as a mage and carve this moment into your heart. Philip, bring it out. Yes, my lord, Philip replied, tossing the bag from his back in front of the mage, causing the gold coins inside to spill out everywhere. Staring at the gold coins glittering before him, the man asked in a bewildered voice, Young master, where did all this money come from? It's nothing much, probably around 70,000 bowls. Use this money and prepare to build the magic tower. Buy whatever magic books you need and prepare the necessary equipment for repairing and crafting golems. Unlike the previous lords, I intend to invest heavily in magic. Make sure an incident like this never happens again, Sun said coldly, moving the man to tears. He still couldn't accept this favor from the young master. But I have caused you harm, young master. I don't know if I'm worthy of such kindness. In response, Sun gave him an answer that put his mind at ease. What are you talking about? This is a punishment. Steel yourself. I have no intention of forgiving you so easily. You know, he said, extending his hand forward. And after Sun had said all this, the old mage could no longer refuse. He immediately knelt on one knee before Sun and swore an oath. I am the Iron Mage of the Lockin family. From now until the day I draw my last breath, I swear to dedicate myself to atone for my transgression. As he said this, his face and eyes lit up brighter than ever before. Witnessing the sheer amount of mana he was emitting, Philip couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, as expected of Master M, that amount of mana is truly top tier. Beside him, Sun cracked a small smile. He had placed his bet on the right person. This man had zero flexibility, but his stubbornness would be a beacon in a crisis. Thinking this, Sun also nodded and gave his first orders. There are only 2 available people in the territory, so I'll entrust them to you, Sun said calmly, unaware that Butler Han, who was hiding behind them, had overheard their entire conversation. However, in his mind, even though Sun had successfully persuaded the mage, Han still couldn't shake the anxiety in his heart. He managed to persuade someone as stubborn as M, truly an incredible person, but for some reason, I still feel a bit uneasy. Time passed quickly, and 1 month later, Sun's family territory had changed so much it was almost unrecognizable. Scene change. To the training grounds, where shouts echoed, Focus the energy from your abdomen. Captain Roger yelled, Yes, sir. The others responded, Correct your posture. Philip Roger continued to remind them. Not far away, Butler, Han, and 2 other young people were also observing the training session and remarked, This family is changing. Philip, you were never very serious before, but now you're training harder than anyone else. Mute, you used to hide in shame because of past mistakes, but now you're proactively training the new recruits. As he was thinking this, from behind them came a familiar voice. Long time no see, everyone. Hearing the voice, all 3 of them jumped in surprise and turned around. And when they recognized the person's face, they were equally astonished. Is that voice Sir Dixon? Haha. I'm relieved to see you're all doing well, Dixon said with a laugh, looking somewhat disheveled. Seeing his appearance, Han rushed over worriedly and asked, The entire territory has been in an uproar looking for you. Where on earth have you been all this time? Hearing this question, Dixon's face lit up with excitement as he began to share his achievements. Haha, I apologize for unintentionally worrying everyone. It's a long story, but I think it's better to show you while I explain. With that, they all headed to the slums, the place where Dixon had been working for the past month in an effort to rebuild it. When they arrived, Han could hardly believe his eyes. How can this be possible? Is this really the slums? Han said with a stunned expression. Looking at his face, Dixon couldn't help but burst out laughing. Haha, Sir Han, I can't have you being so surprised right from the start. Do you see that marketplace? Unlike before, anyone can now freely sell their goods. This was decided together with all the residents here. Now, everyone is discussing how to improve the territory, and the old inefficient traditions are gradually being abolished. As he said this, Dixon's expression grew more serious and he asked probingly, Sir Han, don't you think this is how the territory is supposed to be? Turning to the old butler, his lips were pressed into a tight line, unable to speak. I have no choice but to agree. However, It's undeniable that everything happening now goes against the policies of the Reikon family for the past 500 years. Time passed until the afternoon. To confirm his thoughts, Han went to ask for the opinions of the important members of the family. The first was Captain Roger. Haha, I had the same concerns as you have now, but I've let them all go. He proved himself with results, so I don't. What more is there to say? Oh, it's time for training, so I must be going. However, don't you think we have a duty to place our full trust in the young master? Well then, I'll be on my way. Roger stated his opinion and quickly left the room before Han could ask anything else. Looking at his expression, it seemed the old butler was still not satisfied with Roger's opinion. In that short time, everyone has already been won over. He said this while looking at his own reflection in his teacup with a contemplative, unreadable expression. It was hard to guess what he was thinking. Time continued to pass, and 1 week later, the scene shifts to Sion's office. At this moment, the butler Han was reporting back to his young master. I have organized all the documents that you requested, young master. In response, Sion, still focused on writing something on a piece of paper, nodded, apologizing for giving Han so much work. Even so, I'm still counting on you. After hearing this, Han added that he would handle the office-related issues tomorrow, and if there were any other problems, Sion could let him know. He could also fix them himself. On the other side, Sion didn't wait for him to finish before reminding him. Your priorities are wrong, Han. People with nowhere to shelter from the rain are flooding our territory. Think of them first. Hearing the command from his young master, the butler's hand instinctively clenched. The more he understood his young master, the more he felt that following him was the right thing to do. However, I must first determine the young master's true intentions, Han reminded himself. Then, on that very night, he secretly followed Sion when he discovered him sneaking out of the mansion. Every night, he sneaks off somewhere, and these regular visits are to the Demon King's castle. I don't want to think about it, but if the young master was possessed by the Demon King's curse, why would he stop here? Could it be that he realized I was following him? Han wondered, and very quickly, some voices could be heard up ahead. You've arrived? Hearing this, Sion nodded and asked, have you taken care of what I requested? Of course we have. For us, something like that is easier than taking candy from a baby, the bearded man said confidently. Looking at their appearance, Han immediately guessed the identity of this group, those people. They are the bandits who were exiled from our territory for pillaging. Yet they're living here, the shadows, and it seems there are quite a few of them. Back to Sion. Seeing that the bandits had completed his request, he chuckled. Hey, you work fast. I like that. So, shall we begin now? As he spoke, the protagonist took the bag off his shoulder and reached inside, as if to take something out. Seeing this, the bandits curiously asked, what's in the bag? Did you prepare a gift for us? Yes, that's right. If you prepared that thing, Sion continued. And as if this wasn't their first transaction, the bandits understood and took out a certain book. Haha, don't worry, we get it. That book is very, very perfect. From behind, the old butler Han was startled when he heard this. A book? But why? Giving books to those bandits? Damn it, I'm too far away. I can't hear the young master. What on earth is he planning to do? He wondered. And very quickly, before he could remain confused for long, the bandits provided the answer. Thanks to you, we are no longer illiterate. Because you summarized the main parts, we were able to understand even the most difficult sections. Thank you for everything. In another corner, a woman was so grateful that tears streamed down her face nonstop. Thanks to the young master, even the children can read now, and thanks to the food and medicine you brought, my wife can walk again. You are our family's savior. Thank you, young master. The grateful words from the group made Sun feel a little happy too. Well, I'm also glad I was able to help in some way. However, everything comes with a price. I'm sure you all are prepared. Hearing this, the bald man's expression changed as he firmly told him. Of course, we may be bandits, but we are not ungrateful beasts. Just give the order, and we will do as you say. Hearing their response, Sun let out a small smile and said, perfect. Then, he emptied the entire contents of the bag on his shoulder onto the ground. It turned out to be countless gold coins along with various other books. And this action made Butler Han even more confused about what he was planning to do. That's so much money. It looks like about 10,000 pesos, and more books too. What is he planning to do? It wasn't just him. Even the bandits were stunned by the young master's actions and asked, what is all of this? I can understand the books, but what about this money? In response, Sun said the answer was in the books and that they would understand once they read them. At that, a man from the group hurriedly picked up a set of documents and discovered they were papers related to household registration and land transfers. Sun then explained to them that these were documents recognizing them as official residents of the territory. With these, they would have the right to claim ownership of land. Sun planned to build a town nearby, so they could all go there to live. Across from him, hearing Sun's explanation, their whole bodies trembled with emotion. It's unbelievable. We're just bandits who betrayed our lord. We were already grateful that you even paid us any mind, but after everything you've done, we can't accept anything more." Hearing this, the bearded man also said through gritted teeth, "That's right. We have no right to accept this gift. We only robbed others to survive, and although we are extremely grateful, the current residents will never accept us." In response, he said that he understood this well. He didn't fully accept the people before him either, because even if you had no other choice, robbery is still a very serious crime. However, the fact that the Lakan clan forced them into this was a crime he could not forgive. Although they had robbed others, because they never harmed anyone, Sun believed they deserved a chance to atone. "This money will be half of your payment. From now on, you will become mercenaries. If you're going to inspire fear in others, then be prepared to die in battle. That is your way to atone." This is the future that Sun could offer them, but the path they chose to walk was up to each individual, so he would place his faith. Believe that. On the other side, the group of bandits tightened their grip on their weapons upon hearing this, and swore their loyalty to young Master Sun. "Bandits, we will protect this territory with our lives." Meanwhile, the old butler Han witnessed these actions unfolding before him. His hands also clenched as he thought, bandits within the territory are considered targets to be suppressed. That is the law of the Lakan family. I wonder if what I believed until now has been the right choice? No, I chose to ignore the screams of strangers. This fool, to misunderstand the young master's intentions and doubt him. Now I understand. The young master intends to improve his territory. I will atone for this mistake by serving him. Han vowed to himself as tears streamed down his face for misunderstanding the young master. However, he didn't know that everything was part of Sun's plan, as Sun had already noticed him, spying on him and had prepared this scene for him to see. Back to Sun, he glanced at Han's figure, hiding in the forest, and let out a sigh. He finally let his guard down. What a pain to deal with. With that, he waved goodbye to the bandits and left the area, and because there were no more doubts, the old butler Han didn't follow him anymore. And only now could Sun finally get to and what he needed to do. This was tough. Most people have been taken care of. Now, let's start the real work. As he spoke, he pulled something out from a cloth bag. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifts to the Demon King's castle. At this moment, the tiny golems he summoned were busy cleaning the castle. Although I'm quite satisfied. For now, there are still many problems. Even though I've regained everyone's trust, it came at a great cost. I've spent most of the money earned in Lamer to improve the family's situation. Now I need a source of stable income. I guess I'll have to use that thing, huh? Thinking this, Sun flashed a sly grin and turned to say to two nearby golems, "Hey you two, why don't you give me a little hand?" Looking at his wicked face, the two golems suddenly felt a sense of unease, so scared that tears started to well up, and finally one let out a loud scream that echoed throughout the castle. Who knows what Sun did to that golem? Time quickly passed until the next day, and the scene changes to his office. At this time, his attendant Philip came to report to him about the family's operating funds. "Young master, we have spent the entire 210,000 pesos earned from Lamer. I know it won't be enough to continue running the territory," Sun said with a nod. Hearing this, Philip asked Sun what he planned to do and whether they should go to that area again to earn a little more. On the other hand, Sun knew there was a high probability that Count Monarch had already discovered his identity as the one who helped Princess J, so he wasn't stupid enough to walk right into a trap. "Be quiet, Philip. Did you bring the development records for the mining district?" In response to this question, Philip's face showed some difficulty as he looked at the stack of documents, his hands, and stammered, "About that. We only have the records of failures from previous decades. Although we've searched the entire territory, but there's not a single sign of a mine." Hearing that, he also sighed in disappointment. "Then what's the reason we've racked up so much debt for such a slim chance?" Across from him, he paused for about 2 seconds before Philip replied, "Because it was our only option at the time. We're in a terrible state due to several recent events that happened in a short span of time, and while the people were leaving, you were unconscious." Hearing this, he didn't wait for him to continue before Sun understood, so there was no other choice but to grasp at straws. "I see. A failed harvest makes it impossible to maintain the territory. However, something's not right. There should have been a mine." As he thought about this, Sun's eyes scanned the map in front of him, and he suddenly noticed something. He pointed to a corner of the map and asked Philip, "Hey, why are there no records for this area?" Beside him, Philip listened and then focused his gaze on the spot Sun was pointing to. When he recognized the location, sweat started pouring down his face. That's the Rokia mountain range. Scouting that area is incredibly difficult because there are dozens of monsters there. We've sent knights to investigate several times, but because monsters are lurking in every nook and cranny, they were forced to return empty-handed. "Aha, so that area is impossible to scout," Sun said with interest, as if an idea had just struck him, and Philip immediately sensed the danger emanating from him. "Don't tell me you're coming up with another one of your strange plans. In response, Sun just gave a cryptic smile, which only deepened the worry in Philip's heart. "No way, that place is too dangerous. If you're planning to go, you have to take me with you." Philip exclaimed. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifts to the Rokia Mountains. To satisfy his curiosity, Sun had naturally made his way to the area, and only after arriving did he truly understand why the 8 knights from his family could never manage to scout this region. "Philip, that rascal, I thought he was just overreacting, but it turns out he was serious." "This is going to be tough," Sun muttered. Right then, in front of him were several weapon-wielding orcs and goblins glaring at him with ferocious eyes. However, seeing these different monster races standing together so peacefully made him curious. How strange. These monsters are supposed to live in separate territories. Why are they cooperating? "Don't tell me you've gotten used to dealing with humans," Sun muttered to himself. However, the orcs couldn't be bothered to answer him. Instead, one of them let out a loud roar and swung the massive blade in its hand straight at Sun. Fortunately, he was on high alert and managed to dodge it without much difficulty. However, the force of the blow still sent Sun's body staggering backward. Before our protagonist could even make his next move, smaller monsters surrounding him attacked from all angles. Finding himself surrounded, Sun let out an irritated grin. "These bastards think they're all that, huh? From now on, I'll deal with you myself." With that, he focused his mana into his palm and slammed it onto the ground, instantly forming a magic circle. Moments later, several stone golems were summoned to aid him. "I fight." And the moment they appeared, without even needing a command from Sun, the golems began to act on their own, rushing to attack the enemy. Seeing this, an orc from the monster horde swung its blade straight at the head of the nearest golem. However, its attack power was still insufficient. It couldn't even leave a single scratch on the stone creature's hard head. Then, while the orc was still stunned, the golem delivered a punch to its gut, sending its heavy body flying backward like a torn sack. Back to Sun. Seeing that his minions could easily handle the monsters, he felt at ease and watched from the back. "This is better than I thought. I knew the mana stones from the future could handle it." Just like that, the battle began to unfold more intensely. And although the monsters attacked continuously from all sides, faced with the absolute power of the stone creatures, they were easily crushed. "Haha, good thing it's effective. But they just keep coming. Now, I understand why the knights failed. Dealing with this entire horde is difficult, but not impossible." As he said that, he also noticed an orc radiating a dangerous aura way in the back. Looking at its bulging, muscular body, Sun guessed this one was not ordinary. Judging by its aura, that must be the leader. "Why don't I join the fun?" With that thought, Sun used physical enhancement magic on his body, and with a single leap, his body vanished right before the monster's eyes, leaving them stunned, and by the time they realized it, Sun had already appeared above the orc leader. "I really don't have time for this. Submit." Sun muttered and slammed his hand onto the leader's head, simultaneously activating a type of magic that made the leader scream in agony. This was submission brainwashing magic. A few seconds later, Sun's magic successfully subjugated the leader, causing a symbol to appear on its forehead, a magic symbol. And with that, it marked the main character's victory. "Oh my, it seems your orc leader is now my subordinate. It looks like the odds are in my favor," he said while glancing around at the entire horde of monsters, making them hesitant to face him directly. Seeing this, he continued with satisfaction, "I won't harm you if you bring your leaders here." And so, with no other choice, to ensure their own survival, these monster underlings had to go back and call their own leaders out. And of course, when the leaders arrived, they were also subjugated by Sun using his magic, all of them. After finishing, he turned to the group of monsters and asked, "I have a question. I heard there's a place that dwarves frequent. Do any of you know about it?" Across from him, it was unclear if the goblins understood his words, but their faces turned pale and they started saying something that Sun couldn't understand at all. Seeing this, although he had expected it, the main character couldn't hide the disappointment on his face. As expected, what could monsters of their level possibly know? Just as he thought that, the goblin leader suddenly knelt before Sun and assured him, "Please do not worry, I will lead you to that place." Hearing this, Sun smiled in satisfaction and asked it to quickly lead the way for him. Time passed quickly, and not long after, following the goblin leader's guidance, they led Exxon to a cave entrance sealed off by rocks. "Is this the entrance?" Exxon asked. "Yes, it is." The leader nodded, looking at the tightly sealed cave entrance in front of him. Zhan's eyes also narrowed slightly as he sensed something. There were signs of a landslide, but something felt off. What in the world was inside that made these monsters so terrified? "I don't know what it is, but I'll find out once I'm inside." With that, he used his black flame magic to conjure a fireball in his hand and shot it directly at the pile of rubble, causing the rocks to shatter into countless pieces and revealing what was behind it. A mine entrance. "So there really is a mine here," Zhan said with a smile. Meanwhile, seeing the door revealed, the monsters began to tremble even more, making Zhan a bit curious as to why they were acting this way. Setting that aside, looking at their terrified state, Zahn didn't expect the monsters to be of any help inside the mine, so he gave an order. All of you can return now. In exchange, you are never to harm humans again, and live quietly until you receive an order from me. Keep yourselves hidden. Until then. Across from him, the monsters, realizing they were being spared, hurriedly fled the area, as fast as they could, making Zahn chuckle at their speed. I'm sure they'll be useful someday. For now, it's time to begin. With that, he calmly entered the mine. As he walked, he recalled a memory from the past. In the past, with their overwhelming technology and power, humanity had oppressed the other races. At that time, they wished that humans would be left behind on the continent, and so, Zahn, known as the Demon King, began to burn down one kingdom after another. To the other races, he was their savior. The scene shifts to the Demon King's tower 500 years ago, where an unnamed orc was speaking with Zahn. So your tribe has fewer than 10 survivors left? He asked calmly. Across from him, the orc didn't answer, but his silence was the clearest answer. Seeing this, Zahn ordered the demon at his side, create a separate base for them in another territory and assign them to construction work, as you command. The demon attendant nodded, causing the orc to be moved to tears. Thank you, my lord. Paying no mind to his words, after completing one task, Zahn immediately moved on to the next. Is there anyone else? If not, let's wrap this up. But before he could finish, another person stepped into the room and spoke up. It seems I am the last one, aren't I? Well, I must wonder if it's all right to keep an old man waiting for so long. The one who spoke was a dwarf. He stroked his long beard as he walked, seeing his nonchalant attitude. The demon attendant couldn't contain his anger. How dare you show such an attitude in front of the Demon King? Beside him, Zahn looked at the dwarf and sensed something, so he raised a hand to stop his attendant. It's all right, stand down. Indeed, it was unbelievable that the dwarves, the earth-dwelling race with the most advanced technology, had come here. Furthermore, the energy radiating from him is, well, look who it is. Not even in my wildest dreams did I think I'd meet an ancient dwarf. Zahn said in surprise. Ahead, the dwarf uncle had no intention of hiding his identity, so he immediately admitted, Aha, you're quite perceptive. It's hard to tell just from my appearance. So why have you come here? I don't think humans can compare to you dwarves. In response to this, the uncle began to list humanity's faults. Humans lack technology and recklessly destroy nature. Because of them, many ecosystems have been annihilated. Returning to Zahn, hearing this, he vaguely guessed the intentions of the person before him. So you mean you'll lend your strength to me, the one who wants to wipe them out? That's right. If you clean them up, then we will use our technology to improve your base. The dwarf uncle's smiling promise made Zahn unable to hold back, and he also burst out laughing. Ha ha, I'm a human too. You know, will you still help me even so? Hearing his words, the dwarf uncle laughed even harder with his mouth wide open, as if he had heard the most interesting thing in the world. Ha ha ha, what are you talking about? You're the Demon King, aren't you? Returning to the present, Zahn recalled a bit of that past memory and muttered, that old dwarf mentioned a large mine here. It seems he was right. It should have been in a state of disrepair, but I didn't expect it to have survived this well. The skills of the dwarves are truly unparalleled. He praised them silently as he looked at the architectural sections that remained intact after such a long time. Next, he glanced around to observe the amount of ore inside the cave and felt relieved. With the amount of ore here, as long as there are people willing to work as miners, his territory would no longer have to worry about a thing. With that thought, Zahn didn't forget to investigate what exactly existed inside that made the monsters outside too scared to enter. It's strange, the construction stopped here. After I died, I heard this place was occupied by humans. Is that the reason? Even so, there are still quite a few valuable items scattered around. No matter how rushed they were, would the dwarves, who cherish the tools they make a mistake like this? Clearly, something isn't right. Zahn frowned in thought, and as if to answer his question, the ground suddenly began to rumble and shake. Following that, a figure in red dug its way out of the earth. And after seeing its appearance, Zahn was so shocked that he dropped the torch in his hand. I finally know why the monsters were so terrified. Following Zahn's gaze, the thing that had just emerged from the ground was a giant red worm with ferocious teeth. Growing on its body were also countless red ores. This was the master of the mine, a giant worm. Turning back, looking at its appearance, he was not only unafraid, but even felt excited. So it was because of this guy that the dungeon was abandoned. Too bad, but you're too much of a nuisance, so you can just disappear. As he spoke, he began to concentrate magical energy in the palm of his hand and immediately summoned 2 guardian golems to help him deal with the huge creature before him. Go. Zahn waved his hand to command them, and right after this order, both stone figures rumbled forward. Seeing this, the body of the giant worm also bent slightly and shot straight toward them as fast as lightning. However, the stone golems also reacted very quickly. Immediately, they used their heavy arms and bodies to block the body of the giant worm and successfully held it back before it could reach Sun. From behind, he also ordered the stone golems to pin the giant worm down, while he leaped high into the air, concentrating mana into his palm, and used black fire magic to shoot straight at the red worm. The power of the attack was so strong it created a huge explosion inside the cave. That should be enough to calm it down, Sun muttered. But after waiting for the dust and smoke to clear, his eyes widened in shock for 1 second, as the worm's body below was almost completely unscathed by the recent attack. I know my magic has weakened, but for something to take my attack, without a single scratch, what is that thing? He wondered to himself. Next, as if it had been, enraged by Sun's attack, the red worm thrashed its body as hard as it could, sending the two golems flying far away, and its giant mouth, full of fangs, was aimed straight at Sun, as if it wanted to swallow him whole in a single bite. From behind, seeing their master in danger, how could the stone golems just stand by? Immediately, one of the stone golems latched onto the giant worm's body and climbed up. Next, it swung its giant arm, striking the body directly, causing the worm's entire body to slam hard onto the ground, making the entire cave tremble from the impact. Nearby, Sun didn't forget to praise his subordinate, but while they were celebrating, the giant worm's two nostrils began to snort out plumes of white smoke as if it had gone completely berserk. Seeing this, Sun's expression changed and he shouted a warning. Watch out. The words had just left his mouth when the stone golem, before it could even understand what was happening, was sent flying to one side by the giant worm's head. Then, the giant worm opened its mouth, swallowing all the ore stones around it. And very quickly, several sparkling ore stones grew on its head, leaving Sun completely stunned. He never expected the giant worm to have such a trump card. It eats ore to evolve. Damn it, this is more troublesome than I thought. This is crazy. Where in the world did this thing come from? No matter what skill I use, it doesn't do any damage. There's no other way. If I want to defeat it, I have to bring the giant here. And as he thought this, he ran straight ahead. However, before he could get far, from a distance, as a giant piece of rock was thrown straight at him, completely blocking his escape route. Damn it, it blocked the exit. Sun cursed inwardly in frustration. With no other choice, he had to turn back and face the berserk giant worm in front of him. However, against its incredible defensive capabilities, Sun currently couldn't figure out any way to deal with it. Ha, tougher than I thought. Huh, he lamented internally, before he started racking his brain to think. Wait a minute, if a monster of this size were wandering around out there, there would be markings around the forest, right? Or can it only? Lives only inside the mine? If so, bringing the giant here was useless. The giant is too big for this complex creature. If I knew its weak spot, I wouldn't be struggling like this. Sun let out a wry smile, and as he was concentrating, his two golem minions climbed onto the giant worm to continue their assault, all while buying time for him to figure out a plan. And at the exact moment, one of the golems touched the ore fragment on its head. Sun suddenly sensed it. That was where the mana flow had just been disrupted. With this thought, Sun seemed to have found a solution to this predicament and immediately ordered, "Buy me more time. If I'm right, there has to be something here. Where? Where is it?" he thought, his eyes darting around, searching for something. And very quickly, the thing he was looking for appeared right before him. Found it, an essential tool for dwarven mining, an ancient dwarven pickaxe. All right, with this, it should do the trick. Thinking this, without hesitation, Sun immediately reached out and gripped the sunken pickaxe, simultaneously activating magic to enhance his physical abilities and charged straight for the giant worm's head. With this, I can dig through anything, Sun said cheerfully. He then poured all his strength into his two hands and swung the pickaxe down hard on the largest ore on the head of this giant worm, making it shriek in agony and thrash violently. As for Sun, he was nearly thrown off to the ground below. Wait a minute, damn it, not enough force? Sun said in a panic before he was finally thrown clear, down below. In another scene, at the Lacan estate, our friend Philip was being grilled by Butler Hand's group for an interrogation. "Philip, are you aware that the young master disappears every night?" Faced with this question from them, Philip was scared witless and spilled everything. "Well, sometimes he disappears without any warning." "You idiot! You mean to tell me that the designated escort knight doesn't know where his master is?" "Yeah." Roger slammed the table and shouted, but Philip had his own difficulties. "But every time I try to follow the young master, he just vanishes from my sight. The townspeople say he often visits the Demon King's castle." Back to Roger. Hearing this, his anger cooled slightly, and he could only sigh. Sigh. "I acted rashly without knowing the full situation, but now I do. I understand why Han is always so worried." At that same moment, the voice of the old butler, Han, sounded from behind the group. "No more. There's no need to worry any longer. The truth is, I've decided to place my complete trust in the young master. I believe that even now, the young master is doing his very best for his people. Back with Sun, he was once again gathering mana in his palm to use black flame magic. Once more. It's never been effective, but I have to try. Just stop everything and die, Sun roared, and unleashed the fireball straight at the top of this giant worm's head, causing the ore fragments on its head to suffer a massive impact. Having done this, Sun's body went into a freefall. Fortunately, his golem minions were quick to catch him. I'm so exhausted. Seriously, I can't handle another one of those. The main character lamented as the giant worm finally collapsed after countless attacks, and thanks to that, we can save on manpower now, San said with a nod, as the golems were also busy dismantling the ore fragments from the giant centipede's body. Next, while wandering around to check if there was anything else valuable here, Zahn discovered the skeleton of a dwarf sitting in a corner. These are the bones of a rare dwarf artisan with a few pieces of armor. It seems they tried to protect this place to safeguard what they built. Thinking about this, his face turned a little sorrowful. Then, he dug a proper grave and proceeded to bury the skeleton of the nameless dwarf. All right, this should be enough. Now you can rest in peace, let go of all your burdens and rest. And I hope you understand, even though I'm taking all your things, it doesn't mean I have any ill intentions, Zahn said with a laugh. Looking at the bracelet on his wrist, time quickly passed until the next morning. Because the monster in the mine had been dealt with, he also reported this to the people of his clan. Good heavens, you found a mine? Dixon shouted as he looked at the report in his hand, and in response to his words, Captain Roger, who had gone to inspect the site himself, also happily shared. That's right, I just checked the mine and it's truly very rich, and most importantly, there are no signs of monsters. Hearing this, Dixon was also relieved. What a stroke of luck, now the territory's financial problems are solved. We just need to prepare the equipment for mining. As for the old butler, Han, looking at the mine report in his hand, suddenly, in his mind, an image appeared. I fear that's not necessary. The mine seems to have been neatly organized as if someone had already worked on it. We just need to prepare enough manpower to reap significant profits. And so, the group of them happily discussed the work of mining this quarry, which made Zahn, who was watching from the side, feel at ease and trusting everything to them. It seems the territory situation will stabilize soon. I've moved the monsters deeper into the mountain range. If something happens or the territory's army isn't strong enough, if a territorial war breaks out, then I can use them as a powerful army, he thought to himself, before being brought back by Han's words. Young master, this is all thanks to you, the old man said cheerfully. However, Zahn didn't take all the credit for himself. It's nothing, it's all thanks to everyone's efforts. I only provided support. If you don't want to live like before, then don't let your guard down. If you become complacent, you'll lose everything. At this point, he paused for a moment and said that he had a request for them. Yes, please tell us. I will follow your orders, Han said in a firm voice. Can I trust you all and temporarily leave the territory? San said calmly. But for everyone, this was startling news. Where do you want to go? They asked hurriedly, but he just told them to ask Philip about it. Seeing this, Philip understood and began to explain to everyone. The young master has decided to buy a giant, so as you all know, I know giants well. I will take care of him, Philip said confidently, but before he could finish his sentence, he was sent flying aside by Captain Roger. Everyone, don't worry, I will go with him and take responsibility for ensuring that no problems occur. And it wasn't just Captain Roger, even Old Man Tai. The mage also exclaimed excitedly, Speaking of giants, I'm an iron mage, so I'll definitely be spending a lot, which means I'm coming along. Don't you all look down on me, Philip said tearfully. Time passed quickly, and after discussing the matter, it was finally decided that Philip and Roger would accompany Sun. Inside the carriage, Sun saw how excited Philip was and asked, Are you that happy about this? Of course. I can finally own the giant I've always dreamed of, he said, clenching his fists. However, his words made Sun a little curious. There are giants within the territory, after all. In response, Philip shook his head. What you said makes me sad, my lord. Those are completely different from those old antiques. A raider is only truly complete when piloting a giant. Up front, Captain Roger heard Philip's dreamy words and immediately shot down his aspirations. Cut it out with that pointless giant philosophy. When you're with me, don't even think about pulling any useless stunts. As he spoke, he gave Philip a look full of warning, causing the young swordsman to sit in dead silence. Be quiet. If you weren't a protector knight, driving this carriage would have been your job, Roger reminded him again. While Sun felt fortunate that someone could handle Philip's big mouth, bringing Roger along was definitely the right decision. Roger was the perfect person to shut Philip up. Just as he was thinking this, a sound suddenly echoed from up ahead, the sound of a mechanical engine. Then, the horses began to neigh loudly. What's happening all of a sudden? Sun asked with a frown. Apologies, young master. A train has suddenly blocked the road, Roger explained. Hearing this, a curious Sun got out of the carriage and observed the vehicle in front of him. Is this a train? I've never seen one before. Answering his question, Roger explained that it was a giant carriage built with the power of technology, and its price was quite expensive. However, it was much more powerful than a horse-drawn carriage and was often used to transport bulky and heavy goods. Upon hearing this, Sun's eyes lit up a little, and he wanted to buy one for his estate immediately. Oh, not bad at all. Should I buy one? He wondered to himself. Then, while the group was still curiously examining the train, a man's voice suddenly called out from behind them. "Excuse me, are you all right? It seems we've surprised you. Is this the first time you've all seen a train?" The owner of the voice was a man with middle-parted hair, dressed like a merchant, and behind him were two large thugs with fierce faces. Across from them, Captain Roger saw the man appear and looked at him with an expression full of vigilance. "Who are you?" "Us? We are merchants from the Set Merchant Guild. We travel through the rural territories to purchase real estate products." The merchant shared enthusiastically, turning towards Sun. Sun, however, hearing the unfamiliar name, shook his head in confusion. "I've never heard of that name before." "Haha. Of course, you haven't. We haven't been open for very long. In any case, we will soon become the leaders of the Set Merchant Guild. Well, please keep an eye on us," he said with a laugh, but the look on Sun's face clearly said he didn't buy it. "Ah, right. Is that so?" The young master nodded, just to move the conversation along. Next, the merchant stared intently at him, probingly. "Young man, your face looks a bit familiar, so may I ask, are you by any chance the lord of a certain family?" Hearing this, the main character's expression shifted slightly, and he didn't answer right away, instead asking back, "Why do you ask that? I don't believe we've met before, have we? I mean, no offense. Being a merchant is all about business, so we have to build close relationships with the lords. So are you, the lord of a promising family?" Before the man could finish, Zeman cut him off. "It's not a famous family that you would be interested in." Across from him, hearing Zeman's dismissive tone, the merchant's expression faltered for a moment, but just 2 seconds later, he was, smiling cheerfully again. "Haha, how rude of me. It's an occupational hazard, a force of habit. My apologies for bothering you, no problem. We're busy, so we'll be on our way." With that, Zeman turned to leave. "Haha, it was a pleasure meeting you." The merchant nodded. Then, as soon as their carriage was out of sight, the expressions of the merchant group immediately changed. "Sir Tio." The large, bald man spoke up, and Tio nodded, saying to them, "Haha, that's right. That's him, the young lord of the Lockhan family. We were on our way to Lockhan to meet him, but I never expected to run into him here. It seems things just got a lot simpler." As he spoke, he glanced at a list where several names had been crossed out with an X, with only one name left unmarked. Time passed quickly, and by evening, the scene shifts to Zeman's group. At that moment, while they were eating, Philip brought up the morning's events. "Those people from this morning, weren't they mercenaries?" Beside him, Captain Roger nodded in agreement. "I thought so too. How could a startup merchant possibly afford a land train? And that guy, Tio, there was something very strange about him. The men behind him didn't look like merchants either." Back with Zeman, watching the two of them discuss, he had his own thoughts. "It's not just that. The cargo loaded onto their land train. I could sense a faint amount of mana. Even though it was covered with a thick tarp, it couldn't completely hide that distinctive mana signature. Could the cargo on that land train be?" He wondered to himself, feeling a bit uneasy. Just then, the sound of footsteps on dry leaves came from ahead, causing Philip to become alert and immediately place his hand on his sword. "Who's there?" he yelled. In response to his shout, a dark figure calmly emerged and greeted the group. It turned out to be Tio from that morning. "A pleasant evening. I didn't expect that we'd meet again here. It must be fate." Across from him, the main character was beginning to sense a dangerous aura. "I recall you were heading in the opposite direction from us. What business do you have with us?" Zeman asked. "We had some unfinished business. On our way back, we happened to see your light. If it's no trouble, could we join you?" Tio suggested. But there was no way such words could fool Zeman. "Join us? I suppose I don't mind, but what about them? I'm afraid there isn't enough room for so many people." As he spoke, he glanced behind Tio, where several men dressed in heavy cloaks stood, looking just like assassins. Hearing Sun say these words, he realized his intentions had been discovered and no longer bothered to hide them anymore. "I underestimated you, as expected of the master of a territory. You truly are very sharp, don't misunderstand. This is just my job, so please die here, my dear lord," he said with a smile, and at the same time, the assassins behind him also gripped their swords and charged straight at them. With this kind of ability, it's very likely that Sun's fortune was about to grow by a trainload. T waved his hand forcefully, giving a decisive order to his subordinates. "Kill them all. Leave no one alive, and especially take down their leader immediately." Receiving the order, the group of assassins charged forward like flashes of lightning, their figures blurring in the night. Rogers reacted with lightning speed, shouting, "Protect the young master," and rushed forward to block the enemies. Philip immediately followed, gripping his sword tightly and dashing in to parry the attack of the lead assassin. He roared in fury. How dare these bastards touch the Loken family? Then he turned to Sun, his voice urgent, "Young master, get behind us. We will protect you with our lives." Zeman observed the situation, his brows furrowed, and his face darkened like an overcast sky. He thought to himself, the enemy numbers are overwhelming. The scale of this is unlike a typical assassination. His gaze turned to Rogers, who was fiercely battling an assassin, the glint of his sword flashing like lightning. He continued to analyze. Their skills are too excellent, they're no ordinary thugs. They are dealing with Philip's and Rogers' swordsmanship rhythmically. If this drags on any longer, we'll be pushed into a disadvantage. While lost in his analysis, he inadvertently left an opening. An assassin silently closed in from behind, his blade gleaming in the darkness. Just then, Rogers' voice boomed like thunder. "You dare point your sword at me?" He swung a powerful strike, sending the assassin flying and making him tumble to the ground. It seemed the enemy was defeated, but he quickly got back up, took a defensive stance, his cold eyes unwavering. Rogers turned to ask worriedly, "Young master, are you all right?" Sun, still shaken and with a look of panic on his face, managed to calmly reply, "Thanks to you all, I'm fine." Seeing this, he thought to himself, these guys are no ordinary assassins or bandits. If they can get past Rogers and approach me like that. Sun's face darkened, his eyes filled with caution. Every single one of them is a well-trained knight and cannot be underestimated. T, along with two bodyguards as huge as bears, stepped forward with an arrogant air, letting out a haughty sound. He flicked his hand and sneered, "So what if you are?" As if summoned by T from the void, a colossal figure appeared before Rogers and Philip. It was a bodyguard in thick armor, with a body like a beast, its hands reaching out with terrifying power. Ty laughed triumphantly, his voice echoing, "You should all kneel and surrender right now." When Zeman saw the monster T had summoned, his heart went cold, and he was terrified. Damn it, so it was real. The source of the energy I sensed was from a gigant. He immediately shouted, "Rogers, Philip, close your eyes now." They both heard the command, shut their eyes tightly, and replied in unison, "Yes, sir." Zeman took a deep breath and began to cast a spell, his voice deep and resonant. "O eternal sun, banish the darkness, shine brilliantly in the black of night." A radiant purple light erupted from his body, his eyes flashed like lightning, and an intense light, like an exploding sun, burst from within him, spreading throughout the area. T didn't was caught off guard, hit directly by a blinding light, and screamed in pain. Ah! The surrounding assassins couldn't escape either. Their fate. The light burned their eyes, causing them to stagger and clutch their faces, screaming miserably. My eyes, I can't see anymore." Seizing this opportunity, Sun turned and shouted, "Philip, Rogers, get out of here immediately." Philip squinted against the dazzling light, trying to follow behind. Dio, seeing the three of them escape, roared in anger. "Damn it, we can't. Let them get away. After them now." But his subordinates clutched their eyes, groaning in pain. "Captain, our eyes." Tio furiously yelled, "Snap out of it immediately." Two assassins, crying from the pain, argued back. No one said the target knew how to use magic. This was completely unexpected. Tio was furious, yelling, "Shut up." His face was twisted in rage as his trembling hand clutched his eyes, and he muttered, "That bastard, I'll catch them and make them die in excruciating pain." Meanwhile, Sun and the other two were running for their lives, their ragged breaths cutting through the night. Rogers and Philip ran behind him, their faces filled with admiration. Rogers spoke up, "Young master, to pull off such a brilliant move in a critical moment was truly extraordinary." Hearing this, Sun looked annoyed enough to bite them both. Rogers continued with a laugh, "Who would have thought you had such outstanding magical talent? Lately, young master, you just keep surprising us." Philip, his eyes shining brightly, chimed in, "Uncle, I'm sure the young master will become the greatest knight." Sun couldn't take it anymore and yelled while running, "If you still have the energy to chatter, then run faster. Do you think they'd let us go so easily when they brought a Jigan along?" Philip hurriedly replied, "Yes, sir." Rogers, realizing his mistake, also quickly apologized. Sun's face was pensive as he thought to himself, "It's a good thing we chose to camp in the forest for this exact situation. If we were on an open plain, we would have been captured for sure." He ran towards a faint light ahead, continuing to strategize. "The darkness of night will make it harder for them to follow our tracks. We have to put as much distance between us as possible. We can't afford to slow down." Suddenly, a shout echoed from behind. There they are, the group. Tio's assassins quickly caught up. Sun was shocked, thinking to himself, "Impossible. How are they closing in on us so fast?" He gritted his teeth. "Damn it, this is getting out of control." But Rogers suddenly spoke up, "Young master, please, keep running." Philip smirked, "Uncle, their numbers have been cut in half." Seeing them act this way, Sun worriedly asked, "Philip, Rogers, Will you two be all right? The enemy is strong. Philip turned back. Do you not trust us? We haven't even shown our true strength yet. Rogers agreed. That's right. Forgive us, but it's difficult to fight at full strength with you here. Young master, hearing that, Sun sighed in relief. I see, then I'll leave it to you. The moment he finished speaking, Rogers and Philip crossed their swords. Philip raised his sword, which glowed with a red aura. Things are going to be completely different now. As he spoke, he unleashed an attack on an assassin. The man couldn't react to the blade's blinding speed and could only scream. Philip said coldly, from now on, I'll show you my true skills. Rogers also charged into the fray. How dare you try to harm the young master? He moved like a flash, taking down 2 assassins with 2 sword strikes, and continued, don't even think. You'll be forgiven. The remaining assassins trembled, terror clear on their faces. Philip smirked, daring to point your swords at the Lakan warrior clan. Rogers and Philip stood back to back, pointing their swords at the enemies, and spoke in unison. You will pay dearly. Meanwhile, in Thantrai, which was engulfed in a sea of raging flames, the townspeople frantically tried to douse the fire with water. They shouted, quick, get water. Damn it, pouring water isn't putting it out. Victor rushed over and grabbed Vina's hand. Princess, this is no ordinary fire. It's as if oil has been poured on it. It's too dangerous. You must leave here immediately. Vina was so frightened she was on the verge of tears. No, I can't abandon my people and escape alone. The townspeople, while fighting the fire, tried to console her. We'll be fine. If you stay here, we will too. Please, just run. Victor gritted his teeth and immediately pulled her hand. For the sake of the people, you must go. Vina looked back reluctantly as endless flames devoured the houses everywhere. After a while, she and Victor returned to the village once the fire was extinguished. Everything was in ruins, with dead bodies lying everywhere. A little girl hugged her father's body, sobbing uncontrollably. Daddy, please wake up. In the distance, a woman screamed in despair. My daughter is still in there, please save her. Vina witnessed the heartbreaking scene and clenched her fists. I'm sorry. She bowed her head and burst into tears of helplessness. I'm so sorry. Suddenly, a voice rang out, long time no see, Princess Vena. It was Manik, approaching with his subordinates. He smiled malevolently. Coincidentally, I was training nearby. Isn't this fate? Victor stepped forward to shield Vina, glaring as he asked. Training at this hour? Manik burst out laughing. Lately, we've been training our soldiers at night to ensure the safety of the citizens day and night. His soldiers held torches, their eyes filled with deceit. Victor understood and couldn't contain his anger. You bastard, where did you pull that lie from? But Manik's soldiers pointed their swords at him, preventing him from getting closer. Manik looked at Vina with ice-cold eyes, lifting her chin. Princess Vina, I told you, the one causing the most trouble for the people right now is you. He walked away, laughing loudly. Live the rest of your life in despair and regret. Princess Vina remained silent, her fists clenched, gritting her teeth as she thought, Count Manik, I will never forgive you. Tears of indignation streamed down her face. Zahn continued to run, his breath coming in ragged gasps, thinking to himself that perhaps there was no need to pursue them any further. It seemed Rares and Philip were doing a good job holding back the enemies. Zahn suddenly recalled the recent scene. He still didn't know who the mastermind behind it all was. They even had enough power to summon a massive gigant. With that thought, he decided he needed to return to his territory immediately to prepare for a major battle. Zahn picked up his pace, rushing forward, but then he suddenly stopped in his tracks, his eyes widening in shock as he exclaimed, Damn it! Before him, 2 giants appeared, accompanied by a group of assassins who seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Tio stood on the hand of one of the giants, speaking in an arrogant tone, It seems you're underestimating us. His face darkened as he continued. I also underestimated this young master, so how about we call it even? Tio said with a sarcastic smile. Zahn retorted with a scornful smile, Was my magic not to your taste? His expression turned serious, but even if you don't like it, going this far just to catch a single kid, isn't that a bit too serious of you? Tio smirked and replied coldly, Who knows? He spread his arms wide, declaring confidently, Even a lion uses its full strength when hunting a rabbit, but all he got in return was a burst of laughter from Zahn. He scoffed, and said scornfully, You separated me from my guards and think you've cornered me? Seeing Zahn's attitude, the man became slightly wary, trying to maintain his composure. He thought to himself, how can he be so confident in this situation? Then he spoke, Have you given up or have you gone mad? If you're trying to stall for time, it's useless. At that moment, Zahn took out a bracelet, adorned with a sparkling stone. He looked at Tio and asked, Do you know? The moment you witness my power. Zahn put the bracelet on his wrist, and his body immediately flared with an intense purple light. He continued, None of you will survive. With a wave of his hand, Zahn shouted his skill, Space. Instantly, a giant magic circle appeared behind him. From within it, a giant stone hand emerged. Seeing Tio's wide-eyed astonishment, San sneered. How can someone frustrated because they can't use their full power possibly win? From the magic circle, a series of giant stone hands emerged. Zan spread his arms gleefully, saying, "The truth is, I'm the one in control." A giant stone foot stomped heavily on the ground, causing a violent tremor. 5 mighty golems were summoned by Zan, and the stunned assassins exclaimed, "What the? Where did all these golems come from? Summoning just one is difficult, and yet Tio quickly reassured them, "Everyone, calm down." He thought to himself, this is a real pain. Then he explained, golems were only fearsome in the past. Even if there are a lot of them, they're just a pile of mindless rocks. Tio placed his hands on his hips, confidently saying, "Don't forget we have Jigen, have you forgotten?" Even dozens of golems are no match for him. He smugly presented a reward. "Whoever brings me the young master's head will be appointed the next knight captain. Show me your skills." The assassin's eyes widened, amazed by the tempting reward. One of them exclaimed, "The knight captain, Sir Tio, you must keep your word." Then they competed to rush forward with their swords drawn, shouting, "Get out of the way, that head is mine." Ixan showed no fear. Instead, he wanted to teach them a lesson. He said coldly, "You dare to look down on my immortal legion as just a pile of rubble? We'll see. After 500 years, I'll give you all a history lesson." He waved his hand, marionette. Instantly, the 5 golems moved at incredible speed, surrounding Tio's men. The assassins, caught off guard, repeatedly exclaimed, "What is that speed? How can golems be that fast?" "We were surrounded in a blink of an eye." Tio furiously yelled, "You idiots! They're just golems. Why are you panicking?" He said with a grim face, "If you keep underestimating me like that, you'll regret it in hell." Zan raised a fist, and the golem immediately mimicked the action, punching the ground hard and creating a large hole. The assassins, astonished by that power, exclaimed, "What? Why is the ground?" They were skeptical. Could it be they can't control it properly? Zan raised his other hand and said coldly, "This body has been through hundreds of battles. Let me give you a piece of advice." He controlled the 5 golems to punch the ground in unison, continuing, "Understanding the terrain of the battlefield is the foundation of tactics." Tio was stunned, thinking to himself, "He's aiming for the ground? No way." But just as he had that thought, the ground beneath the assassin's feet cracked wide open and collapsed. They panicked and screamed, "The ground under our feet, it's collapsing. Fall back." Zan's eyes were sharp as blades, his killing intent soaring as he said, "I warned you, didn't I? Your arrogance, relying on your numbers and Jigen, is your fatal flaw. You can reflect on it in hell." He controlled the golem to land another punch. One assassin screamed in terror as the ground completely gave way, dragging Tio and his men down into a deep pit. Tio only had time to curse, "Damn it." Zan retracted his power, breathing a sigh of relief. Well, that should settle things for now, right? But he suddenly felt a pang of regret. What a pity, I should have captured a few of them to ask who's behind all this. Suddenly, an attack from out of nowhere slashed across his shoulder. Zan clutched his bleeding shoulder, gritting his teeth in pain. In agony, shouted resentfully, "You bastard, you're still alive?" So Tio wasn't dead. The man stood on Jigen's shoulder, trying to climb up, his eyes bloodshot and furious. "You scum, how dare you destroy my knight squadron? I will not forgive you." Despite his injuries, Simon smirked. "This might actually be for the best. I'll capture you and force you to confess everything." Tio challenged, "Go ahead and try. If you can even do it, I won't let you die easily, not until you beg me to kill you." The man climbed onto the gigant's head and drew a knife. Tio charged forward, but Simon, despite struggling, managed to get back up. His wound made it difficult for him to use magic. He thought to himself, "Damn it, my mana is going out of control." Clutching his chest in pain, he gritted his teeth. "My heart feels like it's going to explode." Seeing this, Tio was delighted and laughed. "Looks like your mana is depleted. This ends here." The man rushed forward. Simon collapsed to his knees but still replied angrily, "So noisy." He placed his hand on the ground, which cracked open, and a terrifying aura of power erupted from his entire body. He narrowed his eyes at Tio and hissed sharply, "You think I can't handle you?" A magic circle appeared beneath Tio's feet, and tentacles shot out from Simon's body, wrapping tightly around him. Tio was horrified. What the hell is this? Dark magic? He struggled. Impossible. A descendant of a hero using dark magic. From using so much power, Simon panted as he approached and asked coldly, "You should start talking before I lose my patience. Who is your master?" The tentacles tightened around Tio's neck. The man couldn't bear it and screamed, "I'll talk. It's Count Monek." It was all his orders. Simon was surprised. "Count Monek?" From the arena, Tio pleaded, "That's all I know. Please spare my life." Simon's face darkened and the tentacles tightened further. The man begged desperately, "Please, just this once." Simon clenched his fist, and Tio instantly exploded in mid-air. He turned his back coldly. I never forgive my enemies. Simon stood in the magic circle, reabsorbing the power, his mood heavy, regardless of whether his foe was a demon or a human. He looked at his hand. Absorbing this power doesn't feel good at all. Thinking about Count Monarch, he rested his chin on his hand. Everything was planned so meticulously. Knights, assassins, and even a gigant. To mobilize such a large force without being discovered, could there be another reason they're targeting the Lacan family? On his way back, he looked at his hand and told himself, Count Monarch, whatever it is, the price for opposing me will be one he regrets to his very core. Suddenly, the bushes behind him rustled. Simon was startled and turned around, only to see a dirt-streaked Philip emerging, calling out hurriedly, Young Master, where are you, young Master? As he was about to call again, he saw Philip and Rogers shout in unison, Young Master. Simon was surprised. You guys got here faster than I expected. Rogers said, relieved. Seeing you safe is a real relief. Simon winked. Of course. Who do you think I am? Let's get going. We've already wasted too much time. Dawn broke. Sunlight streamed through the mountain pass, and birds soared in the sky. On the way, Simon recounted the events. Rogers nodded. So Count Monarch was behind it. How unexpected. Simon was skeptical. I'm not entirely sure, but either way, we shouldn't go to the Lacan territory right now. Rogers quickly said, Young Master, you should return to your own territory to reinforce the army. Simon was surprised, but Rogers was serious. There's no guarantee this won't happen again. We must be on our guard. Simon nodded, revealing his strategy. After such a huge loss, the enemy won't act immediately. This is our chance to acquire a gigant. Rogers was confused. There's a place selling gigants nearby, but without a carriage, we can't. Simon winked. Who said we don't have one? He led them to a magnificent vessel. Look, they brought one for us. Philip sat inside the vessel, excited. What a wonderful turn of events. Though it was unintentional, we ended up with a free ride. Rogers trembled. Don't say that nonsense. Have you forgotten what just happened? From now on, training will be stricter. The young master's safety is the top priority. Philip broke out in a sweat. Calm down, old man. Luckily, everything ended well. He winked. Besides, the young master is still safe. The ground collapsed at just the right moment, taking down the enemy in one blow. Philip beamed. It must be a blessing from our ancestors. Sun crossed his arms and sighed. What blessing? Philip was startled when he snapped. Sun recalled using his magic. I was almost killed by that curse. When I used dark magic, a force blocked the circle in my heart. That was definitely the fluctuation of a curse. He wondered, I've recovered my strength to fight it, but this circle still isn't enough. Who could cast a curse like that? The scene shifts to the main branch in the capital at night. The moon hangs high in the sky. Darren trembled as he knelt on one knee before a masked person sitting on a throne. He asked, You are Darren. Darren replied, his voice shaking. Yes, it is I. Why was I summoned? The masked person continued, You were the intermediary who received an order from the leader last year. Do you remember the directive to protect the fortress of Demon King's son? Darren quickly waved his hands. Our group was close to success, but some bastard interfered. The masked person interrupted. Interfered? He raised a hand to remove his mask. How interesting. Darren shouted in panic. Sir, the masked person pressed on. Do you know who the meddler was? Darren cried. Please spare me this time. I will succeed. Looking at Darren's trembling form, the masked person walked right up to him and said coldly, Who said I was going to kill you? I'm just curious. He removed his mask, revealing a skull with brightly glowing eyes. He asked, Tell me, who ruined the plan? Time passed quickly, and the scene changed to the city of Brandon, with its magnificent, towering magic towers. Sun, Mr. Rogers, and Philip walked down the city's bustling streets. He scratched his chin and exclaimed, The scale of this place is incredible. It seems even more lively than Lacan when I was there. Mr. Rogers laughed heartily and replied, Of course, Brandon is famous throughout the continent for its countless magic towers. That's what has made the streets here always bustling with mages, merchants, and technicians. They gather here, creating a vibrant energy for the city. He paused for a moment, then continued, Actually, this is the most ideal place in the region to buy a gigant. There are all kinds, from warrior class to hero class. Some places even produce dozens of them in just 1 month. Hearing this, Sun turned back and smiled. Hearing you say that makes me really excited. Seeing his young master's enthusiasm, Philip cheerfully chimed in, Sir, you don't have to look far. There's also a branch of the Veritas Magic Tower here. Ever since they started building gigants, their technical foundation has been extremely solid. Most of the famous gigants on the continent are made by them. Sun raised an eyebrow in surprise. The Veritas Magic Tower has a branch here? He suddenly recalled a conversation between the Duke and a Veritas elder that he had overheard. The Duke said, This new magic technology using golems is truly wonderful. The elder laughed and replied, You are too kind. It's all thanks to the Duke's support. My thesis will change the world. Sun's face darkened, and he sneered, as he remembered the scene of those two laughing gleefully, their eyes glinting with a sinister look. He thought to himself, it feels like just yesterday. The memory is still crystal clear. Now, they've grown to the point of opening a branch here. I'll take this opportunity to see through their true nature. Even though lining their pockets irritates me, if their gigant is good, I'll buy it. Then I'll take it apart piece by piece, analyze its strengths and weaknesses, and then create something far superior myself. Having made his decision, he and his two companions headed to the Veritas Tower branch. At the gate, a guard stopped them. This place isn't open to just anyone. Only those with the rank of Baron or higher may enter. Zahn looked at the guard, his face as cold as ice. How rude. You dare judge me without even checking my identity. Standing behind him, Philip's face darkened seeing his young master being disrespected, and he shouted, "This is Zahn, the heir of the Lacan family. Show some respect." The guard was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. The Lacan family? Isn't that house famous for being poor? How could they afford to buy a gigant, let alone pay for repairs? Hearing this, Mr. Rogers became furious. How dare you insult the Lacan family? Philip was also indignant. Take that back right now. Zahn raised a hand to stop them, calmly saying, "Don't bother. There's no need to waste our energy on this type of person." He looked coldly at the tower, thinking to himself, even after 500 years have passed, they are as rotten as ever, but the scale of this place is larger than I imagined, completely different from the towers I've seen before. The giants here must be of impressive quality and size. He sighed. Even so, their attitude is as filthy as ever. The guard was stunned. What did you just say? Zahn put his hands in his pockets, turned to leave, and called back. For people like you who have thrown away all decency, I see no value in spending my money here. The angry guard raised his fist and gave chase, but the three of them quickly ran off into a hidden corner. Mr. Rogers said apologetically, "My apologies. It's my fault for letting you endure such humiliation." Zahn waved his hand. "No, it's not your fault. If the gatekeepers are like this, the people inside the tower are probably even worse. Consider it saving time. Let's go to another tower." He looked ahead, a murderous glint in his eyes, and gave a sinister smile. "Those Veritas scoundrels, I'll let them off for now since buying a Gigon is the priority, but after I'm done, I'll get my revenge properly." They arrived at another tower. Inside, they looked at two giant Gigons displayed in glass cases and exclaimed, "This place seems worth checking out, doesn't it?" Rogers chuckled. "Indeed, it's one of the top 10 magic towers. I've heard that no place can match the production speed here. This is Brandon, the center of modern magic." Philip and Rogers stood behind him, laughing excitedly and showering it with praise. Zahn also thought to himself, the design here is truly amazing. As he was admiring it, a cheerful man walked over. "What brings you gentlemen here today?" He smiled brightly and introduced himself. "Welcome to our magic tower. I am Garrus, the general manager. What type of Gigon are you looking for?" Zahn replied, "I'm looking for a Gigon in the 30,000 peso price range. Do you have any suggestions?" Garrus beamed, presenting a catalog. "Of course, I'll explain everything. Here, please take a look." Zahn opened it and listened to Garrus's introduction. "We have Gigons specially designed for offense, defense, and many other functions." He looked up, thinking to himself, a detailed explanation, excellent customer service. Unlike Veritas, they don't judge people by their appearance or status, but genuinely care about the customer. He flipped to another page. It seems not every top-tier magic tower is garbage. If the Gigons here are actually good, I'll buy one. As he was engrossed, a voice suddenly rang out, catching their attention. "Can't you fix it?" Garrus said meekly, "Please calm down. Sir, it's not a product defect. It's just." But the other person was still aggressive. "It's clearly a durability issue." The moment it took a hit, the Gigon crumpled like a tin can. Zahn gritted his teeth and crushed the catalog in his hand. No need to waste any more time here. The three of them crossed this place off their list, dejectedly moving to the next spot, but it was the same everywhere. Nothing was reliable. They walked down the street, Son complaining. "They say this is the city of giants, but it's all just junk." Philip agreed. That's right. Mr. Rogers was helpless, explaining that when the Empire had tight control, only top-tier giants were produced. Now, as long as you have money, the quality has dropped disastrously. Son wasn't listening to him, instead focusing his attention on two people arguing in the distance. A young man with glasses said excitedly, "This is an innovative Gigon design. Please take a look." The man in the suit, holding a cane, irritably knocked the papers from the young man's hands, shouting, "Don't cling to me like a beggar. Get lost." Philip sighed, wandering around with a blueprint like a beggar. No wonder the quality of Gigons has plummeted. Rogers saw Son walking towards the young man and called out, "Young master." Son approached, saw the boy trembling, biting his lip with teary eyes, and bent down to pick up a piece of paper. This design is quite interesting. The Gigaframe based on Golem theory was a bit outdated, but he thought to himself, remembering the lessons from 500 years ago, now I understand the true value of a Gigon. He asked. Tell me, how much investment capital do you need? The young man broke out in a sweat, unable to believe it. Are you serious? To complete it, I need about 10,000 bow. Sun smiled, remembering a young JA with rosy cheeks and expectant eyes. He said, take me to your laboratory. Rogers looked at the old tower. You said you lacked funding, so I assumed you didn't have the space or equipment to produce a Jigen. But it seems I was wrong. At least you have your own magic tower, he silently added, even if it looks like it's about to collapse. The young man laughed sheepishly. Selling the previous Gigant model was enough to maintain this place, but the new model took too much time and money. Most people have already left, only a few remain. The air was silent, and the three of them thought, he's not a scammer, is he? The young man didn't notice and led them on. You must have had a hard time getting here. Please, look around as you please. Sun looked at the large Gigant in front of him, surprised. This Gigant is Sting, isn't it? The young man pushed up his glasses and smiled. You know of it? Yes, it's Sting. But this is a different version. We applied the latest technology from the Hallis Tower and completely redesigned its internal performance. We call it Sting 2. Sun was intrigued. Sounds fascinating. How long until it's finished? The young man replied, the main work is done. All that's left is fine-tuning the details. It will probably take 1 to 2 months. Sun frowned. That long, he explained. The work requires a high degree of precision and must be done carefully. Besides, we're short on manpower. Sun thought for a moment. I'll invest an additional 20,000 pesos to hire technicians and finish it in 1 week. How about that? The young man shouted with joy. Please wait a moment. I'll be right back. He dashed through the tower, shouting, everyone, I have great news. We can start again. He pushed open a door, and what's more, this time I'll pay you handsomely. The staff shot up. With higher pay came higher efficiency. The young man led them out and began commanding. Progress is stopped at 67.3%. Last time, the magic core needed calibration. He gave a sly grin. If there's a night shift allowance, I'll implement a 24-hour work schedule. Philip broke into a sweat and asked Sun, are you sure about this? Entrusting the Gigant to them? Sun smiled. Don't worry. I know all about mages who are obsessed with their research. I'm really looking forward to the day this place rises to the top 10 magic towers. Late at night, in their in-room, Rogers and Philip were fast asleep. But Sun wasn't there. On a rooftop, above the quiet streets, he stood with his arms crossed. Now I have what I wanted. He stood up, shrouded in darkness, his voice cold. It's time. Revenge. At the Veritas branch of the tower, 2 tired guards were drawn to a rustling bush. They approached with their lanterns. Is there nothing here? But behind them, Sun, shrouded in dark magic, landed softly, pushed open the tower door, and smirked. How should I make them pay? At that moment, inside the tower, mages were constantly moving back and forth. The sound of footsteps echoed through the vast, cold stone corridors. The guards stood as straight as statues, without a single wasted movement, their sharp gazes scanning every dark corner. With a nimble movement, Sun used magic, disappear in the blink of an eye, then suddenly reappeared on the highest floor of the tower. From this position, he observed the people below, the corner of his mouth curling into a cold, meaningful smile. He whispered the command, invisible shadow. Instantly, his body transformed into a wisp of fine black smoke, seeping through the small crack in the window frame. The black wisp of smoke flew outside as fast as a flash of lightning, silently sliding under the feet of a hastily walking mage, then moved to hide in the shadow of a guard who was chatting with his colleague about trivial matters in the tower. Sun was briefly surprised, thinking to himself, is the security at Veritas Tower really this lax? It's hard to believe. The black smoke slowly condensed back into human form in a dark, hidden corner. He glanced around, telling himself, but if I just keep hiding like this, I won't be able to accomplish anything significant. I have to act. With that thought, he decided to find a mage from whom he could extract useful information, someone who seemed easy to exploit. Just then, his gaze. Sun's sharp gaze landed on a mage with a sneaky, suspicious appearance. The man's eyes darted around constantly, looking around as if he were hiding some shady plot. Sun observed him carefully and saw the mage leave the main corridor, heading towards a large gate hidden in the shadows. When the gate swung open, the mage exclaimed joyfully, I'm in. I'm really in. He laughed excitedly as he stepped over the threshold. I should have done this sooner. The security here is even weaker than I imagined. The mage trembled with excitement, muttering to himself, the archives for high-ranking mages. If I can just quickly grab a few magic tomes from there, everything will change. He continued his monologue, his voice growing, more and more excited. Who was born a high-ranking mage anyway? As long as I possess that, I won't just stop at being a mid-level mage, but I can go even further, surpassing all limits. The more he spoke, the more fervent he became, and his pace began to quicken. He shouted, no, I could even become a demon king. Just you wait, fame and power. What he didn't know was that every one of his arrogant words was clearly heard by Sun. He silently followed from behind, a faint and meaningful smile on his lips. There are always fools like this no matter where you go, but following him might lead me to something interesting. The mage stopped in front of a heavy, tightly locked door and began to pick the lock with deft movements. In just a few seconds, he successfully picked the lock, laughing smugly. Even the locking mechanism is nothing special. These high-ranking mages are so careless with this stuff. Suddenly, a slow, deep voice spoke from behind him, causing the mage to freeze. I don't recall granting anyone access to this area recently. He turned around, startled, to see an old man holding a pile of scrolls standing right behind him. The old man asked, his voice calm yet authoritative, "So, you must be the intruder, that is Master Jameson, the Tower Master of Veritas." The old man's eyes crinkled into a smile, looking as gentle as a harmless old man, but his mouth uttered chilling words. "If you are an intruder, I have full authority to kill you on the spot without any further questions." The mage trembled, hastily trying to justify himself. "No, I just took a wrong turn, I mean." But just a few seconds later, he dropped to his knees, begging in desperation. "I'm sorry, please forgive me this one time," he thought to himself. The magical pressure from this old man is terrifying, as if it could crush me. Jameson retracted his killing intent, scratching his head with a gentle laugh. "Well, that's a relief. I almost thought you were a thief. I nearly accidentally harmed a precious colleague of the Veritas Tower." He placed a hand on the mage's shoulder, his voice filled with trust. "I am currently holding an extremely important scroll. This is a top-secret document, and it must absolutely not be leaked in any form whatsoever. I hope you understand the importance of maintaining security here." The mage, thinking he had escaped death, nodded his head frantically. "Yes, sir. Of course, sir. I have always admired your efforts for the development of the tower," Jameson replied with a bright smile. "Thank you for understanding. Honestly, this responsibility is sometimes too heavy for an old man like me." He gently touched the scrolls in his hand and continued. "Since you are also a colleague in the tower, you must have heard about it, right? It's related to the new hero class, Jigen, the secret project of Veritas." The mage exclaimed in astonishment. "Hero class? Isn't that a rank so rare it's almost legendary on this entire continent?" Jameson unrolled a scroll, a sorrowful expression on his face. "You know well, aside from the lax security, just deciphering this blueprint has been a huge challenge for me." He heaved a deep sigh, lamenting, "It's really not easy at all. Everything is much more complicated than I thought." It was the first time the mage had ever witnessed something so important, and he couldn't help but exclaim internally, "A hero-class Jigan blueprint." He widened his eyes, staring intently at the scroll, not daring to blink even once, marveling to himself, "Just a glimpse is enough to see this is a supreme magical masterpiece. Just looking at it makes me feel as if my magic rank has increased by several levels, as if I'm touching a whole new realm." Suddenly, Jameson appeared right behind him, whispering close to his ear, "But you've seen it now, haven't you?" The mage instantly understood what the old man meant and screamed in panic, "Wait!" But Jameson had already gathered power in his palm, his tone feigning reluctance. "Please understand, this is an unbreakable rule. We must eliminate anyone unqualified who dares to see this scroll." The mage broke out in a cold sweat, trying desperately to explain. "Wait, this isn't fair. I only saw it because you showed it to me." Jameson laughed loudly, feigning innocence. "What are you talking about?" The old man's eyes flashed with a cold, killing intent, his initial friendly smile completely vanishing, replaced by a terrifying and chilling expression. "You shouldn't have looked at it in the first place, you pathetic, useless thing." The mage's face turned pale as he knelt and begged, "Please, I know I was wrong, spare me." But just a second later, a piercing scream echoed as the stream of magic from Jameson's hand shot out with terrifying power. As the faint smoke cleared, the old man sneered. "See? You dared, reaching for things beyond his grasp." He turned his back, glancing at the charred, still smoking corpse on the floor, and said coldly, "If you had just known your place, you wouldn't have died so miserably. If there's a next life, live according to your lowly station. Don't harbor such foolish dreams anymore." After Jameson left, Sun emerged from a wisp of black smoke, slowly taking on a human form. He smirked, displaying top-secret information just to justify killing him. "You just wanted to kill him to shut him up, didn't you?" he thought to himself. "Just as I predicted. Whether in the past or the present, no one in the Veritas Tower is normal. They are all rotten to the core." The scene shifts to the office of Jameson. He sat at a large wooden desk, staring intently at two pieces of paper in front of him, focused on deciphering them, muttering, "Atlas." Jameson crossed his arms, pondering for a moment before continuing. "This is the tower's newest hero-class Jigen, a major step forward for Veritas." He sighed, "But analyzing this blueprint is taking longer than I thought. I didn't expect it to be so sophisticated and complex. It seems my plans will have to be delayed for quite some time." Suddenly, Jameson's eyes widened, his expression becoming extremely guarded, but he remained silent. After a few seconds, he finally spoke, his voice low. "I don't know who you are, but show yourself immediately." Realizing he had been discovered, Sun no longer hid himself, appearing in a wisp of black smoke that took human form, smiling with amusement. "So you're the Tower Master of Veritas?" he remarked nonchalantly. "At least you have some sharp senses. You're not entirely useless." Jameson shot to his feet, channeling power into his hand, his voice firm. "Where did you come from? What is your purpose?" Sun repeated the word purpose, thought for a moment, then replied in a cold tone. "My purpose hasn't changed for the past 5 years, and it's the same even now." He slowly transformed completely into his human form, his eyes gleaming with determination. "It is to wipe out rotten trash like you from this world, so that no one else has to endure the arrogance of your kind any longer." As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful blast shot out from Sun, causing a small explosion that shook the room. Jameson kept his hand in a blocking position, displeased. "How dare you speak so arrogantly? Did you just call the Tower Master of Veritas trash?" His face was icy, his voice full of hubris. "Veritas is an organization with an intellect far beyond your comprehension. We are the chosen ones, standing above all. If you dare to speak such nonsense again, I will ensure you never see the light of day again." Sun let out a sarcastic oath filled with mockery, then asked, "The chosen ones, is it?" In an instant, he transformed into a cloud of black smoke, darting forward to wrap tightly around Jameson, his voice sharp with accusation. "Who decided that? You haven't changed at all in 500 years. He used both hands to grab Jameson's head from behind, squeezing hard. "You still think you're the only special one and that others aren't even worthy of being considered human in your eyes." His voice softened but carried a deadly threat. "But as of today, that delusion of yours will come to a complete end." Jameson's eyes widened, struggling helplessly. Sun squeezed harder, causing the old man so much pain that tears welled up in his eyes. He smirked and declared, "The name Veritas will be erased from history, and I will be the one to do it." With that, he shouted, "Black Bullet," and a terrifying surge of power erupted, accompanied by a sound. Jameson's blood-curdling scream echoed throughout the room. "To think, I heard steel mages usually avoid direct combat, but it seems that's not true for everyone." He glanced at Jameson's body on the floor, foaming at the mouth weakly, groaning and begging, "Please, spare me." Sun let out a soft sigh, his voice a mix of disappointment and contempt, not expecting a Tower Master of a six-circle branch to be this cowardly and weak. Then, he turned to look at the scroll on the table. "Now it's time to claim my spoils of war." He unrolled the scroll and began to examine it closely. When he saw the contents inside, his eyes lit up with excitement. Only a few of these exist on the entire continent, a hero-class gigant blueprint. The corners of his mouth curved up slightly, a burning ambition rising within him. "I don't know why they're here, but I will use them as effectively as possible." The secret weapon of the Veritas Tower turning around to destroy Veritas itself will surely be a grand and spectacular sight. Holding the scroll in his hand, Sun felt his power seemingly increase several-fold. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, bursting into loud laughter. After he had his fill of laughing, Sun quickly calmed down to think things through. "I've received an unexpected benefit. Just losing these things alone is enough to deal a heavy blow to the Veritas Magic Tower. However, it's still not enough to make me feel satisfied. Considering the value of the secret manuals and spellbooks you've hoarded for 500 years, a gift of this magnitude is barely acceptable. A place filled with greed, built by stepping on others, this is a fitting end." As he spoke, he waved his hand, creating a purple magical flame and burning all the books inside the room. Time passed quickly until the next day. Sun was now on a train, happily enjoying a cup of tea in his hand. He began to think about the current situation of the Veritas Tower. It must be in complete chaos right now, with the core secrets of the Magic Tower burned to ashes. Even a rough calculation shows the losses amount to tens of gigs. Collecting high-value magic books and the blueprint for a hero-class gigant is a benefit far greater than I expected. My goal was revenge, but I ended up gaining much more than anticipated. The more he thought, the more the joy on his face became apparent, so much so that even Captain Roger, behind him, noticed and approached to ask, "Young master, are you feeling happy? Your expression is even brighter than when you get a new gigant model." Beside them, the Knight Philip also said curiously, "Tell us about it." Of course, he couldn't possibly reveal that he had wreaked havoc inside the Tower of Veritas, so he just laughed it off. "Well, it's nothing. I'm just happy to be returning home." Hearing this, Philip's face also lit up, and he nodded in agreement. "Me too. I just want to go home and rest." Beside them, Captain Roger heard this and shot Philip a look of judgment and reminded him, "Rest? Forget about it. We're heading straight to the training ground as soon as we get back." His words made Philip's eyes go wide. "What? Why are you being so cruel?" In response, Roger immediately set him straight. "Did you forget our encounter with those merchants? What? As knights, we have a duty to protect. When we get back, I'll restart the training, so don't even dream of resting. For everyone." Returning to Philip's perspective, he had no choice but to cast a pleading gaze over. Young master, please reason with your uncle. Ignoring the guard's complaints, Sun continued to gaze out the window, thinking, I've achieved more than I needed. When I leave, I can focus entirely on restoring the magic circle when I return. As he thought this, Sun suddenly caught sight of the figure of Princess Jia kneeling in front of a church. This sight startled him. Cut to Jia's location, where her prayers began to echo. O great Iocadio, mother of the land of Bellis, this unworthy daughter of yours begs you. Please grant me the strength to help my refugee people. I humbly beseech you, she said with a face full of emotion, and just then, Sun approached her. Princess Jia, why are you praying in a place like this? Hearing the familiar voice, the princess looked behind her and murmured, Young master, why are you here? And what's with this carriage? In response, Sun, not wanting to explain much, waved his hand dismissively. A lot has happened, but why are you here? Don't tell me Count Monarch has done something again. Hearing this, Rina nodded bitterly in reply, That's right, you warned me, but in the end, it came to this. I thought that after you left, the Count's cruel treatment would lessen, but with no one left to restrain him, he became even more violent. Instead of keeping his promise, he doubled the taxes on the refugees and tormented them. He even burned their settlement tents, causing many casualties. We realized we couldn't stay in Lammo any longer, so we came here to seek the help of Marquise Myers, one of the 3 leaders of the major noble factions. At this point, she didn't need to say any more for Sun to guess the outcome, and he smirked. But he refused to see you, didn't he? Rina bowed her head and replied that she hadn't been able to meet him. Standing beside her, Butler Victor added, We've been waiting like this for 3 days, but as you can see, we've been completely ignored. The princess refused to give up. She decided to pray in front of the gate until the Marquis agreed to meet her. Hearing this, Sun could only let out a heavy sigh of, This is so frustrating. Waiting and praying to a god who doesn't answer, exhausting yourself like this. Before he could finish, the 2 of them in front of him shouted, Young master, your words are too harsh. Sun retorted sharply. Think about it. From Marquise Myers' perspective, there's no reason for him to accept this request. Taking in tens of thousands of refugees and preparing for a territorial war with Count Monarch, that's too great a risk. What kind of fool would accept that? Sun's blunt words caused Princess Jia's expression to darken. After a few seconds of silence, she spoke up again. So, are you saying that I'm just wasting my time? Sun replied with a firm nod. That's right. After what happened in Lammo, have you still not learned anything? To protect something, you need power. If you don't have power, you couldn't protect anything at all. Saying this, Zahn himself felt a bit uneasy. He thought to himself, Tisk, even though I know she's not Katarina, she looks so much like her, I can't just ignore her. With that thought, he let out a sigh and advised, You should return to your city. I will escort you nearby. Hearing this, Jenna firmly shook her head and refused. No, I can't. I can't leave until I meet the Marquis. Turning to Zahn's perspective, he truly couldn't hold back his anger when he heard Jenna's foolish words, and he shouted, Are you really going to keep this up? What? Are you planning to wait here until you die? Snap out of it, princess. Taking care of tens of thousands of hopeless refugees will only lead to more problems. Right now, you should take care of yourself first. The main character's shouting made Jenna feel a bit helpless. Her hands clenched in her lap as she said with a tremor, If I focus on myself first, how long would it take before I have the power to protect them? Months or years? And if the people die in the meantime, then what's the point? Zahn retorted that she couldn't save everyone. If she died while trying to save the refugees, it would just be her meaningless death. The princess didn't let him say any more. Princess Jenna suddenly interrupted him in a cold voice. Young master, do you think my life is more valuable than theirs? Of course it is, Zahn replied. But Jenna thought completely differently. Isn't everyone's life equally precious? The lives of me and them are the same. They are the people who trusted and waited for me. No matter how hard it gets, I will never abandon them. By any means necessary, I must do everything I can to help them. She said this with eyes full of determination, causing the main character's face to become dazed. Images from the past began to appear in his mind. Back then, his girlfriend Katarina had also complained, Zahn, have you heard the news? Why must a person suffer just because of their predetermined status? We don't get to choose the circumstances we're born into. At that time, Zahn had replied that perhaps one day there would be a time when everyone was equal and could live happily together. This stream of memories started to make Jean feel a little swayed. Then he continued, If someone like you had existed 500 years ago, then maybe things would have been different. Zahn's casual remark made Gina ask in surprise, Huh, what do you mean by that? Without explaining the meaning of his previous words, Zahn continued to share. For a long time, I had forgotten that I exist in this world for more than just revenge. Thanks to you, I've remembered many things. Your idealistic story, I want to help make it a reality, princess. From this moment on, her fate and that of the refugees from the Bunga kingdom would be tied to the Lakhan family. Time passed until evening, and the scene shifted to the Veritas Magic Tower's document storage unit. At that moment, above the fortress wall, a bolt of green lightning suddenly struck this area directly, causing the surrounding soldiers to panic and shout to each other. Warning, there's an intruder in the archives. All guards, assemble immediately. Be careful, the enemy is a mage. One soldier said with a tense expression while tightening his grip on his weapon. Then another soldier spoke up to question the stranger in front of him. Are you the one who burned down the archives? Across from them, the strange man glanced over. He observed for a moment and shook his head mockingly. Tesk, your security is lax and your identity verification process is even worse. After saying that, he took another step forward, but was immediately stopped by the time soldiers who shouted to stop him. Halt, you're surrounded. Then, within the group, a soldier also noticed the flower symbol on the strange man's cloak. His face began to break out in a cold sweat as he realized what it was and hurriedly told the others, wait, the 7 lilies on his back. That symbol, everyone lower your weapons. We greet the 7th elder of the Veritas Tower, the soldier spoke as he hastily dropped his weapon and knelt on one knee. This man's name is Piero Torin. He is the 7th elder of the Veritas Magic Tower, belonging to the Green Tea unit. At this moment, when he saw that the soldiers recognized his identity, he asked in a cold voice, where is the branch manager? The soldier in front hurriedly replied, the branch manager is inside, we will escort you to him. In response to his words was an incredibly cold gaze from Pio. Are you in charge of security here? I don't need an escort, the incompetence of someone like you is disgusting. As he spoke, he lightly touched the soldier's helmet with his hand. Immediately, he used his magic, causing the young soldier's entire body to be engulfed in green lightning and finally explode into a pool of blood. Beside him, the remaining soldiers who witnessed this scene also had faces that turned pale, but they didn't dare to utter a single word. Piero continued coldly, in the name of Veritas, there is no place here for trash. Cutting back to one of Sun's memories, under a pouring rain, a child was in the middle of a river desperately crying for help. Help, save me. Is anyone there? Please. After saying this, the child sank beneath the river, and on the bank not far away, Sun and Katerina also became frantic. Probably because he couldn't swim, Sun could only suggest going to find help. At this rate, the kid will die. We need to go to the nearest village to get help. In front of him, Katerina's eyes showed a look of determination. She said, if we wait until then, it'll be too late. Watch what I'll do. After speaking, she tied her hair into a ponytail and jumped straight into the water to the main character's horror. But fortunately, not long after, she successfully brought the child ashore and performed first aid. After a few chest compressions, the child began to cough violently and vomit all the water out of his stomach. Seeing this, Katerina became overjoyed and exclaimed to him, Son, the boy is alive. Across from her, instead of feeling happy, Sun was incredibly angry and yelled loudly, Katerina, why would you do something so reckless? You could have been swept away by the current too. His extremely annoyed attitude made Katerina's face go blank. She stammered an explanation, I know it was reckless. The moment I jumped in, I was scared too. But, sometimes, to save a life, you have to be brave and take a risk. Returning to the present, the memories suddenly flooded back, making Sun feel very confused. He thought to himself, I always thought she was just a pretty face. She only looks like Katerina, but she also acts just as foolishly and recklessly as her. Could it be? He whispered to himself, having a slight suspicion. But before he could think much more, the guard Philip shouted, loudly in a panic, Young master, what in the world is going on? I heard you've accepted all the refugees from the Bua Kingdom. Do you really want to start a war with Count Monak? On the other side, Captain Roger was also getting a headache over this issue. He wearily rubbed his temples and turned to advise, I hate to say this, but I agree with Philip. Given the current situation, a war with Count Monak seems unavoidable. Even though our territory situation has improved a little, we still lack the resources to prepare for war. The more he spoke, the darker the captain's expression grew. Meanwhile, Philip quickly chimed in to persuade him further. That's right. Things are already difficult enough. You have to tell them you can't do this. Young master, it seems we're in no position to go to war right now. That's right. The Count owns the entire Jigon axis. Even if the hero Lacan were reborn, he'd be powerless to do anything. Back to Sun's perspective. These two subordinates kept nagging in his ear, giving him a massive headache. He snapped with an annoyed expression, Get out of my way. I will handle this. Hearing that, both Philip and Roger's faces went completely blank. They were silent for a few seconds before Philip tried to knock some sense into Sun. Young master, have you lost your mind? We're talking about 30,000 people. That's 30,000 people. Our own people have only just started to eat properly again. If we take in all of the refugees, we'll return to those days of starvation. And where are we supposed to find more food? Of course, he knew that Philip was making a valid point. However, seeing a subordinate shouting and spitting in his face annoyed him, prompting him to say, "Hey Philip, that's enough." In response, Philip's eyes were practically blazing with fire. "No, I won't stop. I have to say what needs to be said. In that case, let me just get everything off my chest. You run off to strange places without me, your personal guard. I don't care how beautiful this princess is. But this is going too far. Wow, you can really tell you're a desperate virgin. Are you acting like this just because you've never been in a relationship before and don't think I can't see that you're trying to impress the princess?" Back to the perspective of Sun, the guard's blunt words made his face go pale and stiffen, and in retaliation, he immediately flashed a dangerous smile. "Hey Philip, kneel." To the side, Captain Roger even turned his face away, not daring to watch what would happen next. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the meeting room. At this moment, all five of them were looking at a map laid out before them. Sun spoke up, asking the butler, "Victor, did you say there are around 30,000 refugees?" Victor nodded in confirmation. "Yes, that is correct." Hearing this, Philip stroked his chin and interjected, "With that many people on the move, they're sure to attract attention." On the other side, Sun completely agreed with him. "That's right. They'll be pursued the moment they start moving. If we could use the sea route, we could reach Lacan quickly. But it's the dry season, so the boats can't travel. Set sail, so that's impossible. The land route is too long, and if we're pursued, we'll definitely be caught." At this, Captain Roger and Philip suggested waiting until we can use boats, or perhaps sending troops from our own territory to stop the pursuers. Hearing this, Sun frowned in thought for a few seconds, then shook his head. "Even if we set sail, the situation wouldn't be much different from being on land. They have boats too, and they'll catch up quickly. And if we send an armed force, it would be an act of war. Fighting Count Monarch is difficult enough. We can't give the Emperor an excuse to aid him." At this point, Philip and Roger were truly out of options. They asked, "So what can we do? Do you have any good ideas?" "Well," Sun replied, "we only have one option. We'll use the river." As he spoke, he pointed to a small river drawn on the map. However, this idea left Butler Victor a bit confused as he inquired, "The river? But if boats can't set sail, then how?" Hearing that Sun explained his idea in more detail, "That's precisely what we'll use to our advantage. We don't have much time to prepare, so we'll build rafts. The river may be too shallow for boats, but rafts will float just fine. We can make it large enough to carry thousands of people at once. It won't be easy, but it won't take as long as building a boat." Sun's idea made Philip's eyes light up. He clapped his hands together and exclaimed, "That's right, rafts are buoyant, and they take less time to make than boats." Unlike him, Captain Roger's face was still scrunched up as he retorted, "I don't agree. A raft that large will have poor mobility. If they pursue us along the riverbank, we'll become easy targets. And if they attack from a distance, we'll have no way to fight back." Hearing this, Sun gave Roger an appreciative look and nodded. "You're always sharp, Roger. But don't worry, I've already thought of that. We'll use towing engines. We will connect the rafts for stability and link them to the towing engines. With that speed, we can outrun our pursuers." Sun's plan left Captain Roger astonished. He exclaimed, "That's brilliant." His friend Philip also said excitedly, "That's right, if those towing engines are fast, could they even carry Jigon?" Butler Victor, he raised another difficult issue. "We have a problem. We don't have enough resources to build a raft that large." Sun replied with a reassuring look, "Don't worry about that. We still have money left after buying the giant." "Really? Thank you, sir." Butler Victor replied joyfully. Meanwhile, Sun just waved his hand with a smile. "No need to thank me. After I return to my domain, I will send an additional 30,000 pesos. Just make sure the raft is sturdy." Turning towards Princess Gia, she had been standing silently in one spot listening to everyone's discussion. Seeing Sun going to such great lengths to help her, she felt a bit troubled and couldn't help but speak up. "I am truly sorry. I know how difficult it is for you to take in me and the refugees. I know you have to prepare for the war with Count Monarch. I know how much this will cost the Laka family. And yet I still ask for your help." At this point, her eyes were starting to well up with tears. Hearing this, Sun gently comforted her. "Don't worry, Princess Jia, we will be victorious." On the other side, Philip and Roger also said almost in unison, "Yes, yes, believe in the young master." "That's right, we were planning to deal with Count Monaco anyway." Over here, Sun continued, "However, we can't directly participate in this campaign. Everything depends on whether you can reach the river safely or not. Princess, can I trust you to lead your people well?" Rena replied with reddened eyes, "Yes, I will do my very best." The scene shifts to the private office of the old man Jameson. He was currently drunk, surrounded by countless liquor bottles. At the same time, a man named Piero also stepped into the room. He glanced over Jameson's current state and the liquor bottles, then spoke mockingly. Tiesk, how pathetic." Hearing this, Jameson glanced back at him and immediately asked, "The noble elder of the investigation committee, what brings you here? Is that it? You've come to hold me responsible for the fire. Go ahead, since I have nothing left to lose anyway." With that said, he picked up the liquor bottle and started drinking again. As for Piero, he didn't want to waste time on a drunk old man, so he got straight to the point of his visit. Your punishment is unavoidable. But first, I have something to ask. What did you do with the technical blueprints? The question snapped old man Jameson out of his drunken stupor. He hastily stood up and retorted, "How did you know about that?" Piero replied, "I knew the moment you fled from us. I've been watching to see if you were working with anyone, but it seems you weren't. So what on earth did you take them for?" From Jameson's perspective, he started to sense that something was off. His eyes narrowed and he asked, "Wait a minute, who are you really?" The sudden question caused a flicker of shock in Piero's eyes, but he quickly concealed it and replied, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Jameson began to refute him. "I have met all the elders of Veritas. Each one possesses a unique and vast magical power, but I have never felt an aura as terrifying as this." As the old man sensed it, a kind of aura was constantly radiating from Piero, a green aura that would send a chill down anyone's spine. And now, it seemed Piero had no intention to hide his true self. He cracked a cold smile and suddenly appeared behind Jameson's back. "I heard you were once a genius on par with Anbach before the incident. It seems that wasn't a lie, was it?" The voice suddenly ringing out from behind startled Jameson. He hurriedly turned his head, but it was already too late. Right then, Piero began to envelop his hand in a layer of green energy and thrust his hand straight into Jameson's head. Strangely, however, not a single drop of blood was spilled. Instead, his hand seemed to phase directly into the old man's head and began searching for something inside. A terrible pain washed over him, causing Jameson's face to twist in agony. And then, from inside Jameson's head, Piero grasped an orange orb and pulled it out. With that, Jameson's body collapsed forward, his life or death unknown. Meanwhile, Piero casually said, "I see that you won't tell me willingly, so I'll just see for myself. Where is that activation blueprint?" As this voice rang out, Piero's face erupted in a green flame and finally turned into a skull. It was the one who had spoken with the merchant Dardarin earlier. Next, through this orange orb of light, he began to see some images of when the old man Jameson encountered Simon, causing his two eyes to also widen. It was completely burned down. The original location was destroyed. This is getting more complicated. Since the Demon King died 500 years ago, the only place where dark magic still existed was outside the Black Moon of the Vanga Republic. So the Black Moon is behind this place. The Vanga Republic was established after the Vanga Monarchy Empire fell. The world still doesn't know the truth that it was ruled by the Dark Elf race. I have a feeling that these beings, who have been oppressed by humans for so long, might be plotting something, but they're moving faster than I thought. Right now, power is still weak, but if they continue to research dark magic and become increasingly powerful, then they could become a force strong enough to confront the Baroque Empire. Thinking of this, Piero felt a bit concerned, but then he shook his head in denial. Not yet. That republic still needs time to develop, and if they can create a hero-class Jigan, they could control the Empire, and the Empire could also be destroyed if they aren't careful. I must recover the blueprint. Thinking of this, the skull-headed man also felt a sense of urgency. He began to use his magic, creating a green energy worm and releasing it into the ear canal of old man Jameson. After that, his body began to rise stiffly, like a puppet. Seeing this, Piero raised his voice and asked, "Awake, are you?" Jameson replied in a raspy voice, as if he were learning how to speak. "Oh, Lord of eternal darkness, of rotting blood, decaying flesh, and shattered bones, I pledge my loyalty." With that, he knelt on one knee before Piero. Looking at the state of the old genius, Piero added with satisfaction, "I have placed a seal. It will be useful one day when the time comes. Now we must leave. Let's head to the north." As he spoke, he glanced out the window. Back with the Lacan family. At this moment, the members of the family were meeting together. When Butler Han heard about what happened on Simon's group's trip, he shouted, "Is it true? Someone tried to assassinate the young master? That wicked count." On the side, Diddickson and M also gave his opinion. Deploying a Jigan means they were targeting the Lacan territory. From the start, the previous Jigan accident was probably also caused by them. Across from them, Captain Roger agreed they could be preparing for a war to invade our territory. Hearing that, Philip voiced his question. But to officially declare war, they need the Emperor's approval, right? Without a just cause, how could they justify it? Someone else in the meeting spoke up. Count Monarch has a close relationship with the royal family. He could easily get approval for a war. In that case, he could just make up any reason, as they pleased. The more they talked, the more the group felt the situation was more critical than they had imagined. Then, Uncle Dixon turned and said, "In such an unstable situation, should we accept refugees? We're already struggling to maintain the territory's economy. Feeding and housing tens of thousands of refugees will require a huge amount of funding." Just as he finished speaking, before everyone could even think of a solution, a loud noise suddenly erupted. "What's that sound?" the group shouted. Meanwhile, Philip and Captain Roger had already dashed outside like a gust of wind. The moment he flew out the window, Philip gripped his sword tightly and shouted, "Who dares?" After shouting, he noticed that the one who had just made the noise was none other than our main character. Down below, Simon saw the two of them rush out, looking like they were ready to fight someone, and asked curiously, "Oh, is this a new kind of greeting?" Philip landed gently in front of him and explained, "We thought you were a spy. Where have you been? What is that behind you?" Philip's eyes widened as he looked and saw a huge, glittering pile of precious ores stacked behind Simon. In response to their question, Simon just winked playfully. "Ah, this is the Demon King's secret war fund of Simon." At this, Philip's and Roger's faces went blank. They shouted, "The Demon King's secret war fund?" Simon then explained in more detail, "I found it while inspecting the Demon King's castle. It was buried under the ruined walls, and judging by this huge amount, he must have hidden it and then forgotten about it." Hearing this, Captain Roger asked worriedly, "But is it all right to use this? What if it's cursed?" Before the captain could say more, Dixon ran out from the house and yelled, "Be quiet. Are you worried about a little rot in the pantry? We'll just have to accept any side effects. This gold now belongs to Baron Rogan. Even if the Demon King's ancestors come back to claim it, we won't give it back." Meanwhile, Simon looked at the man swearing to protect the pile of gold with his life and chuckled to himself. "Actually, before the mining operation began, I secretly used golems and monsters to gather this emergency fund. But since we need money to support the refugees, there's no other choice but to use it." And so, the financial problem was solved. The next step is... Thinking this, Simon turned to Captain Roger and asked, "Roger, are you free? There's something I'd like to ask of you." Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the training grounds. Our main character had changed into his training gear. He closed his eyes, thinking quietly, "Although I need to study modern magic and expand my magic circles, I also need a way to deal with situations where I can't use magic or face enemies who can resist magic." With that thought, he slowly drew the sword from his hip. While that was happening, Captain Roger remarked with emotion, "Oh, it's been a long time since I practiced swordsmanship after that accident, so I'm a bit rusty, but I never expected you to challenge me to a duel." Simon replied with a confident smile, "It would be a shame if the heir to a heroic lineage couldn't use a sword. Saying that makes me more satisfying." Roger nodded. Then Simon shouted, "All right, let's begin." And just like that, he gripped his sword tightly and took the initiative to charge forward. However, an attack from a total rookie like him could hardly pose a challenge for Roger. With a single, simple swing of his sword, he easily blocked the protagonist's attack. However, the force of the blow didn't satisfy Roger at all. "I was a bit worried since it's been a while since you've held a sword, but it seems you're fine. Your movements have improved since before, and your strength has increased as well. But most importantly, you're reading your opponent's movements." As he said this, Captain Roger was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. He thought to himself, as expected of Lochan's descendant, so he's been secretly training, huh? But this still isn't enough. With that, Roger also began to attack proactively, while also correcting the mistakes Simon made during the fight. It's better to go with the flow. That way, you can counterattack and turn the tables. Hearing this, Simon swung his sword to counter, but the captain had already leaped into the air to dodge it. He shook his head, remarking, "Too slow. That kind of counterattack just creates an opening for your opponent." Back to Simon's perspective, it was only when facing Captain Roger that he realized he had gotten a bit arrogant. "I thought that after fighting countless knights in the past, I'd be able to keep up, but at this range," realizing something, he asked, "Are you really so confident that you're holding back your power?" Roger replied, with an apologetic look, "I'm sorry, but yes, I am holding back. You still haven't landed a single effective blow, have you? Where did all your confidence go? You were just lecturing me about what's shameful, but I'm still very impressed by your improvement, sir. With this terrifying rate of growth, you might even be able to defeat the Demon King from 500 years ago, just like the hero Lochan." He said this as he burst into hearty laughter, completely unaware that his young master was seething with rage. Simon muttered to himself, "Philip must have learned that attitude from him. I can't believe we're this evenly matched, but if I can't land a single hit on him, I won't be able to sleep tonight," Simon whispered. Then, he began to use physical enhancement magic on himself and shot forward with blinding speed. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right in front of Captain Roger. "Don't let your guard down, Roger," Simon chided as he saw his reaction. So quickly, Roger didn't hesitate to praise him. "Very impressive, young master." As soon as the words left his mouth, the sound of clashing weapons rang out, and Simon himself was pushed back slightly. Then, he witnessed something that made his eyes widen in shock. "No way. Impossible. That's the golden sword aura of Lochan." Following Simon's gaze, the sword in Captain Roger's hand was now emitting a brilliant golden aura. Roger spoke up, "I never thought I could move at this speed. But sir, have you been holding back this entire time?" Looking at the sword, a memory began to surface in Simon's mind. A golden sword aura, blazing like the sun, a transcendent state that no one could ever imitate, the golden sword. How could I possibly forget? 500. Years ago, it was the Lochan swordsmanship that struck me down. Though centuries have passed, for me, it feels like it has not even been a year. Thinking about it makes my neck itch, but my blood boils. At this thought, inside Simon a surge of anger also rose as he growled, "Hey Roger, if you hold back too much, I'll have to reprimand you. Do it properly." Following his words, Simon's body was also enveloped in a purple aura. The moment he saw this energy, Captain Roger could not hide the astonishment in his eyes. Impossible. Aura again. It's still at a low level, but that is definitely aura. Across from him, Simon saw that Roger was not responding and shouted once more, "Answer me, Roger." Hearing that, Roger snapped out of it and replied, "Of course, young master, but you never cease to amaze me." And just like that, the two of them happily dove back into their training. The sound of clashing weapons rang out continuously, and time flew by. By now, Simon was panting like a dog from exhaustion, while Roger suggested they stop for the day. Hearing this, Simon gritted his teeth and insisted, "I can still keep going." In response to his words, the captain simply shook his head. "You have done enough for today. Forcing yourself is not good, but more importantly, I am truly astounded. Young master, you know how to use aura? Since when?" "Aura?" Simon muttered with a curious expression, and Roger nodded cheerfully, saying, "That is right. That purple aura you just displayed, you used it so naturally, even though no one has ever taught you. As expected of the Lochan bloodline. There is no mistaking it." Back to Simon's perspective, the captain's words made him feel inwardly stunned. Could it be that I unconsciously released mana just because of my anger? Wait, there is something not right. Aura is the physical manifestation of mana. Simply coating a sword with mana cannot be called aura. That assassin I faced before, he used aura too, right? Could this be the result of me absorbing his power when I was attacked? Simon silently speculated in his mind. Turning back to Captain Roger, who at that moment also remembered something and mentioned, "Actually, I was planning to tell you this after you mastered the swordsmanship, but with your speed of development, now seems like the right time. Starting tomorrow, I will teach you the golden sword." The captain's serious words left Simon with a stunned expression. An indescribable feeling began to rise within him. The golden sword is the detestable technique of that bastard Lochan. Wait, I can make it my own, but hold on a moment. Thinking this, Simon suddenly realized something and hurriedly asked the captain, "Wait, is not the golden sword a secret technique passed down only to the heir? How do you? You are not even the family head. How do you know the golden sword?" Simon said, giving Roger a look full of suspicion, wondering if this man had secretly learned his family's sword style. In front of him, Roger was at first a little surprised, but then his eyes showed understanding, and he calmly said, "Ah, you must have forgotten about that as well. You know that because of the Demon King's curse, all the family heads die young, right? The ancestors feared that the sword style, the family's secret technique, would be lost, so one of them entrusted it to the Knight Commander, most loyal. Since then, this technique has been secretly passed down. Thanks to that, the Knight Commander not only protects the legacy of Sir Rokan, while also becoming a steadfast pillar for the family." Hearing this, Simon finally understood everything, why this family of early deaths could still persist for 500 years. It was all thanks to this tradition, so that's the reason everything didn't collapse, even when the family heads died young, or at least that's what it seemed like to me. Putting that aside, Simon asked curiously, "So if I master the golden sword, can I be like Rokan?" "No, like my ancestor and become a sword emperor." In response to Simon's naive thought, Roger shook his head bluntly. "Unfortunately, that's impossible. The ultimate secret of the swordsmanship was lost 400 years ago, but even just mastering the first half will allow you to reach the level of a sword master. In fact, many knight commanders in the past have reached that rank." Hearing that, Simon nodded, thinking to himself, "So that's how it is? I can't believe I've encountered the technique that took my life in this way. But Rokan is already dead, and now the golden sword is simply a technique for me to practice. I will practice it until I master it and make it my own," Simon said with a face full of determination. The scene shifts to Princess Vina's location. At this moment, she had begun to gather her refugees and started to give a speech. "Thank you all for gathering here. It has been over a year since we left the Vanga Kingdom and came to the Moak territory. During that time, we have faced constant discrimination and oppression. We have endured the brutality and coercion from the soldiers and people here. Instead of protecting everyone, I could only stand by helplessly, not even able to express my grievances. You must all hate me for my weakness. However, we cannot remain stuck in this situation any longer. Tonight, we will leave this place. We will go to the Rokan territory. This is a decision I have made alone, but I believe this path will bring a better future for everyone. I understand your fear that history will repeat itself, and I will not force anyone. But even so, for one last time, can you please trust me? Let us end these days of desperate oppression together. Let us start a new beginning together. I beg of you all, please stand with me." After speaking, she bowed deeply before the crowd with great sincerity. Then, after a few seconds of surprise, the voices of the refugees began to ring out. "What are you saying, princess? Your sudden summons made us fear something had happened. But do you think we would just follow anyone? We all know how much you have strived and sacrificed for us, and all of us are incredibly grateful for that. If this is the decision the princess has made, then we believe it is for the best. So please, do not worry or apologize. We are always ready to follow you." From behind, a man in a brown shirt also spoke up. "Princess, I told you, we are here voluntarily, so please don't worry." For Vina, these sincere words from her people made the burden in her heart feel a little lighter. "Everyone, thank you. I sincerely thank you." Following that, the man in the brown shirt took out a piece of paper and announced, "A message from Sir Luke has arrived. The carriages are ready." Hearing this, Vanna became a little worried and asked, "What about the movements? What about the Count's side?" The attendant replied, "For now, he hasn't discovered our plan yet." This information relieved the princess somewhat, but she still couldn't hide her worried expression. "That's good, but can we really move this many people without being discovered?" In response, Butler Victor also approached and replied, "Princess, don't worry, I've already arranged everything." In his hands, he was carrying a box containing some masks. Time passed quickly, and at this moment, one of Monarch's subordinates glanced towards the fountain and shouted, "What's going on? The slums are completely empty." Hearing this, the guard soldier also panicked, turned to look, and said in confusion, "Impossible, it was packed just last night." In response was the brown-haired man's roar, "I gave orders for strict surveillance. Where did all the soldiers go?" The soldier replied with an awkward expression, "About that, I had no other choice. There was a disease outbreak in the slums." Hearing this, the brown-haired man pulled out a dirty mask and screamed like a mad dog. "A disease outbreak? You mean this? This is just a mask to fake symptoms. What a disgrace to be fooled by such a cheap trick." Elsewhere, Count Monarch, who had been sitting there all this time, could no longer contain his anger. He slammed his hand on the armrest, shot up, and barked, "You ungrateful trash! Princess Doa, I showed you so much mercy, and yet you dare stab me in the back? I won't let this go." As he spoke, his face twisted with rage. Then, at that very moment, a few heavily armored soldiers approached, knelt on one knee before him, and spoke, "Greetings, noble Count. We of the Scorpion Cavalry have returned from the battlefield." In front of them, Monarch saw their arrival and suddenly broke into a smile. "Just in time, I have a mission for you. It seems fate is on my side. Princess Doa, since you turned your back and ran, you will regret it deeply." Time passed quickly until evening, the scene shifting to the location of the refugee group. At this moment, they were moving along with a few carriages in the middle. Within the convoy, a little kid started panting. "Mom, I'm tired." He collapsed to his knees on the ground. "I can't walk anymore." Hearing this, his mother also struggled to say, "My dear, just a little bit longer." Nearby, a man saw this, looked at Butler Victor, and asked, "Mr. Victor, everyone has reached their limit. Why don't we rest for a bit?" In response to their request, Butler Victor made a troubled face and explained, "We don't know when the Count's army will catch up. We can't stop until we reach the near river. But at this rate, everyone will collapse before we even get there," the man retorted. Sitting inside the carriage, Princess Doa heard this and pulled the curtain aside and advised, "Let's do as he says." At these words, Butler Victor turned and stammered, "But princess, we don't have time." In reply, Rena smiled gently and said, "Ensuring everyone arrives safely is the top priority, but it's okay to eat a little to fill our stomachs." And so, the group began to take a temporary rest and eat a little. As soon as the food was cooked, Butler Victor hurriedly brought it to the princess, offered the princess a bowl of soup. "Princess, please leave the watch to us and have something to eat." Hearing this, Rena turned away and refused. "I'm fine. Please take care of the others as well." Hearing her words, the older man continued to persuade her. "But you haven't eaten anything since yesterday. If you collapse, everyone will fall into chaos." Princess Rena replied with a somewhat sorrowful face, "It is because of me that everyone must endure this situation. If I had more power, this would not have happened." Before she could finish her sentence, Butler Victor hurriedly stopped her. "Princess, please don't say such things. You are everyone's source of strength. It is for you, princess, that everyone has come this far, because we know that no matter what happens, you will not abandon us. So please, eat and be strong." Saying so, he pushed the bowl of food towards her. His encouraging words also brought a hint of cheer to the princess's face. She nodded in agreement, "Thank you." However, before she could even take a bite, a loud noise rang out. Hearing this sound, Princess Rena was a bit confused. However, the butler Victor found it terribly familiar. His face turned to panic as he shouted, "It can't be. This can't be happening. Are the Count's soldiers here?" From the front, a few panicked townspeople also ran over to warn the others. "Everyone, run!" The words had barely been spoken when a group of soldiers from afar charged forward on horseback at breakneck speed, and then they threw out several nets, casting them directly over the refugees. Screams and cries echoed everywhere. Witnessing this, both Victor and Rena began to tremble uncontrollably. Just like that. It didn't take long for everyone to be captured and bound. Meanwhile, the soldiers surrounded Rena from within the crowd, and the commander of the Scorpion Cavalry, VIP June, stepped forward and spoke, "It's time to go back, Princess. Please be cooperative. That is, if you still value the lives of these people." As he spoke, a few soldiers pressed their spears close to the sides of the innocent townspeople, causing them to sob uncontrollably. Seeing this, Victor couldn't contain his anger and confronted them. "You bastards. Taking commoners as hostages and threatening them. Do you have any honor left as a knight?" VIP responded to his question with a look of utter contempt. He said, "Well, who knows? Hearing such words from a little rat who fled in the middle of the night is quite amusing." Hearing this, Victor replied in a cold tone, "You are the ones who forced us to do this." Hearing this, VIP couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Haha, what nonsense are you spouting? You are the one who caused this situation. You refused the Count's generosity towards the refugees and instead selfishly fled into the night to seek death. Is this the action of a princess praised as a saint?" His sarcastic words made veins bulge on Victor's forehead. He roared furiously, "Nonsense! Have you forgotten what you did to our people? You taxed them higher than the common folk and forced them to work in dangerous places. Do you know how much our people have suffered because of this discrimination? And yet you dare to say we're spouting nonsense?" From the VIP's perspective, he didn't want to waste any more words arguing with these refugees, so he snapped his fingers, signaling a subordinate beside him before continuing. "Humph, that's not my problem. I received a very simple order, and that is to capture the princess. So make your choice, hand over the princess and we'll let you go, or do you want to die together?" As he spoke, he turned to stare intently at Jenna, waiting for her answer. For Jenna, facing this situation, a feeling of utter helplessness welled up inside her. She bit her lip and asked, "If I go back with you, will you let everyone go?" Hearing this, Victor, seeing that she was about to agree, hurriedly spoke up to stop her. "Wait, princess." Before he could finish, Princess Jenna raised her hand to stop him and turned to the VIP. "Answer me now. You won't pursue them any longer, will you?" The VIP replied with an amused laugh. One could tell from the look on his face that he wasn't trustworthy at all. And of course, with his worldly experience, Victor also realized this and continued to advise her. "You mustn't be deceived. Just leave us behind and run, princess." To his plea, Jenna replied with a voice full of dignity, "I am the last royal of the Vanga kingdom. How could I abandon my people and run away? You say I am the source of power, but without my people, I have no reason to exist. If it's for them, then I am willing to sacrifice myself, so please take care of them for me." With that, she solemnly walked forward. Meanwhile, tears streamed endlessly from the eyes of the people around her. Returning to Jenna's perspective, she actually had some doubts about this. She wondered, "Lord El Cow, is this truly your will? If so, then I will accept my fate without regret. There is only one thing, just one regret. I never had the chance to thank him." An image of Simon began to form in Jenna's mind. Unaware of this, the VIP captain burst out laughing maniacally. "Aha! It's useless to resist. I will take you to the Count safely, princess." After saying that, he cast a cold gaze over the refugees. "All right, now that we have the princess, I shall carry out the Count's next order, kill them all." His murderous words made Jenna's face go pale with shock. Meanwhile, his subordinate knights quickly drew their gleaming swords. They slowly advanced towards a woman, causing her to clutch her daughter in terror and scream, "Please, spare me." On the other side, Jenna turned and confronted them. "This isn't what we agreed upon. You said you would let everyone go safely." The VIP turned back to look at her as if she were a fool. Did I say that?" His blatant lie finally made Jenna realize, You deceived us." She screamed, but could do nothing as two other knights came and restrained her. As for the VIP, he just shrugged and advised, "Just stand still. We will escort you back safely." Across from them, Victor saw this and drew his sword and charged into the fray. "You bastards, get your hands off the princess. I'll cut every last one of you down." The old man spoke with incredible ferocity, but his strength didn't quite match his spirit of his. The VIP just spurred his horse forward slightly, easily plunging the sword into the man's chest. He sneered, "You might have been famous in your youth, but now you're just a toothless tiger." Seeing this, Rena screamed out in worry, while the butler Victor could only clutch his stomach, curling up like a shrimp and cursing, "Damn it." As for the VIP, he paid no mind to those meaningless words from Victor. He looked at him with an icy gaze and whispered, "Actually, this is good. I want to make sure you understand your current situation, and when heads start to roll, everyone will understand." With these words, he raised the sword in his hand and swung it straight down. Meanwhile, Princess Jana could only stand behind them and cry out helplessly. However, at that very moment, something unexpected happened. Out of nowhere, a purple flame suddenly shot out between the two of them, causing the horse to rear back in fear. The VIP himself cursed loudly. Damn it, what the hell is this? From Princess Jana's perspective, she started to look toward where the attack came from as tears streamed down her face, thinking to herself, "You're here, thank you so much." In the distance, Simon looked down at the chaotic scene and growled, although I don't know the details. But judging by the situation, it seems I don't need to hold back. As he said that, a purple flame ignited in Simon's palm, ready to roast these knights. On the other side, Butler Victor also looked towards Simon and said with embarrassment, "I thought it was all over for me, and yet you came to help? How shameful. Thank you." Hearing this, the VIP captain turned his head, whispering in confusion, "Simon?" Hearing that, Victor realized in horror that he had slipped up. He silently cursed himself. "Damn it," I foolishly blurted out his name. Thinking this, he quickly tried to correct himself. "No, that's not what I meant." To the VIP, the more the old man talked, the more suspicious it became, and the VIP himself looked towards Simon and realized something. "Ah, I see. I've seen that face somewhere before. You're the young master of Baron Rakan, aren't you?" No wonder everything felt a bit strange. The princess, who has been quietly obedient all this time, suddenly runs away in the middle of the night. I suspected someone was behind this, and it turns out it's just some naive brat from a declining family. "Princess, I truly feel sorry for you." With that, he turned and ordered his subordinates, "What are you waiting for? Charge and kill them all." Hearing the command, his men charged toward their prey like hunting dogs, shouting in unison, "Yes, sir," unaware that the faster they ran, the closer they got to their doom. On the opposite side, Simon was no longer holding back against these fools. He reached his hand forward and mumbled, "Answer my summons. Undead creatures, lead the enemy to hell. Destroy all enemies before you." His ethereal summons echoed. It's unclear if he had used too much power, but blood streamed from his eyes and the corners of his mouth. Then, the ground began to shake violently, making it impossible for the horses to advance, and in their eyes, to their astonishment, giant stone golems emerged from the ground, surrounding them. Seeing this, the VIP's eyes went wide in disbelief. I've never seen so many golems before. Did he summon them? How in the world did he do that? He wondered silently, but no one could answer his question. At that moment, the stone golems began to raise their giant arms and attack the group. One by one, the horses were easily snatched up in their hands, causing the knights to scream in panic, "Please, spare us." Meanwhile, the VIP hurriedly tried to rally his men. "Don't panic, they're just crude golems. They can't compare to a gigant in terms of durability or speed. If we use our mobility, we still have a chance to win." With that, he led a few of his subordinates forward, continuously attacking the legs of the stone golems. However, Simon wasn't about to just stand by and watch them attack so brazenly. At that moment, energy threads shot out from his fingertips, connecting to the stone golems in front to control them. Instantly, one of the stone golems slammed its massive arm down, shattering the ground into pieces and unleashing a powerful shockwave. The horses were sent flying in all directions. Elsewhere, the remaining stone golems began to pick up rocks and throw them with deadly accuracy at the knights, sending any who were hit to meet their ancestors. Watching from the side, the VIP was stunned. He thought to himself, "No way, is he treating my cavalry like toys?" Then, realizing he had no chance of winning against the stone golems, he jumped off his horse, grabbed Princess Jaina, and held his sword to her throat as a threat. "Everyone, stop right now. If you move another inch, I'll kill the princess. That is, if you value her life." Across from him, Simon just watched with a cold gaze. After a cold snort, his body suddenly appeared before the man's eyes in a flash, giving the VIP no time to react. Next, Simon reached out and grabbed the villain's face, slamming him into a nearby tree. The blow was so powerful that it shattered his iron helmet into pieces. Simon then began to warn him, "Don't make me remember things that drive me crazy. I'm already in a bad mood, and if you keep provoking me like this, I might just kill you right here." In response to Simon's threat, the VIP, with some unknown confidence, even dared to challenge the protagonist. "Do you think you'll get away with this? The Count will never let you off the hook." Simon didn't want to waste any more words on this fool. "I've already warned you very clearly." With that, he focused mana into his fingertip and fired a bullet straight through the villain's head, causing his lifeless body to collapse. Meanwhile, Jaina was still a bit stunned as everything had happened so quickly. My lord, how did you get here?" she asked. However, Simon didn't explain. He walked past Jaina and instructed her to lead the refugees to safety immediately. There were still 2 knights left standing ahead, staring at the protagonist as if they had just seen a demon. They couldn't believe their captain had been defeated so easily. In a battle without a Jigan, the appearance of a mage could decide the victor. So was that really true? I had heard many times that in war, a 7th circle mage could determine the outcome, but I've never heard of a mage who controls golems. That is no different from a demon king. Hearing this, Simon spoke to them, From the moment you chose to confront me, you should have been prepared to risk your lives, shouldn't you? His threat sent shivers down both knights' spines, and they panicked, saying to each other, "That monster, how can we possibly defeat something like that? Retreat, we must retreat. Everyone, fall back, report to the domain and bring reinforcements. We'll come back later." Saying this, they threw down their weapons and fled. However, Simon had no intention of letting them return to report to that villain, Monowak. Immediately, he threw a fireball forward, creating a wall of fire and blocking the knight's path. "Do you really think I would let you escape? All of you will die here." As he spoke, Simon drew the sword from his hip, his voice filled with killing intent. And just like that, it wasn't long before these knights helplessly followed their comrades to the afterlife. After finishing the job, he sheathed his sword and turned to speak to the princess. "We've dealt with the enemies here, but I don't know when the next pursuers will arrive. I will escort you to the riverbank, where rafts are waiting. Follow me, quickly." As he spoke, he held out his hand. However, at that very moment, one of Ja's subordinates suddenly stepped forward to stop him. He looked at Simon with a wary expression. "We are very grateful for your help, but please do not come any closer to the princess. What on earth was that power you just used? I've never heard of the Lacan family having the ability to control golems. Moreover, the magic you used felt very strange. It had a sinister and terrifying aura. Could it be dark magic? How could a noble from a family of knights possibly wield such a power?" His question made Princess J, standing behind him, look bewildered as well. Seeing this, Simon glanced around and saw the wary gazes directed at him from the very people he had just saved. He muttered to himself, "I've made a mistake. In a moment of lost control, I let too many people witness my power, which isn't like me at all. She's not even Katarina. Is it because I still have regrets from my past life? How ridiculous." Simon. He knew this wasn't the time for idle chatter, so he urged them on. "Now is not the time for talk. I'll explain that later." In response, the foolish brown-haired man stubbornly stood his ground. No matter how urgent the situation is, I cannot overlook this. Using such a wicked power." His words made Simon almost burst out laughing. He had no choice but to enlighten the group. "The wicked power you speak of? But if it weren't for that power, you all would have been dead long ago." This reminder from Simon startled the brown-haired guy, but he still managed to retort. "I don't deny that, but dark magic is an unforgivable path. As a descendant of the hero Lacan, don't you feel ashamed?" At this point, even Princess J couldn't hold it in any longer and shouted, "That's enough. The method doesn't matter. The truth is that he saved us. Furthermore, the Lord Luke would never get involved with dark magic." Returning to Simon, he didn't let the princess explain any further and decided to lay all his cards on the table. "That's not it, princess. I don't want to lie in this situation. What you all saw is the truth. This power is the dark magic of the Demon King Simon, who died 500 years ago." Faced with his words, the refugees couldn't hide their bewildered expressions. It can't be the Demon King's power. How can you possess the power of a Demon King who died so long ago? Then, man voiced the concern on everyone's mind. Could it be that the Demon King has been resurrected? In response, Simon shook his head to reassure everyone, "Don't worry. The Demon King has not been resurrected. In the past, it was the pinnacle of knowledge, a power so great it once plunged the world into chaos. Now, that legacy is simply awakening once more. Since I was a child, I've carried a curse that kept my body weak. Even when I tried to learn my family's swordsmanship, my progress was incredibly slow. Whenever I grew frustrated with that vicious cycle, I would often visit the ruins of the Demon King's castle, where the battle records of my ancestor are preserved. Then one day, completely by chance, I discovered a secret passage left behind by the Demon King. That path led me deep into the castle, and in that place, everything that the Demon King had ever built remained perfectly intact. At first, I was terrified to open that forbidden door, but that feeling quickly vanished. Standing before what lay inside, I thought this was the only way for me to overcome the limitations I was born with. Yes, it was the only way. From that day on, I secretly studied magic and learned to control golems in secret, and the result is the very power you have just witnessed. Of course, as a descendant of the hero Lacan, using the Demon King's power is a condemnable act, but I had no other choice. I was more desperate than anyone. I needed power, the power to protect what is precious to me. Simon's emotionally charged speech left everyone stunned. However, this foolish black-haired guy still spoke up in annoyance. But even so, this is still unacceptable. Before he could say another word, the butler, Victor, stepped forward, his face flushed as he shouted, "That's enough. As Lord Luke said, we are all still alive thanks to him. At least for now, we have no right to judge what is right or wrong." With that said, he turned his aged eyes and declared to Simon, "My lord, I don't care if it's the power of the Demon King or some devil. I only know that you protected us. All of us will keep this a secret, so please do not worry." He spoke with such a firm voice that it made Simon a bit surprised, but then he nodded, "Thank you. I sincerely thank you all." Even as he said that, he quietly observed them. A few of the refugees were still looking his way with apprehensive eyes. He thought to himself, someone accepted. How lucky. But that's still not enough to convince everyone. I'll have to come up with other measures later. Unaware of these thoughts in Simon's mind, Victor turned and said loudly to everyone, "Right now, I don't know when the Count's pursuit squad will catch up. We must leave this place immediately. Let's head to the Lock-in territory." The scene shifts to the mansion of that Count Monarch. At this time, news that the night cavalry group sent in pursuit had been annihilated had also reached his ears. This made him so angry that he shattered the wine glass in his hand. Wasn't losing both the princess and the refugees enough? But now, even the Scorpion cavalry has been wiped out. The most elite cavalry unit in the kingdom was defeated by the declining Lock-in territory. Did they really lose? In front of him, the kneeling guard tremblingly raised his head to explain. Considering that even the Dark Knight failed before, it's likely that nobles are backing them. If we act rashly without knowing the enemy's true strength, it will be very dangerous, the guard advised. Unfortunately, to Monarch, these words went in one ear and out the other, having no effect at all. "Shut up, you coward. Are you scared just because they got lucky twice? I won't let those weaklings run rampant any longer. Send word to His Majesty the Emperor. How dare they mock me? I will make them regret it to their very bones." Monarch's voice was sharp with menace. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the Lock-in family's meeting room. At this moment, everyone was gathered together. Then, Butler Han took out a piece of paper and announced to the group, "A royal messenger just arrived. The decree declares that the official territorial war between Count Monarch and Viscount Lock-in has been approved." Upon hearing this announcement, Victor clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, saying, "Damn it, that Count has finally made his move." Beside him, Princess Jay looked at everyone apologetically. "I'm sorry, this is all because of us." In response, Captain Roger shook his head and reassured her. "It's all right. With Count Monarch's cruel nature, this was bound to happen sooner or later." Hearing this, Philip quickly chimed in. "That's right, you don't need to worry about us. He even tried to assassinate you, despite not knowing you at all." At this point, Captain Roger raised a hand to his head and muttered, "But there's one thing I don't understand. The reason for the declaration of war states that we attacked Count Monarch's private soldiers." The man's words made the faces of both Jay and Victor stiffen. Meanwhile, Philip was still angrily cursing those cowards. "We haven't even seen a single one of their Scorpion soldiers. How could they fabricate such a blatant lie?" Roger replied with a sigh. "The fact that the royal court approved this is absurd. It must be because of his blood ties that they're covering for him." On the other side, Simon's group naturally understood the whole situation. However, they couldn't tell the truth, so they could only awkwardly brush the reason for the war aside. Now is not the time to dig into the details. We need to focus on finding a way to overcome this situation. After saying that, he looked over and asked Roger, "What's the status of our military strength?" Roger replied, "We've just recruited more mercenaries. We hired from the young men in the refugee camp, but the problem is they've had almost no training whatsoever. Whether they can actually be effective on the battlefield remains to be seen." Hearing this, Song also understood that they couldn't expect much from these refugees, so he turned to ask the mage Mute, "Sir Mute, what about the Gigons?" In response, Mute quickly summarized his progress. "We tried to purchase and repair abandoned units with the money left over from fortifying the territory, but because of the time constraints, only 3 are fully operational and combat ready. Compared to the number of Gigons in the Count's territory, this number is still far too low." At that moment, Princess Jay suddenly chimed in, Actually, we still have one more Gigon. It's hidden in a nearby manor." Her words made Philip's face light up as he quickly realized something. "That's right, we still have Mia. We saw Mia's power with our own eyes in the Gigon arena. It will surely be a huge help. But we don't have many pilots for Mia, right?" In response, Vena pointed to Victor and boasted, "There's no need to worry about that. Sir Victor has experience piloting Gigons." At this, Victor clenched his fist and nodded firmly. "Although I am an old man who has long been away from the battlefield, my accumulated experience is second to none. I promise I won't become a burden. I will help with all my might. Please trust me, just this once." His firm words made Roger extremely happy. If it's the renowned former knight commander of the Vaughn Kingdom, then we can completely trust him. Next to him, Philip was a bit surprised. "Wow, I thought he was just an ordinary old man who knew he was this incredible." The moment he finished speaking, he received a punch to the head from Captain Roger, causing a huge lump to swell up on his head. Ignoring this, Butler Han added, "Furthermore, we still have the knights of the former Vaughn Kingdom. They have been hiding their identities all this time under the Count's oppression, but they have continued to train in secret. They will undoubtedly become a formidable force." "That's very reassuring," Roger said softly. However, Mage Mute wasn't as optimistic as them. He spoke up to remind the group, "I don't want to dampen everyone's spirits, but the situation is still tilted in the enemy's favor. According to our calculations and what we know, the Count's domain has at least 80 Gigons. and among them are 5 Knight-class Jigons. In modern warfare, the quantity and class of the Jigons are the deciding factors for victory. The difference between a warrior-class Jigon and a Knight-class one is no different from that between a child and an adult. A Knight-class Jigon can overwhelm 10 warrior-class Jigons on the battlefield. If we are outmatched in both the number and class of our Jigons, then no matter how many more knights we have, we won't be able to overcome this disadvantage. Having said that, everyone turned their eyes to Simon to see what he would say. Simon spoke up. Then if the enemy can't use their Jigons, wouldn't we have a chance? Mute replied, that's true, but how can we possibly make all of their Jigons useless? In response to the question, Simon shared his thoughts. We won't sabotage the enemy's Jigons directly, but instead we will create a situation where they can't be used. As everyone knows, the terrain of the Lockhand territory has extreme variations. The east and west are high cliffs, making it incredibly difficult for large numbers to move, while the north is a dense forest, making it nearly impossible for the giant Jigons to operate effectively. This means the enemy has only one option left, which is to advance from the south. Using the sea route, they will transport the majority of their Jigons on warships across the ocean, and that is where we will set our trap. We will erect barriers along the coastline, preventing the enemy's Jigons from having a place to land. Then, before their army can even deploy, we will attack from a distance, turning them into living targets. Of course, we cannot ignore the possibility of an attack from another direction, but that is something we can plan to counter together. We are heavily outnumbered, but that doesn't mean we have to be afraid. We have the Lockhand Knights under Roger's command and the renowned former Knight Commander of the Voga Kingdom. Not a single one of us is inferior to them. No, in fact, we are superior to them. As long as we fight together, we will definitely win. Simon's words ignited a burning passion in the people inside the room. The captain, Roger, immediately slammed the table, stood up, and said, with such inspiring words, how can we just stand by? No matter what happens, we will always follow the young master. Just leave it to us, young master. On the side, the princess also let out a sigh of relief. Before, I felt completely hopeless, but now I can see a path forward. Truly, whenever I am with the Lord, I never feel like I will fail. In response to her words, the butler Victor also looked at our protagonist and whispered, we have witnessed countless miracles up to now, and this battle will be no exception. We will definitely overcome this. As for Philip, he quickly realized that he shouldn't just be sitting around. This is no time to sit still. I'll go prepare for battle right away. I will handle the gigant maintenance. I will reinforce the castle walls. Each of them began to assign tasks to one another and quickly left the room. And as soon as the door was closed, Simon immediately used his magic to lock it. Then, he began to cough violently and vomited blood, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. He wondered what the reason was. Could it be because I lost control in my anger back then? I must have used an amount of mana exceeding my limit. Now, my mana flow has become so unstable that I can no longer control it. If this condition continues, my magic circle will shatter, Simon said worriedly. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifts to the inside of a strange cave. To deal with his weakened state, Simon had secretly come here to make preparations. Before him now was a magic circle he had just drawn. Looking at the result before him, Simon let out a breath. All right, this should be enough. It's a good thing there's a suitable place beneath my quarters. I can perform the ritual here without anyone finding out. After being reincarnated as a descendant of the Lockhand family, my mana circle was weakened by the family curse. I converted it into a dark circle. After absorbing Hera's mana, I was able to push my magic power to the 6th circle, surpassing the limits of my body. However, during the battle with the Scorpion Cavalry, I was so overwhelmed by my emotions that I acted recklessly, unleashing an amount of mana that was near the circle's limit, putting a strain on the newly formed dark magic circle, and now is in danger of shattering once more. To repair it, I need a being with sufficiently strong magical power, and to replenish my mana, something on the level of hares, or something else, a demon. For ages, dark mages have summoned demons to enhance their power, but they could only offer their souls to make a contract. However, my goal is to replenish my mana. Instead of borrowing power through a contract, I will absorb the demon itself, seizing all of its power and energy, and completely dominate its power and mana. Of course, in this state where I cannot use magic at will, subduing a high-level demon is extremely difficult. That is why I chose a low-level demon first. Now, the only thing missing is the sacrifice. Normally, people would sacrifice animals or humans, but I have something more suitable, a mage's blood. Someone who wields mana and magical energy contains enough spiritual essence, making it the perfect offering for the ritual. Besides, I dislike sacrificing uninvolved lives for my own benefit. This way of thinking, coming from the Demon King, might seem bizarre for someone who wants to annihilate all of humanity. But thinking back, there were also people who followed this ideal, the shadow organization that worshipped the Demon King Simon. Although they had lost faith in humanity, they never lost their respect for life or their sense of responsibility. Since I have not heard about them after reincarnating, It is highly likely they perished along with me. At this thought, a sharp pain suddenly struck Simon's heart, signaling him to stop dwelling on pointless thoughts. He thought to himself, my condition is deteriorating rapidly. I must hurry. Acting on the thought, without a moment's hesitation, Simon thrust his hand forward and began to chant the incantation. Shadow curse deep within the abyss, heed my call. Cross the boundary of space, follow the blood pact and lend me your strength. Appear and show me your existence. As the words ended, the magic circle in front of Simon began to glow with a brilliant red light, and then a deep crimson energy surged upwards. Finally, from within this energy, 3 demons appeared, a giant bat, a blue-skinned humanoid monster, and finally, a snake woman with snakes for hair. Switching back to the main character's point of view, seeing that he had summoned 3 demons simultaneously, he felt no sense of alarm. Their appearances are impressive, but they're merely low-level demons. 3 of them. Even without magic, I can handle them, he thought. However, this was not the end. At that moment, the ground began to rumble violently, making it seem as if the entire cave could collapse at any moment. The flames within the magic circle began to erupt more intensely than ever before. This caused Simon's brows to furrow tightly. He said in confusion, so it was not just 3 of them. Then, from within a flame, a black panther with long fangs stepped out. As soon as it appeared, it let out a loud roared, unleashing its oppressive aura to display its power. Then, the panther spoke to the main character in a cold voice. My name is Sebastian, Lord of Endless Pain in the Demon World, you fool. Are you ready to pay the price for summoning me? Over here, just feeling the overwhelming presence it projected was enough to make Simon's face turn deathly pale. He wondered to himself, impossible. Is this presence from a high-level demon? But this magic circle should only be able to summon low-level demons, right? This is starting to get out of control. In the current situation, there's no way I can win against a high-level demon, but I also can't let them stay here. If they break out of this domain, it'll be chaos. At this point, my only option is to erase the summoning circle and forcibly banish them, Simon thought with regret. Meanwhile, unaware of his intentions, the Black Panther began to demand its offering. Don't be afraid. If you obediently offer up your soul, I'll make it quick for you. Just offer your soul to me. At its words, 3 low-level demons also slowly surrounded Simon in the center, preventing him from escaping. Over here, although Simon was scared enough to piss his pants, he still had to talk tough. Who said I'm scared? I'm just figuring out how to take you down. And just like that, seeing that Simon refused to cooperate and offer the sacrifice, the demons began their attack. First up was the green-skinned demon, using its immense strength. It lifted a huge rock high into the air and hurled it straight at Simon like a cannonball. Seeing this, our protagonist immediately ducked to dodge the attack. However, before he could even make his next move, the snake woman had already lunged forward, spinning around and swinging her giant tail like a whip straight at Simon's position. At the same time, a red light shot from the snake woman's eyes towards Simon. With no other choice, Simon was forced to draw the sword at his hip and hold it horizontally above him to block the attack. As a result, although he blocked the snake woman's tail whip, the sword in Simon's hand was also turned to stone, causing him to quickly toss it aside. Petrification? That's rare, Simon muttered to himself, and while he was contemplating this, several more giant rocks came flying at him like rain. This forced Simon, without even a moment to breathe, to scramble and get away. Damn it, they aren't even giving me a second to breathe. I can't get near the magic circle like this. All I can do is dodge. What now? There has to be a way. As Simon thought, he scanned his surroundings, searching for a solution. Then, he spotted some water seeping from the cliff face. This led our protagonist to wonder, why is there water there? Could it be that above this place is a river? If so, then I have a way. With this thought, Simon began to jump, moving between the boulders on the wall. Not far away, the giant bat opened its maw, gathering a fireball in its mouth and shooting it straight toward the main character. However, it didn't realize this was exactly what Simon was waiting for. Right before the fireball could hit him, Simon used his blink skill, causing his figure to flash for an instant before vanishing in midair. This left the giant bat confused, letting out a cry. Next, a huge explosion occurred inside the cave, and right after, a large amount of water flooded in. It washed the low-level demons away. As for Simon, he was currently safe, clinging to a cliff wall. However, using the flash step magic just now caused his body to suffer a backlash, and from the corner of his mouth, a bit of blood trickled out as he thought. Even a simple spell puts a huge strain on my body right now. However, they won't be able to move anymore. Now I have to erase the magic circle. At that moment, from beneath the water, the Black Panther's giant hands suddenly emerged, causing Simon's eyes to widen in terror. Impossible. Is it completely unharmed? He screamed internally. As the Black Panther climbed up, it also turned its face towards Simon and cursed, "You bastard! I won't be lenient anymore. Get on your knees and beg for forgiveness. This is your last chance. Back to Simon, despite facing a dangerous situation, he calmly reminded himself, the sword is broken, the dark magic circle has reached its limit, I can't even summon a weapon, and my body has surpassed its endurance limit. Thinking this, Simon jumped straight down, as if wanting to face the high-level demon head-on. Meanwhile, the high-level demon, certain of its victory over Simon confidently, said, "Good. I've decided I'll swallow you whole in one bite, it won't be painful." In response to his words, Simon immediately used strength enhancement magic on himself. Seeing this, for some reason, the Black Panther's eyes suddenly showed a hint of panic. "What? Don't tell me you still haven't given up." Hearing that, Simon also spat out a bit of blood. He focused his mana into his fist and said to it, "Because I no longer have any reason to do so. This body has gone through countless battles. Do you really think I wouldn't notice? Let's fight." With that, Simon proactively lunged forward to attack. This made the demon even more flustered. It hurriedly tried to placate Simon. "Wait a minute, I agree. If you stop now, I'll take you as my subordinate. I will overlook what you've done. If you swear loyalty, I'll even lend you my power." However, before it could finish speaking, Simon was already right in front of it. Immediately after, from the Black Panther's body, a puff of white smoke suddenly erupted. Then, Simon laughed out loud. "Haha, just as I thought." At this moment, before his eyes, the Black Panther had transformed into a small, dark-haired boy wearing human clothes. It seemed the image of the large Black Panther with its overwhelming aura from before was entirely an illusion it had created. Over here, Sebastian was grabbed by Simon by the collar and lifted up like a toy, so scared that he burst into tears. The little cat boy's limbs flailed wildly, but he couldn't escape Simon's grasp at all. Looking at this form, Simon didn't hold back his mockery. "Your true form is quite pathetic." Hearing this, Sebastian shot Simon a look full of suspicion and asked, "Don't tell me you've already figured out my true identity." To this question, Simon frankly shared his thoughts. "Your disguise was good, so I wasn't entirely sure at first. But for a high-level demon to be that clumsy was a bit strange, even when just dodging a simple stream of water. Impossible, so I took a gamble. I know this so well because I've fought your kind far too many times." Hearing this, Sebastian's entire body trembled with frustration. What a humiliation. He cursed himself silently before growling at the main character. "Don't get cocky, you lowly creature. Even in this form, I can easily erase you," Sebastian boasted. But this statement made Simon unable to hold back his laughter. "Really? Then by all means, give it a try." With that, he also released the mana of that girl, hairs, outward. The moment he sensed it, every hair on Sebastian's body stood on end. His voice was filled with terror. "How? How can a human like you possess the aura of a demon lord?" In response, Simon calmly admitted, "Of course I do. I've absorbed a demon before." Hearing that, Sebastian felt even more incredulous. He pointed straight at Simon and yelled, "You've absorbed a demon lord. Just what in the world are you?" Turning back to Simon's perspective, he began to pull the small cat in front of him and asked, "Do you know the name Simon, right?" For a low-level demon like Sebastian, he had of course heard of Simon's reputation. Simon? Could it be that Simon, the most evil demon, king of the demon realm, who people still talk about to this day? Is that the one standing before me? Sebastian wondered. This terrifying thought made his face break out in a cold sweat. But without giving him much time to think, Simon casually tossed him aside like a piece of trash and declared, "I don't care whether you recognize me or not, it makes no difference. In any case, you are going to die here anyway." As he spoke, he used his mana, creating magical arms that emanated a dangerous aura. For Sebastian, watching the arms slowly advance toward him, he panicked, ran over, and hugged Simon's leg, begging for his life. "Human. Ah no, my lord. I think there's been some kind of misunderstanding here. Absorbing a lowly demon like me won't give you much mana. You won't even get enough to qualify as a low-level demon." For Simon, he was so desperate that even a mosquito counted as meat, so he had no intention of changing his mind. "I'll find out for myself after I've absorbed you." At this point, the magical arms had already reached Sebastian. This sent the little guy into a panic. He hastily said, "I will dedicate my soul and my loyalty to you. If you spare my life, I was once famous as a phantom thief in the demon realm." Sebastian shared his accomplishment. However, this minor achievement left Simon a bit disappointed. "What? Just a petty thief?" he muttered to himself. And as if he noticed the look of disappointment in Simon's eyes, Sebastian continued to promote himself to save his own skin. "That's not all. I'm also skilled in pharmacology and possess outstanding alchemy abilities. Please spare my life. I promise I'll be useful." Hearing him mention pharmacology, the look in Simon's eyes changed slightly. He temporarily stopped his magical hands. He knelt down and whispered softly into Sebastian's ear, "Hey, can you make something like this? Blah, blah." "Of course I can. That's my specialty," Sebastian eagerly replied. Hearing this, Simon thought for a moment, then continued, "Then how about this? I can absolutely do it. Just leave it to me," Sebastian declared, patting his chest. And our main character, seeing that this cat seemed to be quite useful, decided to spare its life. "All right then, you've convinced me, Sebastian of the Demon Clan. I will accept you as my subordinate," Simon said as he extended his hand forward. Meanwhile, Sebastian, seeing himself being promoted to a subordinate of the Demon King Simon, his face flushed red with excitement. "Thank you, Lord Simon. I will serve you with all my heart and dedication." As he spoke, he hurriedly extended his own paw in return. However, Simon's hand had no intention of taking it, his cat-like paw. Instead, our protagonist began to use a magic spell that left Sebastian completely stunned. The little cat hurriedly asked, "Lord Simon, what is this?" Simon replied to him with a smiling face, "A house cat should wear a collar to look the part. This is a collar engraved with a contract-binding spell. If you have any intention of betraying me, it will automatically tighten around your neck, so you better behave." Over here, from Sebastian's perspective, this incredibly secure preventative measure from the protagonist made him just kneel and weep in despair. "Damn it, I was just planning to play along for a bit and then escape when I got the chance. But now I'm bound to a worthless human like this. This is the greatest shame for a noble." Paying no mind to his pained appearance, Simon turned to remind the cat to watch his mouth and avoid drawing attention from others. "I have abandoned the name Simon. From now on, call me Lord Luke." "Yes, Lord Luke," Sebastian replied in a mournful tone before he turned to ask, "So, what are you going to do now?" Up ahead, Simon began to observe the low-level demons lying unconscious in a puddle of water and said, "The contract is complete, so now I have to get back to what I was doing. I only need one subordinate, and that's enough. Step back if you don't want to get involved. Darkness, leave not even a single claw behind, devour them whole," Simon commanded. And immediately after, several magical hands shot straight towards the three low-level demons. Then, before Sebastian's terrified eyes, the demons' bodies were torn to shreds by these hands into pieces. Watching this, a sense of dread stirred within Sebastian. He thought to himself, "I can't believe I had to make a contract with such an unreasonable guy. Could it be that I've been completely tricked?" Following his gaze, Simon was revealing a cold smile, one truly befitting a demon king. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to a corner of the forest. Having absorbed the magic from those low-level demons, Simon was now testing his magic to see if using it caused any strain. With a single dark bullet spell, our protagonist easily blew apart the large tree in front of him, with absolutely no strain on his body. I can now use up to 6 circle magic without any difficulty. After absorbing that demon, I've been continuously summoning and absorbing other demons for the past few days. Thanks to that, my dark circle is gradually being restored. However, even so, the strenuous process of subduing those demons has completely tattered my clothes. If anyone saw me like this, it would be so embarrassing. I need to change clothes quickly. As he thought this, before Simon could even get changed, arranging his clothes when the knight Philip shouted from behind, "Young master, there you are. We've been looking for you everywhere. Goodness, what happened to your clothes? Don't tell me you're injured again." Hearing this, Simon wearily turned and waved his hand. "It's nothing serious, no need to worry, but more importantly, what's going on?" Hearing that, Philip remembered his purpose for coming and hurriedly said, Right. Now is not the time to worry about that. A message just arrived. The Count's army is advancing on our territory from the sea region, in the south and the northern forest. They are advancing from both sides simultaneously. The scene shifts to the warship fleet of Count Mach. Just as the knight Philip had mentioned earlier, they had now drawn very close to the coast. On the ship, a knight was observing the mansion of the Lachan family through a spyglass, and scoffed, mobilizing an entire army just to wipe out a minor count. This is not like the Count at all. Hearing this, a tall, scarred knight reminded him, even a tiger must use its full strength when hunting a rabbit. These guys have escaped by sheer luck time and time again, so we must completely crush their will to resist. Besides, underestimating the enemy leads to failure, and some of them are stronger than expected. In response, the long-haired knight nodded as if in agreement, but in his heart, he secretly looked down on his comrade, acting all serious after losing in the arena. Haha, why would the Count give this loser another chance? I guess I have to admit he does know how to use his brain a little. The long-haired knight spoke up, as rows of catapults and barricades had been erected on the coast. Subsequently, after waiting for the warship fleet to enter attack range, Butler Han shouted, directing his men, "All artillery, open fire. Do not let them approach the territory at any cost." Following the order, the soldiers quickly operated the catapults, launching volleys of fire arrows straight at the warships. However, the group of Mach's knights already had a countermeasure for this attack, a good effort, but you don't realize just how futile this action is. So this is what they mean by a cornered rat will fight back, but even so, it's completely useless, As this voice echoed from within one of the warship's cabins, the figure of a massive Jigon was slowly raised onto the deck. However, this was a rather special type of Jigon, because judging by its appearance, it seemed to be a mage Gigan. Sure enough, when faced with a barrage of fire arrows flying towards it, the mage Gigan just had to wave its staff once to create a protective shield, causing all the fire arrows to shatter on impact. On the shore, the soldiers stared at this with their eyes wide and jaws dropped. Magic? The Count's cavalry even has. Ancient rune knights? Inside the mage Gigan, the long-haired knight looked at the panicked state of Simon's group and sneered. No matter how hard you try, you're all just a bunch of filthy rats. Speaking of ancient rune knights, they are a combination of a knight's aura and a mage's mana. An ancient rune knight is a term for those who could masterfully use both of those powers. Back on the battlefield, at this moment, one of our soldiers also turned to ask his teammate, "This is the first time I've ever seen an ancient rune knight. Is it really that powerful?" In response, his friend's expression became extremely tense as he explained. There was a time when they were considered half-baked failures, but ever since Jigon technology was developed, everything has changed. By linking with the mana stones inside the giant mechs, their power skyrocketed. They became monsters capable of using magic on par with the archmages in the tower. The scene shifts to the long-haired knight, who was currently chuckling to himself. Hey. It seems they tried their best to stop the ships carrying the Gigants, but it's all useless against me. With that, the long-haired knight quickly operated the control screen. Then, the Jigan mage was seen waving its scepter and using a skill called Ice Wave, easily freezing the entire sea surface before it in an instant. Not stopping there, he slammed the scepter in his hand onto the ship's deck, causing the area in front of it to suddenly erupt in an explosion of earth and rock. Countless rocks flew everywhere, leaving the soldiers of House Lacan no choice but to scatter like ducks. "Run! Hurry!" someone screamed. Looking at the result, the long-haired man felt extremely satisfied. "Now that all obstacles have been cleared, wipe them all out," he commanded. And right after his words, several Jigon knights began to land on the shore. With every step they took, the ground shook relentlessly. Meanwhile, among the group, the Jigon mage felt a bit disappointed and sneered. "Humph. I was hoping for a more epic battle, but it seems this ended even more easily than I imagined. It would have been more interesting if they had put up more of a fight." Contrary to his thoughts, the scarred knight felt that something was not quite right with the current situation. Glancing ahead, he saw no resistance or defense whatsoever from the Lacan estate. This made him suspicious. With this many units closing in, they hadn't deployed a single one of their own. What are they plotting? Despite this thought, the knight still piloted his Jigon forward quickly. Up on the fortress walls, Butler Han hurriedly told the defending soldiers, "Fire the cannons to retaliate. 2nd Artillery Squad, get ready." Following the command to fire, all the cannons on the castle walls opened fire in unison, releasing wooden orbs toward Jigan's group. Seeing this, the ancient script knight boldly erected a barrier and sighed. This again? Try bringing out something a little more original. Beside him, the Jigan warriors also swung the swords in their hands, slicing the wooden barrels in half. However, what surprised them was a purple liquid that began to pour out from inside the wooden spheres. This made them curious. "What is this? Is it wine?" The words had barely left his mouth when suddenly, at the spots hit by the purple liquid, plumes of white smoke began to rise relentlessly. This sent them into a slight panic as they screamed, "Damn it, what the hell is this? What did you just do? What's happening? The Jigons can't move anymore, damn it all. This liquid is hardening. What in the world is this?" From a distance, Butler Han saw that the Jigon group was immobilized, so he seized the opportunity to attack. Now, while the enemy is in chaos, attack. As the sound rang out, every cannon atop the fortress walls started aiming at them, firing one fireball after another. And now, it was Moak's group's turn to flee. "Run! My body won't move. Don't let any of them escape." In another corner of the battlefield, while everything was in utter chaos, Sebastian was casually sitting and eating an apple. How chaotic. I was wondering why he was in such a hurry, so it was all for this. A few days ago, when that Simon fellow found me, he made a bizarre request. "Hey, can you create an adhesive that is impossible to remove by any means?" At first, Sebastian thought it was impossible. In his hundreds of years of life, he had never heard of anything so absurd. It was impossible for such a thing to exist. Yet, it actually existed. Thinking about the threats Simon had made against him, inside Sebastian's heart, a wave of anger and humiliation welled up, so much so that his eyes welled with tears. How dare he treat me like this, using me so crudely? I will definitely repay this humiliation in full, but in any case, since I, the great Sebastian, personally took action, a result like this is only to be expected. I suppose I'll wait a little while until everything is over. And so, the cannons atop the fortress walls began to fire non-stop, while the Jigans, with their movements restricted, could do nothing but turn tail and run. On another side, within the fortress walls, The orange-haired golem engineer watched the scene unfold and couldn't help but gulp in astonishment, then shouted, "Impossible! I've never heard of any kind of potion with such an effect." Beside him, his companion in the iron helmet was equally astonished. It can neutralize the Count's entire gigant unit in a single blow? Could it be that that's one of their secret family techniques? However, this still wasn't enough. Many had been taken down, but there were also many that were still standing strong, especially those two giants in the middle. Those are clearly the new knight-class giants of the royal army. Following their gaze, the ancient language knight and Malon didn't have a single scratch on them. Back at the ancient language knight's position, although he was a bit surprised by Simon's group's trick, the knight was still extremely confident. He said, "Even a worm knows how to squirm. It seems they are stronger than I anticipated, but it's still not enough. I will finish you in a single blow." With that, he swung his scepter, controlling streams of water that formed into sharp spikes and shot straight toward the fortress gate. But just then, a voice suddenly rang out. "It won't be that easy." Phantom Sword, this voice belonged to a giant warrior from Simon's side. With just a few moves, this person was right in front of the ancient language knight, which made him feel a bit intrigued. "Oh, it seems an interesting one has appeared. But you look like you're on the verge of defeat." The words had barely left his mouth when Achilles was already beside him. With a single swing of its mace, the sheer weight pushed back the Gigon piloted by Philip. "He caught up to my speed," Philip muttered to himself. "Heart." Meanwhile, Man also realized that Philip was the one controlling the Gigon in front of him. "So you've finally shown yourself. I've been waiting for this day for a long time." Hearing the familiar voice, Philip also felt a bit surprised and asked, "What? Weren't you dismissed? How did you manage to crawl all the way here?" In response, Mayam declared, "I've been given a precious opportunity, and as long as I defeat you this time, I will take you down fair and square." On the other side, Philip let out a mocking laugh. "So you're not even bothering to hide your identity at all? Revealing everything just like that, huh? Are you Count's specialist in lying? You're putting on a calm face, but it's over." Man shouted and began to charge forward to attack. Just like that, these two giants began to clash relentlessly. Meanwhile, the Rune Knight, who was watching from the side, could only shrug when he saw that his opponent had been stolen away, so he had no choice but to accept it. With a brute like him, Maon is the perfect opponent. What a shame, but it seems I'll have to deal with this one. So now, before him was the old gigant that Philip had once used in the gigant arena before. Looking at its dilapidated state, the mage almost burst out laughing. "I know the Lacan family is poor, but to bring out an outdated piece of scrap metal like this is truly disappointing." On the opposite side, Victor also roared, "Don't you dare look down on me. As the last knight captain of the Va Kingdom, I will fight to my last breath." He said this while tightening his grip on the sword in his palm. And after hearing that, this mage truly couldn't hold back his laughter anymore. "Ha ha ha. I didn't expect to hear such a familiar name here. How unimaginable. Still, as rigid as ever, aren't you, Captain Victor?" His words startled Victor a little, who asked, "You know me?" The mage replied with a question. "Don't tell me you've forgotten me. I'm a little disappointed. It's me, Candle, the one who was expelled from the Volga Knight Order." At the same time, in the northern forest of the Lacan domain, Simon was also moving quickly and witnessed the soldiers of the southern family blocking the landing forces from the forest path, advancing into the family's territory. Looking at the battle, which was still somewhat balanced, Simon sighed in relief. "Thankfully, we didn't arrive too late." As expected, deploying the troops early was the right decision. Count Monarch has expanded his power through countless territorial wars, so he cannot be underestimated. Fortunately, most of the Gigon armors were deployed to the south, so now only regular soldiers remain in the north. Anticipating an attack from multiple directions and stationing troops here was the correct choice. Of course, with such a small number of troops, even concentrating them on one point was very difficult, so sending troops deep into the forest should have been even harder, but we solved it in a different way. At that moment, countless people suddenly began to rush out from within the forest wielding weapons, surprisingly attacking Monarch's soldiers from both sides. They were the group of bandits who were exiled from the territory, but were secretly sheltered by Simon inside the forest. Among this group of militiamen, a tall man also shouted loudly, "This is our only chance to repay the young master who helped us. Everyone, destroy the enemy together," shouted loudly to boost morale, making everyone more fired up. "Yes, sir." Looking at their fearless demeanor, Simon was also secretly pleased. He was glad that the bandits he had taken in as villagers had been skillfully trained. Since they were accustomed to real combat, they were proving to be incredibly useful now. Back on the battlefield, despite being caught off guard by Simon's militia, the knight captain of the Moak army quickly regained his composure and issued a command. "What are you all standing around for? Our forces far outnumber them. Charge them all at once." Right after he spoke, 4 knights enthusiastically charged in to attack the militia captain from 4 sides, leaving him with nowhere to dodge even if he wanted to. But luckily, it seemed the Grim Reaper didn't want to claim this man just yet. At the most dangerous moment, a hand suddenly reached out, grabbed him firmly by the shoulder, and threw the militiaman backward. At the same time, this person ducked his head down below, dodging the Moak soldier's attack. Then, right after, he lunged forward, simultaneously swinging his sword to send his opponent's weapon flying. This person was none other than the knight captain, Roger. With his superior skills and strength, he easily took down the soldiers surrounding him with just a few swings of his sword. Right after, Roger turned and shouted, instructing everyone, "Be careful, don't push too deep into the enemy's formation. Our goal isn't to annihilate the entire enemy force, but to hold out until the young master gives the signal. Don't forget our true objective." "Understood," the group replied in unison. Watching his every command, Simon had nothing to criticize. Roger skillfully covered the militia's weaknesses. Honestly, it was even better than he had expected. With more training, they could become reliable soldiers. However, if this battle drags on, the situation will become disadvantageous for us. We need to move faster. Thinking this, Simon began his next preparation. He was seen raising a hand to his mouth and letting out a loud whistle. The echoing sound startled the Moak soldiers. They paused their actions, their eyes cautiously scanning their surroundings. What was that? Could there be more enemies hiding? Unlike them, when Captain Roger heard this sound, he guessed it came from Simon. He quickly glanced around and spotted the main character waving at him from not too far away. That sound was the young master's signal. So the preparations are complete? Then we must execute the next step immediately. Thinking this, a smile spread across Roger's face as he said to the group, "All troops, retreat immediately." Right after the command, the soldiers of the Lacan family didn't hesitate to fight but turned and fled at full speed. This left the captain of the Moak army completely astonished. What are they doing? After them? And just like that, the two groups of soldiers began a chase through the forest until Roger led his soldiers to a dead end. Now they had no way to escape. Seeing this, the brown-haired captain smirked mockingly. "Heh, now you can't run anymore. This will be your grave." On the opposite side, the Captain Roger looked at the fools before him, who still hadn't realized who had actually fallen into the trap, and decided to enlighten them. "It seems you've misunderstood. My objective has already been achieved. The ones who are cornered here aren't us, it's you. Let's begin," he shouted, and then a soldier next to him brought a torch and lit a nearby fuse, causing the flame to race up the cliff face, ultimately detonating the wooden barrels that had been prepared in advance. The massive explosion sent the Monaco soldiers into a panic. However, this wasn't all. Immediately after, countless rocks and debris tumbled down between the two armies, eventually forming a wall that blocked off both sides. This only confused the Monaco soldiers even more. What the hell is this? What are they trying to do? It's a dead end either way, a useless effort. You are just trapping yourselves to die. In response, Roger began to tell him a story. The people of the Lacan territory almost never set foot in this mountain range. Since childhood, they were warned to stay away from this place. Do you know why? Across from him, the brown-haired knight started to think Roger had gone completely insane to be saying such things. He asked, "Have you been driven mad? What nonsense are you spouting?" Hearing this, Roger just smiled instead of getting angry. The older man continued to explain, because this land is a nest of monsters. Since ancient times, anyone who has ever entered this place, not a single one has ever come out alive. As his voice echoed, from behind them, a horde of monsters appeared. Their leader was the very same Ork that Simon had tamed before. Following that, countless wars echoed endlessly within the canyon. Meanwhile, Simon, who was witnessing this from a distance, silently nodded. "Excellent. Everything is going according to plan. Now I just need to handle the southern front. With this horde, things might be even easier than I calculated." Just as he thought this, columns of white smoke suddenly began to rise in the distance, catching his attention. Smoke? Is it a forest fire? But that direction is to the west. Don't tell me there's another army. Simon stood stunned, thinking, because if that were true, it would be a complete variable outside of his original plan. A powerful, commanding voice rang out, "Dark Bullet." After those words, purple beams of light shot straight into the chests of the soldiers, making them scream in pain. After dealing with those regular soldiers, Simon nimbly leaped onto a nearby tree branch. His left hand still held a mass of purple, magical energy. He was sweating and breathing heavily, his tired eyes scanning the surroundings. "Phew, it seems I've taken care of most of them," he thought. Suddenly, an explosion from the mountain startled him, and he looked in that direction. Seeing this, he immediately jumped from the branch and shouted, "Damn it, there are still more over there?" As he flew toward the explosion, he thought, "I can't believe they sent troops from another direction. I underestimated the count. They just keep coming non-stop." He gritted his teeth in frustration. "This is taking longer than I thought. I'm going to be late to the south. I can only hope everyone can hold out." At the same time, in another location, a sword was plunged into the ground. An old man was panting in exhaustion. Opposite him stood a young man in a purple wizard's robe, in front of a swordsman. A knight in iron armor, his clothes tattered, knelt on the ground, his hands still gripping his sword tightly. The young pink-haired man spoke up with a confident expression. They lasted longer than I thought, but I suppose this is the end. He paid little attention and continued, there's no way they could fight on par with that pack of assassins, right? While the pink-haired man was busy spouting nonsense, the swordsman began to move. His missing right arm stirred, generating small sparks of lightning around it, as if preparing to regrow the limb. Seeing this, the mage stood proudly and said, if you had just stayed quietly in Monarch's territory, none of this would have happened. What were you thinking? Believing it was a good idea to cooperate with a kid like that? Are you always this stubborn? The face of old Victor inside the iron armor contorted as he cautiously lowered his head. His eyes looked up at the mage. Even against you, he said. The pink-haired man in the mage's robe laughed contemptuously. Look down on yourself. You pledged loyalty to the Voga kingdom, yet now you're just a pawn in Count Monarch's hands. Do you feel no shame, bearing the title of a knight? Hearing this, Victor shot back a veiled insult. A turncoat is still a turncoat. The pink-haired man heard this and snobbishly replied, you should call that being smart. Unlike the old-fashioned Voga, Count Monarch knows how to recognize talent. Thanks to him, I'm enjoying a new life, yet you've held onto that grudge all this time. Knight Victor recalled. That's enough. The pink-haired man's magic staff lit up, accompanied by small sparks of lightning, as he created stone swords that floated in the air. Time's up, I'll end this quickly. The stone swords shot straight at the swordsman Victor. Flashing back 15 years, at the Swordsmanship Academy, a younger Knight Victor witnessed a disgruntled pink-haired boy shouting, I cannot accept this. The boy placed a hand on his chest and yelled in frustration, I clearly overwhelmed him in the evaluation, so why was he the one who got recommended? The teacher in the library scratched his head and replied, complaining to me won't change anything. Before the teacher could finish, the young man continued to shout, it must be a mistake. Please correct it. A deep, steady voice echoed from behind. What's with all the commotion? Seeing him, the teacher immediately stood up. Ah, you're here, sir. Sir Victor frowned as he approached, his tone serious. What's going on that's so noisy? The pink-haired young man hurriedly ran towards Sir Victor. Captain, you've come at the right time. I believe the recommendation results are wrong. Sir Victor walked over with a calm expression. If it's about that, then it was my order. The pink-haired boy couldn't believe his ears, asking in shock, what? Victor asked in return. You used magic during the recommendation test, didn't you? It seemed he had pinpointed the violation, leaving the pink-haired boy stunned. He broke into a sweat and stammered, how did you? Sir Victor frowned and reiterated the rule. Using anything other than swordsmanship in a match is against the rules. The pink-haired boy frantically explained, but I integrated it into my sword style. It's my own creative method. Shouldn't I be praised for doing something that others can't? Sir Victor's face remained as cold as ice as he said, the test only evaluates swordsmanship ability. Further explanations are useless. Hearing this, the pink-haired boy clenched his fists in anger. I cannot accept this. All right. With that said, he came up with the ultimate provocation. Are you perhaps trying to hold me back? His face tried to remain calm as he delivered the taunt. Because you can't use magic, you feel threatened by my talent. How truly petty. Hearing this, Victor's face darkened as he looked down at the pink-haired boy. Not wanting to say more, he quickly turned his back and replied coldly, I don't need to hear any more. The pink-haired boy was stunned and shouted, Are you running away? Why? Don't you deny what I said? Victor explained, Let me make you understand. What you don't understand is that the memory stops there. Back in the present battle, the powerful swordsman stood up and took a defensive stance, shattering the swords that were made from those small stones. Seeing this, the sorcerer asked, Do you still wish to challenge me? The outcome will be the same. How foolish. This is the very power you once mocked. Now feel my true strength for yourself. With that, he once again controlled 4 massive pillars of water, aiming them straight at Victor. At this moment, Ken's face lit up, filled with excitement as he belittled the man he once looked down on. On the opposite side, Victor seemed completely unworried. As he spoke, he controlled his Gan, dodging left and right with incredible skill, and quickly closed in on Ken. However, Ken just scoffed and said, Still moving. The same as always. It's useless. After speaking, he immediately began to create sharp spikes of ice, shooting them straight toward Victor. And although he swung his sword, shattering a few of the ice spikes, his body was still pierced by the others. Witnessing this scene, Ken was nearly ecstatic. He yelled, Keep charging in. It's useless. My magic leaves no openings. In response, an incredibly calm voice came from the old man. Let's see. You still haven't practiced your swordsmanship since that day, have you? I already stressed its importance to you. In a knight's battle, the most important thing is judging the distance to your opponent, and right now you are within my attack range. As he finished speaking, a gleam of light suddenly appeared in the Gan's eyes, and then its body suddenly unleashed a massive surge of power, shattering the restraint of the ice spikes, and simultaneously it launched a powerful sword strike at Ken's Gan, causing the container on its back to shatter as well. Seeing this, Victor also whispered, In truth, I acknowledged your talent long ago. You had what it takes to become an ancient rune knight, but I was strict because relying solely on magic will only get you so far. You could have become the finest knight in all of Voga. What a pity. Then he continued, now, I'll go support you, Philip, or rather, I'd like to, but in this condition, this is as far as I can go. I'm sorry I couldn't be of more help. I'm counting on you. Returning to the battle between Philip and Mylon. Right now, Philip controlled his Gan to charge forward and unleash a powerful attack, but against the overwhelming power of a much larger Gan, Mylon simply swung the mace in his hand and easily sent the Gan flying into the wall, causing a huge explosion. Seeing this, Mylon didn't rush to attack and instead paused for a moment. Where are those skills you showed in the Gan arena? Did I overestimate you? Come on, a little bit longer. In response, our friend Philip also talked tough, acting as if after being defeated by me 2 times, he talked a big game, but inside, Philip was a nervous wreck. It's easy to say, but I'm in serious trouble now. That guy has become like a completely different person. Damn it, what am I supposed to do now? The more he thought, the more Philip's face beaded with sweat. Seeing how effective the enhancement stone was, the one-eyed man couldn't help but rejoice. He thought to himself, just as I expected, this is amazing. The mana enhancement stone gifted by the Count is truly great. As he spoke, he reached into the mana stone pouch at his hip, thinking that normally a suit of armor has a fixed output based on its level, but if I channel another mana stone to support the core engine. Just as he thought this, he reached into the stone pouch, took one out, and activated the system. Upon receiving the command, the stone converted into energy, and from the control box, an invisible stream of energy was released, flowing into the armor. At that moment, the armor began to radiate an immense energy, its whole body enveloped in a blue light. Seeing the effect of the mana stone, he said gleefully, I can push the engine past its limits and amplify its power. On the other side of the battlefield, Philip, the one-eyed man's opponent, was stunned by his enemy's sudden surge in power. He thought, damn it, his mana is stronger now. A grim expression appeared on Philip's face, his eyes widening as he stared at the enemy's armor and exclaimed, what the hell? Seeing his reaction, the one-eyed man said, trying to stall for time with trash talk is useless. As he spoke, the one-eyed man's expression turned savage. He declared, I'm going to finish you in a single blow. He then ordered his armor to launch an attack toward Philip's. The armor's eyes flashed, and it swung its iron flail over its head, bringing it down on Philip's armor. Seeing this, Philip quickly commanded his armor to move and evade the attack. As he retreated, Philip thought, it's powerful but slow. I still have the advantage if I can just quickly increase the distance. Just as he had that thought, he pushed his armor to move faster. Suddenly, from behind him, the one-eyed man's flail shot forward, aiming for him. Startled by the unexpected attack, Philip commanded his armor to lunge forward, tumbling to the ground to evade the attack, completely stunned by his opponent's assault. Philip thought grimly, he's even faster than me. Without giving Philip a moment to think, the one-eyed man yelled, there's no escape. The iron flail swung overhead and came crashing down toward Philip. He deftly dodged the weapon, which missed his left hip by a mere inch. He swiftly grabbed the chain, using the momentum to spring away from the one-eyed man's armor, then immediately dashed back in, weaving behind the one-eyed man's armor to deliver a slash at its neck. But in that same moment, the one-eyed man's armor spun around, grabbing Philip's leg with its hand and yanking forcefully. Philip was horrified, thinking, he can keep up with the speed of my magic sword. Without delay, the one-eyed man hurled Philip away with great force. His armor was sent flying, crashing into a wall and creating a massive explosion. Seeing how things turned out, Philip couldn't help but think, this is really bad, the difference. The power gap is getting bigger, and I thought I'd at least have an advantage in speed. Philip couldn't help but frown, thinking, sitting in the cockpit, his heart was burning with anxiety. But now he's caught up to me too. Am I really not good enough in the end? Good? At this thought, he suddenly clenched his fists, trembling and unable to speak. He remembered the Jogger of the past, wishing Jogger were here. Philip sighed to himself. An image of Jogger appeared in his mind, that strict and tough demeanor now seemed so real in his head. Memories of his training days with Jogger came flooding back. His guidance from Jogger gradually replayed in his mind. Back then, on the castle grounds, a young Philip was practicing with a magic sword. Under Jogger's supervision, training relentlessly. Seeing Philip's lack of progress, Jogger said, the magic sword is a fine weapon, but when you attack while moving at high speed, your sword path becomes too predictable. Jogger continued, if you don't fix that, your enemies will easily read your moves. Hearing this, Philip pushed aside his exhaustion from training and replied, panting, but if I change direction mid-swing, won't that slow me down? He was a bit doubtful of Jogger's idea, but Jogger just chuckled at his nephew's inexperience and continued, you don't need to overthink it. Jogger's face was confident as he told Philip, this method alone is enough to overcome that problem. At that thought, The flashback ended, returning to the present. In the control room, after recalling Joger's advice, Philip seemed like a different person, his gaze becoming firm as he looked towards the battlefield. His armor, which had been motionless after the last blow, lying amidst the rubble from the castle wall, now shot back up. His aura changed, becoming as deep and silent as still water. Seeing that Philip still had the will to fight, the one-eyed man couldn't help but admire his courage and said, "I have to admit, you are truly persistent." But as he said this, his expression changed, and the armor under his control vanished on the spot, rushing towards Philip's armor at a terrifying speed. Ha! This ends now. The one-eyed man's armor drew closer and closer, but Philip didn't react, his armor standing perfectly still as if to take the hit. The blade drew ever nearer, and just as it was about to smash down on Philip's armor's head, the armor's eyes suddenly lit up. In an instant, it dodged to the side as fast as lightning. The blade missed its target, slamming into the ground and creating a deep crater. If that blow had landed, Philip's armor would have been reduced to scrap metal. After dodging the dangerous attack, Philip's armor bent its legs and launched itself upwards. Moving at high speed, it created streaks of light like bolts of lightning around the arena. Sparks flew as the armor cut through the air at high velocity. The streaks of light grew faster and faster, enveloping the arena. Seeing this, the one-eyed man sneered. "Trying to use petty tricks again? You fool. Can your engine even handle that?" He was a bit surprised by Philip's decision, and seeing no response, he began to feel uneasy about Philip's recklessness. Fearing a desperate all-or-nothing attack, he panicked slightly and yelled, "Whatever trick you're trying to pull, I've already seen through your movements." He looked towards Philip's armor and thrust his hands forward, intending to grab it and crush what little confidence Philip had left. But in that moment, the armor accelerated, causing him to grab nothing but air. The one-eyed man was stunned, crying out in fear. How can he keep up? As if to answer his doubts, Philip's armor slashed at his several times, creating the sound of clashing metal. A piercing sound rang out, which for the one-eyed man was like the shattering of his illusions about the Man of Stone. But for Philip, it was the sound of everything he had learned from his beloved Joger, strikes that left behind several scratches. Philip said, "Joger once said that against most opponents, just a small change in trajectory will make the magic sword almost impossible to block." Philip stood proudly in the middle of the arena, the sword in his hand emitting red sparks as he looked at the enemy's armor. After the hit landed, the armor was shrouded in a dark red electrical current. Philip said, "Luckily for me, you're only mid-tier." Seeing this, the one-eyed man grew desperate, reached into his pouch, and pulled out his remaining stones, preparing to channel them into his armor to turn the tables. He was furious at Philip's words, but still cautiously assessed the situation and said, "You bastard. It's not over yet. As long as I have mana stones, someone like you is nothing." Swoosh! A sound rang out without any warning at all. Then, a deep male voice echoed, "Useless trash." Philip was confused when he heard that and looked toward the source of the voice, which continued to speak. "You, how many more red earth stones are you going to waste on that piece of trash?" A massive suit of armor appeared before Philip's eyes. It was twice the size of his own. The entire suit was gleaming, holding a spear in each hand, one of which was holding the spear that was piercing through the one-eyed man's armor. The voice from inside the armor spoke again. "I shouldn't have given you another chance." The tip of the spear glowed as power surged from its left arm, and as the armor swung its arm, a voice shouted, "Get lost!" The one-eyed man's armor flew through the air and crashed into a wall, slumping to the ground, now fully exposed. The mysterious armor was now clearly visible to Philip. It was a tall suit of armor, completely sea blue, with a helmet on its head resembling a gladiator's helm. On its shoulder pauldrons, 3 sharp spikes protruded from each side. The armor's overall appearance gave off an imposing and heavy feeling. In the control room, the blonde man said, "From now on, I'll handle this myself." Sweat covered his face as an annoyed voice rang out. "Not only did you fail to capture a godforsaken place like this, but you also forced me to step in personally. Useless fools." And then the massive man's steel rod pierced through the smaller, weaker armored man, knocking him far away. Begone! He fell to the ground, and sparks of electricity began to arc from the puncture wound. Boom! An explosion erupted, leaving not even a single piece of armor behind. Philip was terrified, thinking to himself, "What the? Did he just kill his own subordinate just like that?" At that moment, Count Moquet, inside the colossal armor, declared smugly and arrogantly, "From now on, I will deal with you myself." Philip stood opposite him, completely outmatched. The man was massive, and he was tiny in comparison. He thought to himself, "I can't believe the Count would show up in person." Philip spoke timidly, "No matter who my opponent is, my duty remains the same. You will not pass through this area." The man laughed upon hearing this. "Hey, still trying to delude yourself, I see. Do you think you can stop me in your condition?" he shouted. How will I know if I don't try? I will stop you. Magic sword. Then he charged straight at the Count, but his strikes landed without leaving a single scratch. Philip began to panic. What the? Don't tell me none of my attacks are connecting? Just then, the Count thrust his steel rod straight at Philip. Luckily, he managed to dodge the devastating blow. But before he could even think, the sharp tip of the steel rod was already right in front of his eyes. Caught off guard, Philip was sent flying by the attack. Sparks of electricity crackled where he was hit. The Count laughed out loud, victorious. It was over. Holes began to appear in Philip's armor. He cried out in pain, "Ah!" Then collapsed to the ground. The Count was pleased and turned to walk away. Just then, from a distance, the butler stood there, his face pale with horror. There's no way Philip could be so completely overwhelmed like this, could he? All artillery ready. Large boulders rained down on the Count. He simply held his staff and with a few swings, sent them flying everywhere. The very earth shook violently. The butler and everyone else quickly dropped to the ground. He asked worriedly, "Is everyone all right?" A terrified young man stammered, "The wall." He couldn't get the words out. But everyone's eyes were already fixed on the wall. It began to crack before shattering completely from the Count's blow. "Ah!" Everyone screamed as debris flew everywhere. At that moment, a piece of the wall came crashing down on the butler. Despite the pain, he remained conscious. We can't let that thing get through. But even so, no one could stop him. The soldiers were all sent flying. The Count brazenly stepped through the gate. But then, the arm of an iron suit clamped down on his leg. "It's me, the butler, and I will not let you take another step past this point." The Count looked down at his leg, annoyed. "Do you really think that dilapidated machine can do anything?" Despite being scorned, and despite the agonizing pain, he stubbornly held onto the Count's leg. "Even so, I will stop you." Before he could finish, the Count's foot stomped down on the butler. One after another, "You insects keep bothering me, you pathetic weaklings." After saying that, he crushed the machine's head and turned to leave, but the machine's arms still held his leg tight. "I will not let you pass." At this, the Count flew into a rage, cursing, You foolish old man." Then he raised his leg and kicked the butler away. As the machine hit the ground, the butler was thrown from it. The Count, in his giant mech, advanced with a sinister smile. "I was just going to pass through, but now I've changed my mind. I'm going to finish you off right here and now, and then I'll send the princess to the afterlife to join you soon enough." As he spoke, he swung his weapon down at the butler's body. At that moment, he was motionless, unable to dodge, but things didn't go as he expected. The Count roared, "How dare you get in my way? Are you trying to die?" Under his weapon, instead of the butler, was another machine. Meanwhile, the real butler was now in Simon's arms. He gently set the butler down, saying, "Look who's talking, barging into someone else's land as if it's your own, destroying everything as if you own this place. I hope you're ready to face the consequences." The bracelet on Simon's hand emitted a blue light. Behind him, two giant stone figures appeared, rivaling the Count's mech in size. As the view shifted to Simon, he glanced around at the devastated landscape, anger simmering within him. To invade deep into someone's territory like this, thinking it's yours, and then destroying everything as you please. Are you ready to pay the price for that? Simon said in a cold voice. His bracelet also emitted a vibrant, colorful light. While inside the mech, Count Mona witnessed this with some curiosity. A golem unit, but he had never heard of anyone who could control so many golems at once. Then, after a few seconds of thought, he suddenly realized something and began to laugh. "Ah, I see. You're the young master of the Lochin family. So, this is the power." It defeated the Scorpion cavalry. However, this power resembles the dark magic of the Demon King, don't tell me. The heir of a heroic bloodline has dabbled in such filth. Haha, if this gets out, then the Lochin family will be erased from history. The more Count Monak thought about it, the more excited he became. However, now that Simon had revealed his trump card to the Count, he had no intention of letting this man return alive. He coldly declared, "That won't happen. I have no intention of letting you leave here alive." As he spoke, Simon released his dark mana. Meanwhile, hearing Simon's declaration, Count Monak's face twisted with rage, veins popping. "Haha, you're insane. You think those ragged golems can stand against my gigant of mine?" The moment the words left his mouth, Count Monak commanded his Jigen to charge forward and attack. In response, Simon unleashed his magic, creating tendrils of dark energy that wrapped around Monak's body. This left him a bit confused. What kind of trick is this now? From Simon's perspective, he sounded confident, but he was worried sick on the inside. "I'd love to crush him right now, but I'm completely out of mana. I can only hold him for a moment. In any case, I have to finish this with the remaining golem." Without needing Simon to say a word, the golems knew what to do and charged into attack. Then, as soon as they got close to the Jigen, they all opened their mouths in unison, revealing a strange magic circle inside. And from within it, the beams of light began to shoot out directly at the giant Jigen. The power of the attack was not small at all, causing a massive explosion upon impact. Dust and smoke filled the air, but unfortunately, when the smoke cleared, the figure of Count Monak reappeared. The body of the Jigen he controlled was only slightly scratched. How pathetic. After all that boasting, is that all you've got? Hearing this, Simon calmly replied, "I'm not done yet." This made Monak a little flustered. He hurriedly scanned his surroundings and realized he had been surrounded by Simon's stone golems. Next, they reached out their hands and clasped them together, forming a cage that trapped Monak inside. However, upon seeing this tactic from the golems, Count Monak couldn't help but laugh. "Are you kidding me? You can't win, so now you want to imprison me? Do you really think this trick will work?" With that, he used the spear in his hand and casually stabbed the nearest golem, creating a large hole in its body. From the center of the wound, cracks began to spread outwards. Count Monak suddenly felt a dangerous aura, causing his face to turn pale. What the hell is this? The moment he spoke, a huge explosion erupted from within the cage, sending earth and stone flying everywhere. As for Simon, he let out a sigh of relief internally. "It's a good thing I prepared a tier 4 core inside that golem. What a shame. It'll take quite some time to make another one," he thought. However, Simon had still underestimated the power of a high-level Jigen. Even with that massive explosion, the Jigen's body was completely unharmed, only served to make Count Monak bleed a little more. "Is that all you've got? If your goal was to piss me off, then congratulations, you've succeeded. Don't expect an easy death," he said as he gently wiped away a bit of blood from his mouth. Meanwhile, Simon was also getting a headache from that Jigen's defensive capabilities. He cursed inwardly, "Damn it, what the hell is that Jigen made of? To withstand a level 4 explosion without a scratch is just absurd." As he thought this, a strange sound suddenly came from the Jigen's left leg, which seemed to make Simon notice something. Simon spoke up. "You don't have the right to talk like that." Monak replied with a cold roar. "Humph. Crushing you with my bare hands? That's a trivial matter. Your shabby golems have already been wiped out." Over on his side, for some reason, Simon drew the sword at his hip and declared, "Don't forget, I am a descendant of the heroic bloodline, right?" Seeing this futile gesture from him, Monak couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Haha. Are you really planning to face a Jigen with just a sword? You're completely insane." Simon replied with a determined expression, "We'll know after we fight." With that, he took the initiative and charged forward to attack first. Seeing this, Count Monak calmly aimed at the protagonist, but Simon managed to dodge it. Simon thought to himself, "The explosion earlier seems to have slowed it down noticeably. At this speed, I can handle it." After thinking that, he unleashed a sword skill, creating countless slashes on the Jigen's body. However, after landing and checking the results, Simon could only shake his head in frustration. "Damn it, its armor is as hard as rock, but it's not completely impenetrable, just a little more." Count Monak turned around, complaining, a meaningless struggle. With that, he executed a spin, swinging his massive spear straight at the protagonist's small body. Fortunately, Simon reacted in time and moved his sword to the side to block the blow. However, its weight still sent his body flying into the air. He landed 1 foot on top of the castle wall, but before he could regain his balance, Count Monak's sharp spearhead lunged at him, forcing Simon to haul ass and run. On the wall, countless large holes appeared, left by the Count's spear. Monak. While running, Simon was also calculating inwardly, "Damn it, just a little more. It feels like if I just persist a little longer, but my stamina is about to run out." As he thought this, he suddenly noticed that the Jigen's left shoulder seemed to be malfunctioning somehow. Unaware of this, Count Monak, seeing Simon running like a rat, said in annoyance, "Still running like that? Such big words earlier, don't make me laugh." With that, he crossed the 2 spears in his hands, as if preparing to unleash some kind of special technique. Next, he was seen swinging both spears at the same time, causing the ground to be torn apart. After unleashing the attack, Count Monak smiled and roared, as if certain that Simon would be finished after that attack. What a nuisance. However, when he widened his eyes to look down, he couldn't see Simon's figure anywhere. At that moment, by some miracle, Simon had not only escaped the attack, an attack while he was still standing on the tip of Count Monak's spear. I don't want to admit it, but that swordsmanship has destroyed a high-level golem infused with 9th-level mana. It's just too overpowered. Hearing a familiar sound from behind him, Monak quickly turned his head to look. Since when did he speak? Then he noticed that the left shoulder of Jan was malfunctioning and shouted, "What the? Since when was my left shoulder smashed like this? Damn it, you useless piece of iron, move. I told you to move," Count Monak roared. Meanwhile, seeing this, Simon also took this opportunity to attack. "I haven't mastered this technique yet, but if I can just cut that thing with this move, please just one time," the protagonist thought to himself, seizing the chance. Meanwhile, after much effort, and effort to control it, Count Monak finally managed to make the giant Jan's arm swing backward. Looking at this, Count Monak burst into maniacal laughter. Haha, it seems luck is on my side. But before he could finish speaking, he realized Simon was nowhere to be seen. In fact, Simon had already circled around to right in front of him. He shouted as if he could see the finish line. I'm dead tired over here. It's time for this battle to end. With that, he charged forward, unleashing a powerful attack aimed straight at the right arm of January. Just like that, one of Jan's arms was severed, crashing to the ground below. It's unclear if it was due to that impact, but its entire body began to tilt and collapse inward. Sitting in the control cockpit of this Jan, Count Monak's face was drenched in nervous sweat. He hurriedly reached for the control panel to check again, constantly muttering, "Something's not right. Things can't end like this. Damn it. I can't let it end like this." With that, the guy hastily opened the cockpit door and jumped outside to escape. Seeing this, our protagonist Simon wanted to give chase. However, at this moment, he also had no strength left. Damn it, I have to catch him. Come on, move. Have I completely run out of energy? I almost had him, and now I'm letting him get away like this. If he escapes, then things will be even more dangerous in the future. As he thought that, his body swayed and he collapsed forward. However, a strong hand reached out to catch his body. The newcomer was none other than Captain Joger. My apologies for being late. Please punish this humble servant for not arriving sooner. Hearing that, Simon was in no mood for reprimands and immediately turned to say, Joger, we have to catch that bastard Count. In response, Joger just smiled. Don't worry. The scene shifts to Count Monak's location. He hadn't gotten far when suddenly, a staff flew straight into his body, sending him tumbling to the ground, clutching his leg and yelling, "Ouch, ouch, are you people crazy? Who dares?" The answer to his question was the bloodthirsty voice of several people dressed in somewhat tattered clothes. "Where do you think you're going? Didn't you cross the sea because you missed us? You've come all this way, after all." Over here, Count Monak began to use his status to intimidate them. "You bastards, do you have any idea who I am? I've never seen scum like you before." But before he could finish his sentence, the voice of a woman's voice rang out in response. "Of course, you've never seen them. They are the people who were once considered less than animals in your kingdom, forced to live under the shadow of death every single day. They are the surviving citizens of the Voga kingdom, whom you never truly dared to face. Not even once, am I right?" Princess Jenna's voice was filled with coldness. Seeing her appear, Count Monak also quickly lowered his voice and explained, "Princess Jenna, I did all of this just to conquer your heart. If I went too far, I apologize. Please forgive me." Towards Gina, she was obviously not the foolish type to easily believe such words. She turned her face away, saying coldly, "I am not the only one you should be asking for forgiveness, and besides, to apologize only now is truly shameless." At her words, Count Monak's entire body trembled with anger, but he had to suppress it for the sake of his life. "It can't be. Gina, you're a saintess, aren't you? Please, let me live." In response to this question, a brown-haired young man in the group, stroking the staff in his hand, said with a smile, "Even if a god were to stand in my place, no one could forgive the crimes you have committed." The Count looked at their faces filled with killing intent. Monak panicked and screamed loudly, "You lowlifes, get away from me, you scum! Do you have any idea who I am? Get away from me!" Back to Simon, watching Count Monak being cared for so very attentively by the refugees, he also let out a satisfied laugh. "Haha, a fitting end for that disgusting pig. What about the others? Has everything been handled properly?" Captain Joger replied with a cheerful nod. "Yes, we have won the battle. Even the invasion routes we were worried about have been secure with minimal losses thanks to the Knights of Voga. You can rest assured and leave the rest to us." To this, Simon also asked gently, "What about Philip and Victor?" Joger answered, "Their livers were severely damaged, but fortunately, they are both out of critical condition. While you were holding off Count Monak, we managed to get them to safety in time. The mercenaries are currently continuing to rescue soldiers still trapped at the city walls. So don't worry, you should go and get some rest." Simon gently shook his head and said, "No, I'll stay here. I can't rest while the soldiers who followed me are still out there." Hearing Simon say this, Captain Joger secretly admired him in his heart. The young master not only saved everyone from a desperate situation, but even when he himself could barely stand, he was still thinking of others. He truly is the incarnation of the true hero, Lord Lacan. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifts to the capital of the Nemesis Empire, the heart of the Bauk Empire. At this moment, information about the battle between Simon and Count Monak had also been relayed, causing the old Emperor Dudo to start wondering if his ears were playing tricks on him. He shouted loudly, "What? Count Monak has been defeated." Before him, an attendant also spoke with a bitter tone. "It is regrettable, Your Majesty, but that is the truth." Hearing these words, Dudo made a speculation and asked, "Don't tell me the noble faction had a hand in this." The attendant shook his head and explained, "There are no signs of that. The noble families in the south are all everyone remained motionless. At this point, the old emperor's face turned colder than ever as he snarled, "So, a declining family on the border, receiving no external support whatsoever, was able to defeat an army tens of times its size and achieve victory. And you want me to believe that?" As he said this, but from the throne, he also emitted a powerful pressure, causing the attendant in front to break out in a sweat. Scheming in his heart, the old emperor had always exuded a terrifyingly cold aura. With that thought, the attendant reported what he had gathered. According to the report, before the war broke out, a group of refugees from the Voga kingdom was moved to the Lacan family's territory. It is suspected that among them, there might be elite knights from Voga as well. At this, the emperor stroked his chin thoughtfully. If it really was the knights of Voga, then it was indeed possible. They were once known for their strength, which could rival even the empire. I thought that lineage had been wiped out after the Republican Revolution. Could it be they've been secretly amassing power to restore the old order? If that's the case, they can no longer be underestimated. Unaware of the old emperor's thoughts, the attendant continued. However, there is an even more shocking rumor circulating. The one who defeated Count Moke in the territorial war was none other than the young master of the Lacan family. At this information, the old man's eyes widened, and he roared, "What? Wasn't that brat just on his deathbed, bedridden or something?" In response to the question, even the attendant himself didn't understand how it was possible. I couldn't believe it either, so I had it verified multiple times. According to the embedded informant, he is not only proficient in swordsmanship, using aura, but is also skilled in magic. They say he even confronted Count Moke by himself in a battle using Duran. Considering the current situation, it seems the rumors of his illness were fabricated to hide the territory's true strength. It's highly likely they spread this news themselves, the attendant said cautiously. But in the emperor's mind, one thing was clear about the origin of that curse. Impossible. Isn't the curse of the Lacan family still in effect? Don't tell me that bastard has betrayed me. In his mind, he began to picture the figure of the skeleton. Then, the old emperor gritted his teeth, his face deep in thought. No, that's not right. Even if the curse were broken, dueling a Morgan would be no different from suicide, logically speaking. The famed swordsmanship of the heroic bloodline? I thought it was just an exaggerated legend from 500 years ago. Meanwhile, the attendant, seeing Dudu's grimacing face, offered his own assessment. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before the Lacan territory becomes a major power in the south. If they align with the noble faction later on, they could become a serious threat to the royal family. Hearing his words, the old emperor also completely agreed in his heart. If the Lacan family was hiding its strength, it must be to prepare to oppose the throne. There was no doubt they intended to restore their former glory. I approved Count Monaco's war to extinguish the threat in its infancy, but I never expected they would be secretly building up their forces by recruiting remnants of the Voga army. After thinking, he spoke up and asked, "Is there no way to curb the rise of the Lacan family?" In response to this question, the brown-haired man, after pondering for a few seconds, offered a suggestion. What about the plan to send him in the military? According to imperial law, all male nobles upon turning 17 years old are required to serve for 2 years in the Central Army. Normally, he would be conscripted next year, but we can move up the schedule, under the guise of granting him a title. Hearing this, the cunning old emperor quickly grasped the purpose and nodded. So that's how it is. If we have him in our hands, then the territory won't dare to make a move. The brown-haired man nodded and added, "Exactly. And besides, no one knows what might happen on the battlefield." Just like that, the two of them exchanged a cunning smile. After they had their fill of laughing, Dudu didn't hold back his praise. "You're a real asset. You always know what I want. Now, send a royal decree to the Lacan territory with congratulations for winning the territorial war." At a large, luxurious mansion, a voice suddenly echoed from one of the rooms. "Sorry for being late." As Lip opened the door, he scratched his head and explained sheepishly, "I just completed the mission the young master assigned me. Has the meeting started yet?" When he saw the scene inside, he was rendered speechless with astonishment. One could only see that everyone had a gloomy and somber expression. He asked doubtfully, "What's with this atmosphere?" Philip, flustered, asked Joger, "Shouldn't we be having a victory party or something?" The older man covered his face in frustration and replied, "Well, you see." Then followed a long explanation from the older man. A while later, the number of people at the table lethargically sighing increased from 4 to 5. Just then, another person walked into the room confused and asked, "Why is everyone so gloomy?" Simon stood at the door, hands in his pockets, and teased, "Did someone die or something?" Philip turned to look at him, and with tears welling up in his eyes, he whined, "Young master, what should we do?" He didn't understand, and asked, "What is it now? What happened?" Before he could explain, Dixon looked up, crying his eyes out and wailing, "There are too many problems. The Lamer territory is too big to handle." He clutched his head, groaning as if going mad. "We barely managed to deal with the Voga refugees, and now we have to manage 10 times that number of lamer citizens on top of it. Just thinking about it is terrifying. Simon had thought it was something serious. After hearing Dixon's complaint, he replied coolly, "Is that all it is?" He couldn't believe how calm he was. He looked at him, crying pitifully, and tried his best to explain. "This is really serious. At this rate, we'll be buried under a mountain of resignation letters because of one territorial expansion." Seeing this, he let out a helpless laugh and then confidently declared, "Well, don't worry too much, I've already figured out a way." Far out on the open sea, brilliant sunlight shone down on large ships. Not far away, a red flag was hoisted, signifying sovereignty. In the public square of the Lamer territory, Simon stood on a high platform giving a speech. He placed his hand. Stepping onto the podium, he announced in a calm voice, "Attention residents of Lamer, as you may have already heard." Simon looked down seriously. He presented in a loud voice, "The territory of Lamer has now been annexed into the Viscounty of La Cannae." The people were all astonished. They timidly listened to his solemn tone. "That means from now on, any decision I make as your lord must be obeyed." Upon hearing this, a man looked to his friends, expressing his disappointment. "I thought the hero's family would treat us better." The young man next to him stroked his chin and commented, "Starting off like this doesn't give much hope." Suddenly, Simon shouted loudly, "Silence." After they quieted down, he solemnly declared, "Now, I will announce the new policy regarding the territory of Lamer. I will." He calmly delivered a shocking statement, "Turn Lamer into a free city." All the citizens were stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. A horrified young man stammered, repeating, A free city?" The young woman beside him, bewildered, continued, "What does that mean?" Simon affirmed sternly, "That's right. There will no longer be any trade restrictions with any city in the empire." In the distance lay the magnificent, deep blue coastline, while a young man proclaimed a brand new future for this place. Lamer, with its port at the center, has the potential to become a major transportation hub, but immediately after, Simon changed the subject, pointing out the city's current disadvantage. But until now, trade has been limited to the territory of Count Monarch. And even if people wanted to expand, the costs were too high, an environment that prevented the city from developing. He clenched his fist, declaring in a resolute tone, "Therefore, I intend to return that opportunity to you, the true masters of this land." He raised his hand toward the people, sowing hope. "With your own hands, you all can. Build Lamer into the greatest commercial center in the empire." Everyone looked at him in awe, unable to utter a word. One young man gathered his courage to speak his mind. "That sounds great, but isn't this just so we will work our butts off while you collect it all in taxes?" Simon didn't answer, instead asking an unrelated question. What was the old tax rate? Although suspicious, the young man answered honestly, "About 40%, I believe." Hearing that, he immediately raised his hand and stated a number, 5%. Simon looked gently at the crowd, assuring them, "I will tax everything at 5%. He looked at each of their wide-eyed, disbelieving faces and asked in a friendly tone, "Is that a satisfactory answer?" Immediately, cries of joy and elation from the people reached Simon on the high platform. "Really, this is unbelievable." He smiled to himself and thought smugly, "If management is difficult, just inspire them and let them develop on their own." The entire prosperous city, thriving, reflected in Simon's eyes. The more he looked, the more pleased he became, judging, Lamer also has great potential. When it develops and prospers, even with a small tax of just 5%, it will generate a huge sum of money. At this point, the people began to cheer and praise enthusiastically. "Hooray, long live the La Cannae family." The young men laughed brightly, cheering, "Long live." Simon smiled quietly to himself, thinking, "And so far, the administrative costs are practically zero." He grinned smugly, concluding with satisfaction, "This is pure profit." The cheers of the crowd echoed endlessly under the deep blue sky. Hooray, long live. A while later, Simon started walking back to his residence. He was greeted by the voice of a young woman. "A free city. Huh, that's quite a bold decision." He answered casually as he walked, "I've always wanted to trust in the potential of the people of Lamo. Anyway, there are still many problems to solve." Jock replied with a cheerful laugh, "You always make such unexpected decisions, my lord." He glanced at the surrounding scenery and asked doubtfully, "But what is this place?" She smiled mischievously. She turned around. Jao lifted a hand to hold her hair back from the wind and answered gently, "It's a place I'm very fond of." Simon listened in a daze as she opened her heart. "When I lived in Lamer, I used to come here whenever I felt heavy-hearted, just like the Demon King's castle is to you, my lord." As the two faced each other, the only sound in the air was the young woman's gentle voice. "Looking at this scenery soothes my soul and brings me peace, and yet, I don't know why." Then, Jia composed herself, steadying her emotions. She then bowed formally to him, speaking from the heart. "My lord, thank you for saving the people of Voga. Ja closed her eyes, her expression filled with gratitude, and everyone in the territory who fought in my stead. I am truly grateful to you, Simon replied earnestly. I only did what had to be done. And there's more. He looked at her, his tone confident as he stated, the people of Voga were able to endure because you remained strong. Princess Ja gave a wry laugh and remarked, My lord, you are truly nothing like the rumors. She recalled the first time she met him, how dazzling and extraordinary he looked then. She recounted the rumors with a sigh. The rumors said that you were weak, chronically ill, and rarely appeared in public. But the lord I actually met, Ja thought of his resolute and unyielding face and confessed with admiration, was more steadfast and stronger than anyone I have ever known. Someone who never turns his back on those in need and helps without asking for anything in return. She exclaimed with admiration, It's no wonder people call you the reincarnation of the hero Lacan. Upon hearing that, Simon disagreed and retorted, They only say that because they don't know I use black magic, if they knew the truth. Before he could finish, Ja firmly cut him off. She stepped closer to him and stressed, That doesn't matter. She looked at him with complete trust, stating confidently, There's no way you would ever walk the same path as the Demon King. Simon rested his hands on the railing, silent for a moment before speaking up. Actually, when I entered the Demon King's castle, he turned his back to her and calmly recounted. I found the Demon King's diary. Inside, it chronicled the Demon King's life. Simon then began to tell Ja the story. The Demon King had once been a handsome and friendly young man named Simon, a mage from the Vegetas Magic Tower, who was more diligent and kind than any other person. However, a tragedy struck the woman he loved, causing him to change completely and resort to forbidden magic. His life changed after the death of his beloved. He sought out forbidden magic and obtained power beyond human comprehension. And in the time that followed, the Demon King descended into madness, a man who ultimately fought every nation on the continent by himself. After finishing his story, Simon clenched his fists, lost in thought. I don't expect much. Besides, I couldn't reveal everything. Even so, he furrowed his brow, his expression sorrowful as he thought, I feel that if it's her, maybe she'll understand me, even if it's just a little. Simon composed his emotions and turned back around. He put on a calm facade and said nonchalantly, It's a hard story to believe, I understand. On the horizon, the evening sun painted the clouds red. At that moment, Ja suddenly asked, My lord, do the other people know about this? He answered seriously, No, if the hero's descendant were to defend the Demon King, it would be very difficult for them to accept. Of course, I'm not saying that all of his decisions were right, it's just that he had sides the world had never seen. Perhaps noticing her silence, Simon paused pensively, then spoke awkwardly. I got carried away by my emotions and said too much. Just forget what I just said. Before he could continue, Jaina spoke up. I understand. Just 3 words. This left him stunned. Thinking she was just trying to placate him, he awkwardly tried to reassure her. You don't have to agree with what I said. It's understandable if you don't believe me. She calmly expressed, No, I believe you. Jaina looked at him, stating calmly, But what I believe is in his diary. She declared solemnly, It's that I believe in you. Just as a stunned Simon stared at her, Jaina stepped forward, took his hand, and spoke softly. And whatever you believe in, including yourself, Simon. Her trusting voice echoed in his ear. I will believe in you too. Under the afternoon sun, that promise was like a balm that soothed his heart. Night had fallen, and high above, a full moon was peeking out from behind the clouds. At the villa's gate, 2 soldiers were on night watch, the one with long hair resting his head on his hand in boredom and complaining. I thought when the war ended I'd finally get to go home, but instead I'm stuck guarding a mansion. My luck is the worst. The man next to him crossed his arms and replied helplessly. Most of the workforce has been sent to repair the damaged walls, so I guess there was no other way. The first soldier still grumbled in annoyance, but if this keeps up, my daughter will forget my face. Suddenly, he noticed something and pointed in one direction, alerting his partner. Something just flashed by. His companion asked doubtfully, I don't see anything? The long-haired young man stared intently at the bushes for a moment, then replied, Probably just the wind. But in the few seconds he was distracted, his companion instantly collapsed to the ground, his condition unknown. The young man shouted in fear, Hey, what the? But behind him, only a shadowy figure flickered into view, and then he, too, fell to the ground with a thud. In the sky, the clouds slowly drifted away, revealing a brilliant moon. A member of the demon race pulled down his hood and asked, Is this the place? He looked at the mansion before him, calmly confirming Princess Jaina's residence within the villa. The soldiers who should have been on alert were unconscious on the ground. Not only them, but the surrounding servants had also fainted. In front of a room, 2 cloaked figures were investigating inside. Soon after, the door opened, revealing a bed with someone lying in it. One of them stepped forward and pulled down the blanket, but the bed was empty. The blonde-haired one's eyes widened in shock, and at that moment, Simon's voice suddenly echoed in the silent space. I don't recall inviting anyone over. He was seen sitting right on the windowsill, looking at the 2 elves. He smiled arrogantly and remarked, "The scent of sleeping incense is all over the mansion, so strong that if I didn't have an antidote, I would have collapsed too." When he got a clear look at their faces under their hoods, he asked in confused surprise, "But wait, a dark elf, a race that usually hides deep in the forest, why are you here?" The two ignored him and just looked at each other. Then in the next second, they quickly tried to flee. Simon leaned out to look at them and said, "Don't be foolish." In an instant, shadowy figures appeared and surrounded the long-haired elf. He was terrified and in disbelief, judging dark magic. Seeing his partner captured, the other one quickly took out a crossbow and fired an arrow. The sharp arrowhead severed the shadow, binding the long-haired elf. Simon commented in surprise, "It's been a while since someone managed to break that barrier. It seems you're stronger than you look." After rescuing his comrade, the other one rushed forward, aiming his crossbow at him to attack. He quickly jumped down to dodge the arrow, confidently declaring, "But unfortunately, you've chosen the wrong opponent." Suddenly, from behind Simon, another one lunged forward, slashing with a dagger. As he dodged, his mind raced. There's still one more. If it's a dark elf. He raised his hand, revealing a strange bracelet, the crystal on it suddenly flashing with a blue light. A dog made of stone appeared, lunging forward to bite the one with the dagger. He glanced at the man and smugly declared, "I've fought against all sorts of enemies." Seeing this, another one tried to run over and help his comrade, but the stone dog immediately blocked his path. Simon casually advised, "Don't underestimate it. This combat golem is embedded with a high-grade stone." Standing amidst his golems, he leisurely questioned them. "Now then, who sent you?" He looked at the two elves before him and calmly deduced, "Proud elves like you wouldn't easily side with the Emperor." Then he mused, "Perhaps it's the opposition." Suddenly, one of the elves quietly pulled out an orb. Simon was startled, his eyes widening in shock. He saw the long-haired one toss the orb in his hand and it suddenly emitted a blinding light, forcing him to cover his face. When he lowered his hand, he only saw the window wide open and the elves were gone. They ran away? Simon walked over to the window, looked out, and surmised, "I spared him because I didn't sense any killing intent, but if I'm the target, he'll surely come back." He pondered thoughtfully, "This is the first time I've met an elf in a while. I used to see them all the time." In the sky, a full moon shone brightly down on the world. He looked at the moon, lost in nostalgia. That person. I wonder if they're still alive. At that same moment, under the same moon, but in a remote wooden cabin, a voice suddenly called out, "Sir." The newcomer called out to Lord Ear. He turned at the sound, and upon recognizing the person, Ear gently replied, "Ah, you're here?" He warmly called out to Eowyn. She approached him from the forest and said with concern, "The wind is cold, please come inside." Ear optimistically reassured her, "It's all right." But as soon as he finished speaking, he coughed. Eowyn saw this and scolded him, "See, you haven't fully recovered yet. Put this blanket on." He gave a helpless chuckle and explained, "But I have no other choice. Is this not the best place to observe the stars?" She disapproved, criticizing, "If you keep stargazing like this, you'll become a star yourself one day." Seeing this, Ear decided to change the subject. "Actually, I was about to call for you. It's good timing." She understood and pointed out, "Is it about the Dark Elves? I heard they tried to approach the Locken family but failed." The two continued their conversation in front of the house, but then he took out a long wooden box and denied it. "No, it's something else." Ear handed the box to Eowyn and said, "Go ahead and open it." The moment she opened it, she was struck with awe and shock. She looked at the staff inside, whispering in disbelief, "This flow of energy, it can't be." He nodded in confirmation, "That's right." Ear immediately began to explain its origin to her. This is the absolute divine staff. It is said that El-Ka, the supreme god, used this staff to defeat the demon god and create the world, a sacred artifact of legend. Eowyn stared intently at the divine staff, expressing her astonishment. "I thought it only existed in fairy tales. Legend? I can't believe it's real." He leaned on the chair, standing up as he explained, "As you know, its power is comparable to a branch of the world tree, and if used incorrectly, the consequences would be dire. Therefore, I have kept it hidden until now." Then he turned to Eowyn and solemnly requested, "Eowyn, you need to take it to the south, right?" "What do you mean?" Earner, with a grave expression, recounted the prophecy he had deciphered. "A lost star has risen once again, and this continent is about to plunge into chaos," he carefully explained. "But because of the war, our elven tribe has been cut off from the spirit world, unable to summon the spirits with whom we once made pacts. If this continues, we will not be able to survive the coming chaos." Eowyn listened intently to his every word. Earner continued to explain his thoughts clearly. "Therefore, we need the power of the world tree. If we can obtain the spatial key, the tear of the earth, we can reopen the rift between worlds." At this point, his voice held a clear tone of relief as he revealed, "Fortunately, we received word that its energy has just appeared in the south." Eowyn clutched the box with both hands and asked in confusion, "Why did you choose me? Earnir looked at her in surprise and asked back, "Do you even need to ask?" He answered firmly, "You are the successor I trust the most." Hearing this, she was very surprised, her eyes widening as she looked at him. Then she bluntly retorted, "I've already made it clear that I have no intention of becoming a prophet." Earnir smiled smugly and declared, "It's useless, Ewan. You are the only one I have chosen." She sighed in resignation. "I really can't stand you." Ewan let out a sigh and then compromised, "But I can't refuse when the fate of the entire elven tribe is at stake." She hugged the box to her chest and seriously promised, "I will find it and return, no matter what happens." Earnir replied with trust, "Good, I believe in you." Then he painstakingly advised her to eat on time no matter how busy she was and not to follow strangers. Ewan argued helplessly, "Really? I'm 500 years old, you know?" Finally, she left with the wooden box. Earnir stood there silently, watching her figure recede into the distance. Suddenly, a dark, ominous cloud drifted over, obscuring the moon. His expression darkened, and he spoke coldly. "I'm quite surprised to see you standing there waiting so silently." He called out indifferently, "Come on out." At his words, in the very next second, a dark shadow suddenly appeared. A skeleton in a cloak materialized, exclaiming in admiration, "As expected of Earnir, no one has ever detected me when I'm concealed, yet you saw right through it." It looked at him, feigning harmlessness. "I was just watching because the conversation was quite interesting." Then its tone suddenly shifted, remarking dangerously, "But even though you can no longer use spirit magic, you still dare to stand before me after giving away the sacred artifact? Have you always been this mysteriously confident?" Earnir pointed his staff at the skeleton and calmly reminded it, "Do you remember what happened 500 years ago? You were utterly defeated and fled." He frowned at it, questioning majestically, "So why do you dare to return now without any hesitation?" The skeleton raised its hand, mobilizing its power, and angrily retorted, "Playing dumb? Of course, I came back to take back what was stolen from me." Threatening dark green orbs materialized and floated around the skeleton as it glared and demanded, "Earnir, where is Law's blueprint?" Deep in the forest, two figures stood facing each other. The tension between them was palpable. Earnashner warily eyed the skeleton, asking in a puzzled tone, "The blueprint for the Atlas? Why are you looking for it here?" Hearing this, Aeson scoffed contemptuously. "Don't play dumb, Ear. You think I don't know that Mun is preparing for war with the Empire and is focusing on creation?" He coldly laid it out. "You're clearly trying to build a new hero-class giant based on the stolen blueprint and the technology of Vegetor." Ear frowned in annoyance and retorted, "You're talking nonsense. I withdrew from the front lines long ago." Seeing this, Aeson raised two fingers to use his power, threatening, "If you continue to deny it, I'll have no other choice." He declared nonchalantly, "I'll have to use more forceful measures." As soon as he finished speaking, the blue orbs around him shot swiftly towards the old man. Earnashner calmly created a protective barrier around himself to block the attack. A shield. Seeing this, Aeson praised him, "Your defense is better than I thought." The next second, he created more energy arrows and continued his assault. They followed the previous wave, quickly striking Earnashner's shield. This time, the barrage of arrows caused cracks to appear on his protective barrier. But he wasn't the least bit flustered. He just calmly chanted a spell, "The Wrath of the Tranquil Forest." Earnashner's voice echoed through the space, becoming a storm of leaves to swallow the enemy before me. With his every word, the wind began to gather, sweeping through the area. He glared intently at his opponent, then Ear raised both hands and uttered the final two words, "Storm." Instantly, a fierce tornado appeared, swirling around him. Ear pointed his staff at Aeson, directing the tornado to attack him, but he showed no fear at all, casually watching the tornado and remarking, "Impressive, casting an elemental spell of this level without the aid of a spirit." Aeson was seen bringing his hands together, creating a strange blue-black orb, while arrogantly proclaiming, "But no matter how strong you are, you cannot defeat time." He made the orb fly high into the air, then sighed regretfully. "The man who once stood by Sauron's side was much stronger than you are now." Earnashner looked at him warily. He angrily criticized, "For fear of death, you turn to forbidden arts and still dare to speak so boldly. You will not escape the wrath of Lord Esser." Aeson replied contemptuously, "Divine punishment from a god who may not even exist. How ridiculous." Seeing him struggling against the orb's pull, he confidently declared, "It seems the time for debate is over." He then raised his hand and began to say, "It's time," but before he could finish, the sky suddenly began to rain unusually. Aeson looked up, watching the raindrops fall on his shield with endless suspicion. Just then, Earnashner's voice rang out from across, "Oh, spear of lightning." Startled, he looked over at the old man, only to hear him continue the incantation, "Strike down the evil one before me." Earnashner shouted loudly, "Thunder!" In the blink of an eye, a massive golden pillar of lightning tore through the clouds and struck the ground. Unfortunately, when the lightning dissipated, Aeson was still perfectly fine behind his protective layer. He now felt the danger and commented apprehensively, Even after I reawakened his memories, he recovered so quickly. That old man absolutely cannot be underestimated. Seeing this, Nashner wasn't disappointed. He just calmly spoke. How arrogant. You're just a brat. He calmly reminded him, you've forgotten that you once lose to me? Right after those words, a giant mouth suddenly erupted from the ground, swallowing Arson. He desperately resisted, but his protective barrier was still crushed by the bite. Seeing this, his tone filled with terror and shock as he cried out, You? I never expected you to still be this strong. Then, the mouth closed completely, hiding Arson's figure from view. At that moment, Nazer could no longer stand and collapsed to his knees. He looked at the pile of rubble before him, wondering in disbelief. Did he get away? Suddenly, couldn't help but cover his mouth and cough. He frowned, thinking with a heavy heart, Arson has returned, and unlike me, who is weakening, he is even stronger than before. It'll be difficult for me to stop him alone now. He remembered the vague future that was predicted and felt a sense of urgent anxiety. So the prophesied apocalyptic war has finally begun. Looked at the blood on his hand, praying impatiently. Ewan, please, hurry here. Far from the forest, a great distance away, sunlight shone on a luxurious mansion. Suddenly, a red cloak flitted past. The owner of the cloak was Simon. He was dressed elegantly, walking down the hallway with a serious expression. Ahead, a guard saw him approaching and opened the door for him. Simon and Philip walked inside without hesitation. After the two of them were completely in the room, the door closed again. A man was already waiting inside. Seeing the two, he spoke, You've arrived. Hearing this, Simon took a step forward, then knelt on one knee, calmly introducing himself, Luke Lacan, young master of House Lacan. He looked up at the man above, greeting him with a respectful tone. Greetings, Your Majesty the Emperor. Emperor Dudo looked down at him, replying with a cold expression. Good. I have been waiting for you for a long time. After that, the room fell completely silent, and he did not order Simon to rise. Emperor Dudo simply sat there and quietly observed him closely. Seeing him kneeling with his eyes closed, he silently assessed intermediate-level swordsmanship, magic around the third circle, not bad. A moment later, he finally spoke up to praise him. You have come a long and arduous journey. Simon maintained his posture, bowing his head and replying seriously. It was nothing. His Majesty Dudo was quite pleased with his demeanor, so he got straight to the point. The reason I summoned you today is to reward your victory in the territorial war, grant you a title, and officially appoint you to the Imperial Army. He declared arrogantly, accept the responsibilities of a noble with pride. Hearing all of this, Simon was so shocked that his eyes widened. He secretly glanced at Dudo and thought, just as I predicted. He thought back to the time of his family's downfall, analyzing the situation in his mind. The royal family has clearly been keeping their distance from House Lacan all this time. When my family fell, they didn't care at all, but this victory has made them start to become wary. At this thought, Simon had already guessed the Emperor's intention. That means my new post might be. He then heard the Emperor solemnly state, Our empire has been confronting the Republican barbarians for a long time, and recently, they've been making many suspicious moves. Therefore, Dudo smiled arrogantly and ordered, Go to Tondat Fortress and become the steel arm of the empire. Hearing this, Philip cried out in shock. What? He pleaded with worry and apprehension. The fortress of Tondat, please, reconsider. The guard next to Dudo saw this and shouted in a cold voice, Insolence, how dare you speak like this in front of His Majesty? Philip ignored him and pleaded earnestly. This is no different than sending our young master to his death. Before he could finish, Simon raised his hand to stop him. He looked up at the Emperor and calmly accepted. Understood, but I have one condition. Dudu was so surprised and incredulous that he blurted out, What? And below, Philip, who had been stopped by him, looked at him and anxiously questioned, Do you have any idea what kind of place that is? He recounted, his face filled with worry and impatience. Every commander who was ever stationed there was beheaded within 1 month. It has been without a leader for 3 years because of its infamy. Sending you to that place is the same as them treating you as a mortal enemy. At that moment, Dudu reacted to Simon's words. He furiously shouted, How dare you? Dudu was so enraged that power began to emanate from his body. He gravely questioned, What are you scheming right in front of me? Seeing this, Simon quietly created a thin shield close to his body, thinking cautiously to himself, Incredible, for such a young person to possess such a powerful aura. If I hadn't subtly shielded myself with a layer of aura, his will alone would have been enough to overwhelm me. At that moment, Dudu's face was filled with displeasure and severity as he questioned him. Luke Keelan repeated, Did you just state a condition in front of the Emperor? Simon spoke without a hint of fear. Yes, Your Majesty. He looked him straight in the eye and firmly declared, To fulfill your command, that condition must be met.